Welcome, Aaron Bree. We are
Michael
here on
Murray.
the Benzinga All Access show this morning. How are you doing?
I'm good, Michael Murray. How are we doing on this beautiful Thursday morning?
Doing great. So excited to be back. It's another Benzinga All Access show. This is the show that takes the time to go behind some high growth companies, tell the stories of the companies themselves, talk about their growth, but also their backstories, how they've come to be, where they're at, talk about their backgrounds and what makes them such exciting companies. Kind of dig below those layers that a lot of times we'll dig into, Aaron, in our conferences and stuff like that, and get to some of the interesting stuff, some of the characters' backstories, some of the personalities that make up the companies, but also their growth and what's going to make them so exciting in the future. So I'm excited to dig into it. Aaron, we've got a couple of housekeeping items, of course, to go through. But what are you most excited about today? What are you looking forward to about this event?
Michael, we've got some great companies coming on today. I mean, some we've talked to before, whether that's, Arcimoto, ticker FUV, Verb Technologies. But, the point of the show is not to talk about the market or whether you should or shouldn't buy a particular stock. The point is to take some time out of the day-to-day grind of the markets and talk about these companies, like you said, kind of get below the surface, see what's going on, see which industries they're in. And so, Michael, I'm just excited for this packed lineup we have today.
100%. No, same thing on my radar. We've got some great companies. I can't wait to get into it. Like I said, couple of housekeeping items before we jump in with our first interview coming up in a minute. But the 8 companies we're profiling on today's show, all emerging publicly traded companies, rising stars in the space in different industries, life sciences, law enforcement, and automotive. So over the next few hours, Aaron and I are going to shepherd you through, as Spencer Israel likes to say, when he's able to join us. Unfortunately, couldn't be here today. We're going to be shepherding you through 8 of these interviews with these different companies, talking about their backgrounds and getting into it. So a couple things before we start off. We'll be telling you about the who and the what of the business, the why and the how. All the companies we're profiling today paid to be here. They don't know what we're going to be asking them. That's why we've demonetized the video on YouTube, and we're not going to be talking about the stocks. This is sponsored content. We've brought them on, and they have paid to appear. But that's the point of the show, is that they don't know what we're going to ask them. We're going to be talking about their backgrounds, asking about the things that actually make up the company rather than just the stock price and the typical valuations and things like that we might discuss. But if you have any feedback, good or bad, we want to hear it. It's still a newer show for us, All Access, one of the newer kind of shows that we've done on our YouTube. So we want to hear your questions. We want to see engagement in the chat. We want to hear what you guys want to ask these companies and talk to them about as we go through. We love chat questions, and so do the companies. They want to speak directly to you guys. So we want to start getting ready to get into this. Aaron, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say smash the like. I don't say smash the like. Do you want to say it?
I'll say it. Smash the like, everyone. We're about to get off 8 publicly traded companies in emerging markets. Smash the like before we get started. We'll do some more. Yep, there we go. Like the graphic says on the screen, just smash that like. And what do we have starting us off, Michael?
We have the Citius Pharmaceuticals chairman of the board, Leonard Mazur, joining us for our first interview. So let's go ahead and bring on Leonard to kick things off this morning on the All Access. And Bree, we will see you after this first interview.
Sounds good, Michael. Have fun.
Leonard, thanks for being with us. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Thank you. Thank you for being with you today.
Oh, absolutely. Leonard, it's always a pleasure to have you on. We've had you a couple of times, actually, in the not too distant past. Always a pleasure. You always bring something really exciting to the table. So great to have you back on. Let's go ahead and break into a couple things. Obviously, just to share a little bit of background about you with the audience. An accomplished entrepreneur, pharmaceutical industry executive, notable accomplishments in founding, building, creating value and returns for investors. You're the co-founder and vice chairman of Acromax Pharmaceuticals. It's a privately held pharmaceutical company specializing in producing cardiovascular and general pharmaceutical products. You've got a great background, a lot of really, really interesting things in your backstory. But that's why we're so excited to come into shows like this, is we're able to ask you some things that might be off the beaten path, not just talking about the stock, not talking about the valuation and things like that, but really asking about you guys and what personally excites you about the company. So let's break into a couple of questions. Obviously, we always want to pay attention to our chat as well. We'll be following along there to see what kind of questions we have for you from the audience. But congratulations, the Temple University College of Liberal Arts main campus building being named after you. That's a huge accomplishment. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's wonderful.
That was a great moment in my life for both my wife and I.
I can imagine. Yeah. Congratulations on that. We want to jump in and talk about a couple of other things you guys have been doing. You've spent your whole career in pharmaceuticals. Let's start with a little bit of backstory. Tell us about the kind of companies and people that you worked for and what you learned from them. What were your experiences leading up to your time with Citius that have really prepared you for what you're doing now?
Well, Michael, I was really fortunate in that I joined companies that were entrepreneurial in focus, and they were founded by entrepreneurs. Most of the companies, not all of them. So the very first company that where I spent 10 years was called Cooper Laboratories, and I couldn't ask to have been at a better company. The company was founded by a gentleman by the name of Parker Montgomery. He made 150 acquisitions, if you can imagine that. And it was really an entrepreneurially bottom line focused company, publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange. And it was very strategic, very focused in terms of what they were doing. And I really learned a lot at the company. Really, it was where I spent my formative years. So I spent the 10 years there were really incredible because I had this great experience in terms of being exposed to a variety of areas, ranging from the sales and marketing side to ultimately into strategic planning, working on transactions and acquisitions, closing them, integrating them, putting together a strategic plan. I put together the very first strategic plan for the ophthalmology business that Cooper had, that ultimately became known as Cooper Vision, was spun off from Cooper, became one of the world's largest eye care companies. I helped formulate Cooper Dermatology, which had Aveeno as its cornerstone brand. So that company really was my platform for myself in terms of really learning what a good entrepreneurially run company is like. I then went to a more bureaucratic company. I went to BASF, a German company, and that was a whole different experience. But also, it was positive in a sense that I learned about big bureaucracies and how you work within those bureaucracies, even though it was a smaller company within that BASF empire. And so, but then switching gears, I go out to the West Coast as vice president of sales and marketing for ICN Pharmaceuticals, which ultimately became Valiant, is now Bausch Health. That was also run by a founder by the name of Milan Panic, who ultimately became the prime minister of Yugoslavia at one point, and a very entrepreneurially focused company, again, very bottom line oriented. And there I picked up more aspects of what he had, a different style. So that's the other part of this is each of the entrepreneurs that I worked for, they had different styles, different approaches, and of course you picked up on that, and you learned what was good and what wasn't appropriate, because an entrepreneur doesn't run a company in some of them don't run the company in very traditional manners. They run them the way they want to run them, and you have to be able to adjust to that. So, and the last entrepreneurially focused company I was with was Medicis Pharmaceutical. Again, that was completely different from everything I had done, and the reason for it was because it was zero-based. The company had no revenue. The founder of the company, Jonah Shacknight, he did an IPO for $7 million. We raised the company on an idea to develop a platform company in dermatological pharmaceuticals. That company, and we had we put together a sales force. We created products from whole cloth, and it was survival. That was the mechanism that I learned in that company, was that when you start a brand new company like that from the bottom up, maybe not adequately funded, what you're focusing in on is surviving. Survival is the most important attribute that you can have, and you've got to fight every day to survive. And I learned that at that company really, really well. So those experiences then enabled me to go on, and I decided at that point to go on and start my own company, which was called Genesis Pharmaceuticals, and it was a dermatology platform company as well. So I can stop here if you have any additional questions, unless you want me to go through some of the companies that I was involved with in a startup mode.
No, that's wonderful. It's a great start for us because we're able to kind of get the insight into your backstory and what led you here and what's prepared you to do what you're doing now too. And I do want to go through those companies, but I also kind of want to ask you just on a personal note, because I'm sure we have aspiring entrepreneurs in our audience. We've got people that are traders, investors, running small companies, small businesses, and things like that. What were some challenges that you might have faced as a young entrepreneur, or even moving into the entrepreneurial stages later in life that you may not have been expecting? What are some road bumps, some things that you had to deal with and overcome in the entrepreneurial mindset that you may not have seen on the horizon when you first started getting into it?
There are many challenges when you're doing a startup, when you're an entrepreneur. You're first of all, funding is really critical. Putting together your team becomes really important. The technology that you have, if you have any technology, and in some cases I didn't. So, but I think that you woke up every day realizing that the only one who cared about your business was you and no one else. And and if you failed, nobody would care. So you had to be mentally persistent. And there were like slogans that I lived by in those days. One of them was, failure is not an option. And you cannot fail. You cannot fail no matter what happens, no matter what hits you. You will not fail. And you have to really, really prepare yourself mentally for that. So, I always used to say that unless you were living on the edge, then you were taking up too much space. So basically, I kind of had these different philosophies that drove me and propelled me and kept me motivated, because it is all about self-motivation at the end of the day, and a feeling of self-confidence, because again, you're not going to fail. So basically, you're going to bring that business across the finish line.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I love that mentality too. And even the quote you said too, if you're not living at the edge, you're taking up too much space. It's a really impressive mindset. And I think that's something that definitely speaks as a testimonial to what you've achieved and what I'm sure you're going to achieve as well. But let's go into the companies. Let's talk about those a little bit as well. Get into that backstory. Take us through really quickly the acquisition by Citius in 2016. What was the meaning of that? What was so significant about it? What's been the progress so far since that acquisition as well?
Well, you're talking about in 2016 when we merged in with Citius, and the reason we did that, because I'd have to go back now. My partner and I, Myron Halubiak, who's the CEO of the company, we formed a private company called Leonard Marone Biosciences, which was named after our names. And what we did is we self-funded that company, and we went after a license that MD Anderson had for a drug known as Minilock, and that was an antibiotic lock solution that we knew about, and it had the kind of attributes that we wanted. We decided when we started the company there were going to be certain product attributes on the products that we brought into the company, and we wanted to make sure that was satisfied. So we start LNB. It's just the two of us initially. Then we got the license. We funded the phase 2B work ourselves to complete that, so that we could take that to the FDA. And by 2016, we realized that going into a bigger clinical trial was going to require additional funding, and we were prepared to put up more funds ourselves, which we subsequently did into the public company. So we merged in with Citius. Citius had some assets in it. We kept one of the assets, which was it was called Hydrolido, which today we've named it Halolido. And the company has we've taken that asset and reformulated and done additional work with it, so that it's about to go into a phase 2B trial at this point. and we should have some results somewhere in the first half of 2022. So that merger has worked out well, or acquisition has worked out well for us. Our market cap has gone up tremendously in that time frame. We did wind up subsequently putting in a total of $26.5 million into the company between Myron and myself personally. We co-invested on just about a significant number of the raises. So, which really makes us different from probably most of the other entrepreneurially focused companies that you'll be talking to out there in terms of the level of commitment, the financial commitment made by the management team. You will not find another management team like ours that has invested as significantly as we have. I mean, I pick up the Wall Street Journal and it's headline news when a CEO of a company or a director of a publicly traded company invests $1 million into his company. Well, okay, that's nice, but the reason we do that is because I had a philosophy going back into my additional philosophy, I should say, back in my early days. And that was that I was prepared to go all in. And you can categorize us as all-in entrepreneurs. So there were times when I had to sign over my house several times. I'd bring the papers home to my wife and say, don't look at them, just sign the papers. And we would, and I put everything at risk. There were times when I put everything I had at risk in order to make sure that the company survived and grew.
That's amazing. Yeah. And I think that last part too also speaks again to that entrepreneurial mindset and how, I think somebody said in our audience as well that management does set the tone for the company, and being able to invest fully in the vision, I think is huge. So before we go on really quickly, I'm going to build on the last question we had about Citius, but an update on the MLPH3 enrollment. Can we have some kind of insight there? We've got a couple of questions from the audience on the enrollment stat.
Right now we're not commenting on the numbers exactly. We've got a situation where COVID basically closed down most of the hospitals. We have a hospital-based trial, and a lot of it takes place in the ICU. And as you know, what's happening with COVID, the ICUs around the country are just unavailable to us, as well as the hospitals. So we are the best way I can describe it is that we're eking it out, all right, as best as we can. We've got our people out there, and they look for every case they can find or any patient that they can enroll. And so it's slow go at this point, but we're optimistic we will conclude the trial, and we'll have an update for investors at some point, probably later in the year.
Perfect. Good update there. We'll certainly keep an eye on that. And then one other thing before we move on as well, an update on the Mino-Lock enrollment. Several questions about that as well.
Well, I just gave you the Mino-Lock enrollment. I thought that's what you asked me about.
Oh, you know what it was? And I didn't get the abbreviation. Yep. We covered that. Yep.
Right.
We have at least 7 or 8 questions on that. So a lot of people curious. We'll keep an eye out for that. But let's dive back into the question about Citius. We talked about the background there from the acquisition in 2016 and where we moved on. But let's talk about the pharmaceutical industry as a whole moving towards cellular therapy. You've talked about this several times. What, in your opinion, makes the industry so kind of geared towards cellular therapy becoming so prescient and maybe more relevant than it has been as we continue to move forward?
I think what we see here, this industry is based upon mostly small molecules, and that's been the history of it in terms of discovery and ultimately commercial exploitation. But today, there have been significant advances in cellular therapy. There's 2 types, autologous, which means that you're using the patient's own cells to treat with, or allogenic, which means that you're able to produce commercial quantities of cells and then administer those to patients. We're very much in the early days of cellular therapy at this point, but there are, we believe, very significant advances taking place here. I believe that a number of them will take place in some of the cancers, in the cancer arena. We're working in ARDS, acute respiratory distress syndrome, but there is no doubt this is the wave of the future. And I think we believe that 20, 30 years from now, it'll be all cellular therapy for the most part. And the way the therapeutic medicine is practiced will be totally changed if you looking ahead.
Got it. Now, thinking along that vein, too, looking at the E7777 deal, so late-stage oncology immunotherapy for the treatment of T-cell lymphoma. Why do this deal? Why was this so significant? I know we talked about this briefly last time, but we actually didn't get to talk about it quite as much in depth as we would have liked. So take us through the significance of that deal and why you think it's so important for Citius to have purchased E7777.
I've done a lot of deals in my lifetime, and I think this is one of the best deals I've ever worked on. And the reason for it is because we have an asset here that we acquired, E-Quad 7, as we call it, that is the last patient's already been enrolled. The clinical trial will be over at the end of this quarter. It's going to have a BLA, which is the equivalent of an NDA, application filed in 22. Where are you going to find something that is as de-risked as this? And with the kind of companies that are involved in here, this drug is being worked on by Eisai, which is it's a global pharmaceutical company, one of the largest in the world. They're the ones that have been shepherding this through the FDA. We acquired it on a license that Dr. Reddy Laboratories of India had. We acquired that license that Dr. Reddy had with Eisai. And this is really something that there's some history here. This drug was on the market previously through 2014, and there was some difficulties with it's a fusion protein formulation, and there was some difficulties with the unfolding of proteins. It's technical. I won't go too deep into it, but suffice it to say that what Eisai did is they decided to take it off the market. They reformulated it. And the beauty of this is that once this is approved, we're going to have 12 years of market exclusivity for this drug. 12 years is a long time in our business. So, and also it's considered an orphan drug, so it'll have special status in that regard. It's definitely a rare disease. We think the market right now is about $300 million in the United States. We'll get our share. This drug is not unfamiliar to oncologists. They've used the drug before and liked it, from what we're able to determine. We also happen to have, since this drug is for cutaneous T-cell lymphomas, which is again a very rare disease. We have on our staff, we last year brought on Dr. Myron Chuchman, who spent 23 years at Roswell Park, a big cancer treatment center in Buffalo, as in charge of all lymphoma and myeloma, and published 180 papers. He is a world expert in lymphomas, knows all the KOLs, knows everybody in this market. So there are a lot of pluses here for us. And this is synergistic with Minilock as well, because this will require we'll be able to use the same sales force. It's calling on virtually the same type of doctors. This is oncology, and Minilock is basically for cancer patients. Cancer patients are those that use long-term catheters the most. So we think we have everything lined up on this one for us almost perfectly.
Fantastic. No, that's a great update. I know I saw a couple of people agreeing as well. That's a good update. And I know like I said, we spoke about this last time. Still exciting, and actually got a couple of details this time we weren't able to get. So appreciate the insight. Also, another question from our audience: does Citius plan on taking all products to the market themselves? What's the strategy for going to market with new products, with existing? How do you guys plan to address that?
So what we're going to do is this. First of all, I want to assure all the shareholders, since we're all shareholders in a company, that we're going to do what gives the best return to shareholders. So basically, because most of the drugs that we are working on don't require major sales forces, major marketing expenditures, that Minilock, for example, 30 to 50 people probably is sufficient to be able to launch that drug. Same thing with XXII. So, and we'll be able to really do this profitably, and we think also with the XXII, I should say, that's going to be accretive to us once we launch the drug. So one of the drugs that that we probably will not market will be Halo-Lido, the hemorrhoid drug, because we know that requires a major sales force, major consumer spending for television advertising, and so forth. And our objective there right now is to out-license that drug or monetize it for the company once we get some positive phase 2B data.
Fantastic. Another good update there. Let's talk a little bit about capital here as we're moving into the later stages of the interview, but $96.5 million raised in February of this year. What's the capital been used for so far, to the extent that you can speak on it? Will you need to do another raise in the future? What's the status on that end of things?
So right now, we have, at the end of June 30th, we had $115 million cash on our balance sheet, and we devoted $40 million to for the XXII transaction. The good news on the XXII transaction is that there's no more major cash needs for that, because most of the spending has already occurred for that in terms of taking it through the clinical trial process. That's already been completed by Dr. Reddy and at Eastside. So we presently don't anticipate any financing or anything for quite a while. We think we have plenty of cash on hand, plenty of cash to be able to even launch a drug if we have to do a launch down the road.
Fantastic. Okay, so a good position there. Looking ahead into the rest of Q4, as we're already sitting in, the first week of October now, what are some things on the horizon that we're going to need to pay attention to and that are particularly present on your radar? What are you looking to accomplish in Q4 and then moving ahead into the first parts of next year?
So what we have ahead of us in Q4 almost immediately is going to be the completion of that clinical trial for XXII. So that will be completed, and that'll enable us then to initiate the BLA process, and we will start that whole process in 2022. We also are going to be working on Halo-Lido and getting that drug ready for its phase 2B trial. So at some point in the early part of 2022, we will be executing on the Halo-Lido trial. Mino-Lok, we have our goal is to complete the trial somewhere at the end of the year or the first quarter of 2022. We don't know how that's going to end up yet at this point, but we have all our activities centered around being ready for and getting a process underway for the Mino-Lok clinical trial completion as well, somewhere in 2022 in all likelihood.
Outstanding. Well, like I said, another really good update there. And looking into the future, I think is great for Citius too, because you've accomplished a lot this year alone, and a lot of things in the works. XXII certainly among them. But Leonard, as we wrap up here and get to the end of this first interview on All Access, anything you'd like to share with our audience? Anything you'd like to tell them to certainly keep their eyes on as we move into the future, as we close things out here?
Well, I think what the audience should be aware of is, we started the company out as a Mino-Lok company with using a 505(b)(2) platform, as it's called. And what we're doing now is we're building a biotechnology platform here. So we're really a biopharma company, and with the presence of XXII, along with the cellular therapy that we have for ARDS, which I really didn't talk about much, but that's still at the preclinical stage. So we're doing animal trials there. This company is a much different company than it was several years ago when investors came in. We've gotten good coverage now. We're now in the Russell 2000 listing. The market cap's around 300 million compared to 50 million where it was at one point or less. And so we've made a lot of progress. There's a committed management team. We're building our management team out even further now with the XXII acquisition. We've had to add to some personnel. So all this is really doing well for us. It's all coming together in a right way. So I think we have something that that all shareholders should have a lot of confidence in, and we want to thank them for their loyal support thus far.
Absolutely. Leonard Mazur, chairman of the board of Citius Pharmaceuticals. Always wish we had more time on the clock when we talk to you. It's always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you again for joining us on All Access.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate spending the time with you and
Absolutely.
your audience.
Thank you, Leonard. All right, take care. Leonard Mazur, the chairman of the board of Citius Pharmaceuticals. A good interview to kick things off. Do I have Aaron Bree in the studio? Aaron Bree, what did you think? First interview.
That was great, Michael. You know, it's a great way, like you said, to get us kicked off. Excited for the 7 companies we have coming up. And just a quick preview coming up next, we have Mark Frohnmayer, the president and founder of Arcimoto, ticker FUV. So yeah, Michael, what do you think?
I mean, I was really excited. I think the XXII is always the one that I'm really looking to kind of get more updates on, because we speak about it with Leonard just about every time we have them on All Access, and it's always interesting to see what next stage they're at. But I think that's going to be a big part of their growth in the future, you know. And I really also liked, and I say this every time we do All Access, but getting that backstory into the companies, not just about the products, XXII, their share price, valuations, and all that kind of stuff, but learning about the you know, experiences these people have making these companies' visions come to reality. You know, him talking about signing over his house multiple times, having those experiences where he bought in and he went all the way to make this company a success. That's what I really love about All Access, is getting that backstory.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we typically don't get those stories when we're just talking about the stocks or you know, news updates. So it's good to take the time to kind of get below the surface, get deeper.
100%. I love that. Well, you have an exciting interview coming up. So, Bree, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, and we will move into our next interview slot, and I'll see you on the other side.
Sounds good, Michael. All right, y'all. Coming up now, we have Mark Frohnmayer, the president and founder of Arcimoto. Again, that's ticker FUV, a very exciting EV company. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring Mark on.
All right. Good morning.
Hey, Mark. Well, welcome to Benzinga All Access.
Aaron, glad to be here.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about the bright idea of getting me to shift into the beginning of the stage role, but hey, 6:30 a.m. bright and early.
Yeah. So Mark, you're out in California, correct?
We're in Eugene, Oregon.
That's right. So on the West Coast
of Arcimoto.
And so before we get into Arcimoto, I want to go, you know, a little bit into your background. So did you go to school out on the West Coast?
Yeah, I actually grew up in Eugene and then went to Berkeley, got a degree in electrical engineering and computer science, and then moved back up here in order to make video games. And I was in the sort of the AAA games business for about 6 years before starting a company called Garage Games, and we sold that in 2007, and that's when I turned my entrepreneurial pursuits towards clean transportation.
Got it. So I want to talk to you a little bit about Garage Games real quick before we get to Arcimoto. So when you were in college, did you always know you wanted to study something STEM related?
Study something what related?
STEM related. So science, technology.
Oh, yeah. No, I was I was a computer programmer since about the age of 7, and figured I would make games until I figured out what I really wanted to do with my life, but definitely was always into the engineering pursuits.
What does that mean that you were a computer, you know, engineer at the age of 7? What were you doing that young?
My parents got an Apple II, Apple IIe when I was a kid, and just sort of fell in love with the machine. It was always fascinating to me, you know, that you could, with some lines of programming code, make graphics move across a screen or tell a story, or you know, build productivity software. Although that wasn't really my jam back then.
Got it. So what was the idea behind Garage Games?
So Garage Games was, and this is if you rewind to like 1999, 2000, if you were an independent game developer, and you wanted to make a game, the number of tools that you had to do that were super limited, kind of half-baked game tools. If you wanted to make a game commercially, you would license like the Unreal Engine or the Quake engine. And those were hundreds of thousands of dollars to license plus royalties. And so the idea behind garage games was pretty simple. It was like, if guitars cost 500 grand, how many indie bands would there be? And we all kind of harkened back to the good old days when a game could get done by a small group, 5 people working for 9 months and ship a title. So we set out to really build the enabling technologies and tools for independent game developers. And this is before Unity. This is before Unreal Engine became a much more available tool. And we ended up building up a whole community of game developers around engine technology that we had taken out of Dynamics, the Tribes engine that we then made available to a much wider audience of game developers. And that was, we sort of had all of the tools in place for people to publish games, for people, a community of people to help each other make games, and then the technology that sat behind them. And that was really the idea. And then we also ultimately ended up making our own games, sort of eat your own dog food. So we built a game called Marble Blast that ended up shipping on every consumer Mac for a couple of years, and then was one of the launch titles for Xbox Live Arcade on the Xbox 360.
Yeah, I think I remember that Marble Blast game from some early, Mac computers. So what ultimately ended up happening with garage games?
So, well, IAC came along and they said, we've been trying to piece together an online play in the game space. And they were at that time contemplating, multiple acquisitions to put together an online gaming strategy. But we sort of had all of the pieces that they were looking for. And so they ultimately ended up making an offer that the partnership couldn't refuse, and we exited the deal.
So okay, so got it. So you ended up selling, garage games. What's, I guess, like the natural transition from going from a video game company to an electronic vehicle company like Arcimoto?
Just a whole series of poor life choices. No, I went. What ended up happening is I went looking for a clean ride. I figured, it's 2007. Surely someone has invented a lightweight, ultra efficient, everyday electric vehicle that meets a reasonable bar for quality and is affordable for everyone. And I was, I sort of scoured the internet for months and couldn't find it. And I would argue that it's still not there yet today. The focus of the automotive industry at that time was really beginning to look at building big electric cars, the full size car replacements that are electric. But I wasn't looking for a car. The car is just totally overkill for what the vast majority of us do the vast majority of the time in terms of daily transport. And I ended up seeing a kit vehicle in a parade called the Buggy, invented by a guy who had actually previously invented the three-wheeled Gizmo that was built here in Oregon. And he sold this Buggy as a kit. And that was kind of this light bulb moment. And what the light bulb really illuminated was this giant gap in the market between the bike and the car. And that, if you built something that was cool, that was fun, you could hit an affordable price target and still meet a reasonable bar for everyday utility. So I got a kit, kind of corralled some builder friends of mine into helping put it together. And it was in that process that I thought, if we just change some of these Lego pieces and put them together in a slightly different way, that we could have a real mass market product on our hands. And that, I think the irrational exuberance that comes from selling your first startup, combined with a really necessary, from a global sense, market opportunity. That was what ultimately prompted me to start Arcimoto.
So you mentioned, you were looking for a vehicle that fits your everyday needs. What does that entail for you? I mean, obviously with the Arcimoto, with the FUV, it's a little bit different than, as you said, a full-fledged EV car. So why were you looking for something that, was like what do your everyday needs entail that FUV would match that, where you wouldn't need a full car essentially?
What even what we were really, I had my particular everyday needs. I wanted to go over and hang out with the folks on a cold, rainy night without having to pedal my bicycle. But when you look at what we ended up doing was one, just building a series of prototypes, putting them in front of people in the market and saying, does this meet your needs? What's a reasonable cost? And then we also just looked at the statistics of how people use cars. And it turns out that the vast majority of trips on the road are 1 or 2 people traveling a short distance with a relatively small amount of stuff. I think the average trip is something like 5 miles. Average daily miles driven in this country is around 30 miles a day. And again, if all you have to do to validate this is just go stand on a busy street corner, and what you see is just one person, 4,000 pounds of steel, one person, giant truck, one person, giant SUV, and go. When you multiply that amount of sort of overcapacity times everybody, that's what gives us gridlock, massive pollution, and of course we end up paving over half of our city almost to move and park cars, which is just insane.
So you have this idea for Arcimoto based on what you're looking for your own needs, and you go out to the market. It's not out there. What were like those first steps like? I mean, you mentioned the kit car that you drew some inspiration from, but what were the real first steps in developing a prototype for Arcimoto?
Really, the nice thing was starting with a kit. So that was like, okay, well, here are kind of all of the pieces. We have a frame, we have wheels, we have tires, we have brakes, we have a motor and controller and battery. And then, I ended up just sort of attracting a team of makers. And we would basically build a prototype, test it out, put it in front of people, see what worked, see what didn't, and then use that as, I guess when I started, it was kind of like, there's gold in those hills. I'm not sure exactly where. So it was almost like a binary search through the space of 3-wheelers. And if you look at the revisions of our early prototyping process, we experimented with where the drivetrain is located, where the battery is located, the carrying capacity of the vehicle, and what sort of for our first 5 prototypes, the vehicle idea just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger as we attempted to meet the requests of the market, and to the point where we got to something that was too big, too heavy, and would ultimately be too expensive to ever turn into a real win. And the actual breakthrough, honestly, although we've done a bunch of really interesting work on vehicle technology. I think the EV space is often considered to be a technology problem. Like, we just need a better battery. We just need a lower cost, more energy dense battery, or better electronics, or whatever. But the real breakthrough for us came in really just a shift in the design. And the architecture of the vehicle. It was switching to handlebar controls, moving the packaging of the riders more upright. And what that ultimately ended up doing was shortening the vehicle that we had by about 2 feet, drop almost 600 pounds between prototypes, and really put us in the sweet spot in terms of the size of the platform, being very, very nimble for city driving, being able to get rock star parking, 3 to a space, are just sort of huge wins when you're navigating an urban core, or when you're doing last mile delivery. Those advantages translate into dollars.
Yes. So I want to go back to kind of like the different prototypes. Obviously, when you're starting the company out, you toggle back and forth, tweak what works, as you mentioned. But I want to go all the way back to the vision. So how did we end up realizing that wasn't going to work? And kind of just walk us through the process of going from prototype to prototype.
Well, the vision has been, the vision's been sort of clear from the very beginning, which is our actual mission statement is build products that catalyze the shift to a sustainable transportation system. And the in that essence is just right size the footprint of mobility, because it's crazy to drive 4,000 pounds of steel by yourself to get a cup of coffee. But so the question then was really just, how do we take that idea and make it into a product that really we think will win in the marketplace? And it was, again, it was just a very iterative process. We would sort of look at, starting with the initial buggy, we looked at it and said, okay, what about this is working? What about it doesn't? And then kind of sketched out, here's what we want to do for that first next test. And then we went and built it and put it on the road and tested it out and put it in front of people and learned a bunch more, and then did the same thing. I thought it was going to take about 6 months to come up with a market ready product. Quite honestly, took us 7 years just to get to the right idea. But it, along the way, we learned quite a lot.
So yeah, I mean, were there any specific prototypes where you thought, yes, we've made it, this is it, and then you ended up having to tinker from there?
I think there were prototypes where we made where we sort of had learnings that I knew were big steps forward. So the first 3 prototypes we built were single rear wheel drive trikes. We just never could achieve, when you do a rear wheel drive 3-wheeler, and there are a number of them in the marketplace, the Can-Am Spider, the Polaris Slingshot, and so on. But when you do that, you ultimately, for a reverse trike where you've got 2 wheels in front, 1 wheel in back, the design always fights itself, because you're trying to add weight to your drive wheel in order to get traction, and you're trying to add weight to your front wheels for better stability. And so the Generation 4 was the first vehicle that we built that had a front wheel drive. We used a big old pumpkin diff off a truck, stuck an electric motor on it, and built a front wheel drive 3-wheeler. And it was just a major shift in terms of the ride quality and the drive quality of the vehicle. And so that was one example of from Generation 3 to Generation 4. We also went to 2 comfortable seats instead of 1, because we would have people tell us over and over and over in the market, I will never buy a 1-seat vehicle. I want to take a friend around or whatever. So we said, okay, we're going to add 2 seats in. But how do we do that in a way that still preserves the efficiency directive of the company? But that was still very much in the additive phase, though. And as we kept adding, again, the vehicle kept getting heavier and further away from our target for sort of that right size mobility footprint. And it wasn't until we hit Generation 8. It wasn't until the first kind of napkin sketch of Gen 8, which was December 20th, 2014. It was up until then, it was 7 years of going, we're just not quite there. But as soon as I did the really just a rough packaging diagram of what Generation 8 was going to be, I looked at it, I just said, this is going to win. That was the moment. And from that moment, it was took us another 3 months to secure our first institutional financing. We built our looks like prototypes by the end of 2015, launched them in 2016, went public in 2017 to build out our first factory, and then launched series production in 2019. So it's been a fun adventure.
So the Generation 8 or you said that was kind of conceptualized in 2014, correct?
Yeah.
So is that still today, 7 years later, the same model that you guys are working on and producing?
Yeah, there's been obviously a lot of refinement in that intervening time, from a napkin sketch to a production vehicle, but the basic vehicle pattern is the same one. What we've done since then, and I should differentiate. There is the vehicle platform, which is the basic underlying architecture of the vehicle. And then there are the products that we've built on that platform, but almost our products are almost entirely the same. Same wheels, same tires, same brakes, same lights, same drivetrain. and then we put different hats on them for different uses. And what we found is that that platform architecture is just incredibly flexible for hitting a bunch of different slices of the last mile problem of transportation. So we've got the fun utility vehicle, which is for everyday driving. It's also a fantastic rental and rideshare vehicle. We've got the Deliverator, which takes away the second seat. And now you've got just a ton of storage on the back end for last mile delivery. We've got the Rapid Responder, which adds, blinky lights and sirens for emergency services. We built a very special purpose vehicle called the Cameo for on-road filming. We just recently launched the first prototype of the Flatbed, which is sort of like Arcimoto's version of a pickup truck, very useful kind of general purpose fleet vehicle. And then the Roadster, which is, takes the cage away. It's really just the pure expression of the platform, drives like nothing else on the road, just an absolute blast. But all of them are built on the same production line. The differentiation really happens at the very end of the production process. And all of those, we're using all of those different variants for the patterning of mass production, which is right now is our absolutely bar none our overarching goal is to get to scale.
Yeah, and so I got Royce O'Brien in the chat is asking about tinkering. So have there been any things that stand out to you over the years where you've tinkered, even if it's something like super small, where like you're changing the headlights on something, or what stands out to you and something that took a lot of work tinkering with the different designs?
Well, in some sense, the whole prototyping process has been tinkering mode, right? The just subtle shifts along the way, moving towards the win. And so even what we have an R&D department now that is doing a lot of the work on the different product variants. So they started with a fun utility vehicle, turned it into a Deliverator, turned it into a Rapid Responder, took off the cage, turned it into a Roadster. And that has been, it's that sort of experimentation phase that really evolves the product and pushes it towards the win. Right now we're in the phase where we're also just taking a ton of feedback from our early customers. We've got hundreds of vehicles out on the road with early adopters, and they are all, a number of them are very clever, mechanically inclined folks who are tinkering with their own vehicles, adding on different types of accessory options, and then feeding that back to us to help us improve the product offering as we push to scale.
So Mark, you mentioned the, between the different models, they all start with the same kind of cast or exoskeleton. How does that help cut down costs? And ultimately, like, why is that a big deal for the bottom line of the company?
Well, it's economy of scale, right? We are, each of those products is additive towards the same economy of scale. So we're looking to build to we're building the pattern for mass production, which means we are designing not just a new factory, but we are basically designing a replicable model for scale production, and having a bunch of different product lines that are actually all essentially the same product. Means that we can, instead of buying, different wheels for every different vehicle that you make, you buy, we buy one wheel that goes for all of the different products that we build. Looks like we're getting the video without sound here, but I think that little piece of it, and it was about to show, was that, just the craziness of the road that we have today. And what happens when we're able to shrink the footprint of vehicles. We think cities can be made a lot more pleasant.
Well, here, I've got the video with sound too. I just didn't want to cut you off. So tell us before I play it, what we're looking at in this video.
Well, this is, if you just play the first 45 seconds, it'll be pretty self-explanatory.
Arcimoto, we build light, electric, ultra-efficient rides that are outrageously fun to drive for a reason. Our vision is a city that doesn't suck anymore. Today's city is dominated by the car. We pave over nearly half our urban land for these giant multi-ton extractive machines that we mostly drive alone or with just one other person and leave parked rusting for 95% of their life. That's nuts. We believe that by right-sizing, electrifying, and better utilizing our rides, we can reclaim our space, clean our air, and make our cities much more livable for everyone. We built a new human-scale vehicle platform and a family of products dialed for a wide range of everyday trips. The Fun Utility Vehicle for daily driving, rentals, and rideshare. The Deliverator for last-mile delivery of essential food and goods. The Rapid Responder for emergency services and security. The Flatbed for general fleet utility. And the Roadster, a fun machine that drives like nothing else on the road. Every Arcimoto is pure electric, with range for everyday driving, have rockstar parking as a standard feature, and accelerate from 0 to fun instantly. Our experience model is rent.
So yeah, that gives you just a sense. And for folks who are watching, if you go to arcimoto.com/IR, you can really see our whole vision to action video plan. I mean, it lays out basically what we have built and our big picture goals for the road ahead. I would encourage anyone who's interested in taking a deeper dive to head over there.
So Mark, you mentioned right now that there are, some Arcimoto or some fun utility vehicles on the road with early adopters. Where do you think, the best fits are for early adoption for these vehicles?
Well, so we early on we ran Facebook ads showing our early product video, and when you do that, it comes back with sort of a geographic map of where people are clicking. And so we just took all the places where people are clicking from, and those are the early adopter places that we're targeting. So it ended up mapping very, very directly to early EV adopter states, for example. So Oregon, Washington, California, Florida, New York, Nevada, Arizona, those all ended up being early hotspots. And then the product that we have today is, it's open on the sides. You can get half doors now. We shipped our first half doors to a customer at the end of Q3. And we do have a fully embodied kind of more automotive style vehicle on the roadmap. So that would be more of our 4-season tent, if you will, for the northern climates. But there is California is whatever the 5th largest economy on the planet. There's a lot of market there. There's a whole lot of market in what I would call kind of the Sun Belt of the world that is really ideal for the product that we have today. And there is that openness with the openness with a roof overhead with seatbelts creates really just a truly compelling ride experience. One of the real advantages of the product.
So Mark, I'm sure, and I'm seeing this question in the chat, I'm sure a lot of people, weigh this when they're considering buying a, fun utility vehicle. What can you say about like the people that are on the fence when it comes to safety?
So it is a small form electric vehicle. We are in the motorcycle class. The curb weight is around 1,300 pounds. You are much smaller than a giant SUV, and so for us, the goal is to build the safest motorcycle class vehicle in the world. It's got a steel tube frame. You've got 2 seat belts for each passenger, dual motor front wheel drive for better traction, very low center of gravity forward for stability. And we actually now have had some customers get into some serious accidents. We had somebody get T-boned at 35 miles an hour by a Toyota. And the vehicle rolled off the road, went and crashed into a wall, 72-year-old gentleman, and he walked away. And he ended up writing a post on Facebook saying that this vehicle saved my life, and I wouldn't have been safer than anything else. I think there is a real consideration for people looking at small vehicles and saying, how's that going to do with all these giant vehicles being driven by distracted drivers, let alone testing experimental software. I think once people actually sit in it and try it, you end up really, I think, feeling the robustness when you're in the vehicle. The other kind of advantage that you've got versus a lot of small vehicles with the Arcimoto is that you sit up at about the height of a crossover. So, you're upright in a city scooter sitting position, which means that you have a lot better visibility of other road users, and other road users have a lot better visibility of you. The real big problem with motorcycles typically is that they are very hard for some road users to see. And so that visibility aspect is really a key piece of safety.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know about the people in the chat asking about it, but if you drive one yourself, Mark, that's good enough for me. I'd feel safe and happy to get in one. And then Royce O'Brien again in the chat, he's asking about the scalability of mass production.
Well, one of the mass production is hard. I think that is a known quantity. I think the advantage Arcimoto has a couple of advantages going in. One is that we are building a substantially simpler product than a full-size car. So the car can have many thousands of different parts, and you've got to do a huge logistics dance to get all those parts to come together at the right time. The second big advantage that we've got is that we've teamed up with pros. So we've brought Monroe and Associates, Sandy Monroe's team, on. We brought them on about a year ago to help us do the planning for scale production. That is their bread and butter. That's what they have been doing for decades. And that's been a huge advantage for us as we navigate that push to higher volume production.
Yeah, so I've actually had the pleasure of, going to Sandy's workshop, saw a fun utility vehicle there. Can you talk a little bit more about kind of what his team and his expertise has brought to the table for Arcimoto?
Yeah, so at the root, their mantra is lean design, which is all about they've got this kind of metaphor of Bob the blindfolded one-armed builder, which is essentially you imagine being blindfolded and only using one arm to build something, which is effectively what a robot is. But when you start thinking about design in that way, how can you combine parts? How can you poka-yoke pieces so that they can only go together in one way? How can you bring, get the functionality of two things out of one piece? It's a design methodology. It's a way of thinking about design that is super useful as you're looking at higher volume production. And then the other piece of it is just sort of deep industry ties. Lots of windows into the supply chain that we simply didn't have as a small scale vehicle producer in Oregon.
Yeah, I mean, and you mentioned kind of Sandy's mantra. I think it's very. I loved it as far as kind of like the simplest version of something is always going to be the best. I mean, it helps out in so many different areas, whether you're talking about cost, you cut down on erroneous pieces that you don't need. So I'd love to see you guys working with Sandy.
Yeah. And the other, he's got this one slide that is where he talks about the shadow of design cost. And that in the industry, you've got the design is really only a very small portion of the cost of the enterprise, but the shadow that design casts over the rest of the business is like 75% of the cost of everything. And so most organizations, when they say, okay, we need to increase margins, they start looking at cutting all of the other parts of the business, except for the one that's actually creating the most cost in the first place. And so that's something, getting it right the first time is something we definitely want to do as we move to mass production.
Got it. All right. Well, this is Mark Frohnmayer, the founder and president of Arcimoto, ticker FUV. Mark, thank you for joining us today from Eugene, Oregon, very early in the morning. So again, thanks for getting up early, joining us today. We look forward to having you on again soon.
Not a problem. Thanks a lot, Aaron. You guys have a lovely day.
You do the same, Mark. All right, y'all. That was Mark Frohnmayer, president and founder of Arcimoto, ticker FUV. I don't know about you, Michael, but I need to get me one of those. I want to drive it around Detroit. Maybe we get some.
Don't we always? Of course, right? Yeah, drive that thing around, ride it in circles. I was thinking you could do man on the street in the FUV, right?
That would be perfect. That would be some good. That would be good. Some good YouTube content right there.
That's what I'm thinking. I loved it. Great interview, man. That was awesome.
Thank you, Michael. So what do we got coming up next?
We have the Chief Scientific Officer, Adam Kaplin, MD, and Robert Schatz, the Director of Investor Relations from MyMD, joining us next. The first time, actually, that we've had two participants, two guests at one time from one company on All Access.
Wow, this is a historic moment for not just for All Access, but Benzinga in general. So, Michael, I'll leave you to it.
Let's do it. We'll see you on the other side, Aaron Bree.
Sounds good, Michael.
Bringing on the Chief Scientific Officer, Adam Kaplin, MD, and Robert Schatz, Director of Investor Relations at MD. If we have him in the studio, let's bring him on and get it going. Adam, Robert, welcome to both of you. How are you, gentlemen?
Well, thank you. How are you, Michael?
Good. How are you, Michael?
Doing well. As we mentioned in the intro, first time that we've had two participants from one company with us on All Access. So very exciting. You guys are making history here. Very groundbreaking moment. It's great to have you guys with us. We're super excited to get started, guys. We've got a lot of questions for you. Would love to get just a little bit of background from both of you, actually. Adam, obviously, Chief Scientific Officer. Robert, coming from the business side, is Director of Investor Relations. Robert, we start with you. Just get a quick background. Your affiliation with MyMD, how that came to be, a bit of your background. And then Adam, follow it up and give us a bit of your background as well.
Sure. I got involved with the company from the founder, actually, and I've been on the relations side for the last 25 years. And kind of a generalist, but when I saw what they were doing to become one of the first companies to have an orally available TNF-alpha blocker, I said, wow, this could be a major breakthrough in that space. You know, TNF-alpha blockers are a $40 billion a year business, one of the largest prescribed drugs in the world. And with that, I said, you know, I'd get involved with this, especially with the team that they brought on from Johns Hopkins. And that's why I got involved in this. So it's a huge opportunity. And I think Adam and the team are doing a phenomenal job. And they'll start off with, you know, 2 phase 2s here before the end of the year.
So my story is, Michael, that I was at Johns Hopkins for the past 2.5 decades, where I was working both clinically, but also research to understand better autoimmune diseases, both how to treat the autoimmune disease itself and the fallout, including things like cognitive impairment, depression, and the like. And I was fortunate enough to get asked to work on MyMD one of the drugs, to demonstrate its effects preclinically on depression and anxiety and these kinds of things. And when I learned about it, much like Rob, what for me kind of captured my imagination was when I learned that they were doing research at Hopkins. One of my colleagues there looking at the ability of this drug to slow aging and extend lifespan. That was such a sexy opportunity to get involved in something that could really affect that. Because, you know, if you got rid of all of cancer, let's just imagine we just suddenly have a cure for every single cancer there is, you'd extend the human lifespan by 2 to 3 years. And the reason why is if cancer doesn't get you as you age, then cardiac disease, you know, heart disease, lung disease, it's aging that really causes the troubles we have. And a drug that can, as Rob says, in the short term treat the same kind of conditions that all the anti-TNF alpha drugs treat, but also in the long term could extend the human life and in a functional way. That just became too exciting. And then coming on, meeting people like Rob and Chris Chapman, and who's the president and director, and all of the rest of the team are just great people to work with.
Wonderful. Good background. Like I said, very, very exciting company. And like I said, it's really interesting and actually quite awesome too that we have two of you here. You know, Robert, again, coming from the business side, Adam coming from more of the scientific side to explain how things work. So let's start with that. Let's start with MyMD1. Talk about this drug, increased longevity, delaying aging, treating autoimmune diseases, and COVID-19 associated depression, particularly present in this day and age, certainly, especially considering the events of the last 2 years. So Adam, can you take us through the details details of how this drug works, and then Robert will focus on the business side after that and kind of talk about the application of this drug.
Well, Michael, that was as good an introduction as I think anybody could ever give. That's fabulous. So, yes, so it is the simplest sort of pitch for the elevator pitches for MyMD1 is that it is a drug that is oral compared to the current anti-TNF alpha drugs. Our TNF blocker, MyMD1, is orally available. All the rest are injections or infusions. It is selective, and that's a big deal because it only affects the cells that are involved in autoimmune disease, as opposed to affecting the cells that are the frontline sentinels that are there to make sure that bacteria don't get into our bloodstream and cause trouble, or viruses cause trouble. And so this selectivity is crucial because currently all the anti-TNF alpha drugs have a black box warning for severe infections up to and including death. And death is a side effect you don't want on your package insert for your drug. So that selectivity is important. And then finally, in addition to its selectivity, it crosses the blood-brain barrier. And that also is really important because none of the current anti-TNF treatments can do that. Therefore, they can't treat conditions like MS or other conditions that involve the brain. And not only can they not treat them, but they worsen them. So no one would use anti-TNFs for MS because it turns out not getting across the blood-brain barrier into the brain causes worsening of conditions where there's inflammation going on in the brain already. So that selectivity is really crucial. We, as you say, saw an opportunity because inflammation is what this drug really does block. And currently, at least according to clinicaltrials.gov, there isn't a single drug being tested right now to treat post-COVID depression and cognitive impairment. So, this is obviously, we're in the midst still of a worldwide pandemic. Millions of people have been infected. 3 months out, 50% of people who have been infected with COVID will still have a clinical depression or it's really a fog, kind of a brain fog. And so we're going after that by shutting down the inflammation, and the anti-inflammatory effects have a antidepressant effects. That's our short term, let's see if we can knock that out this year and start and perhaps complete that study if enrollment goes as we hope. And then the other study that we're going to be starting this year is on aging. And this really comes from a paper that is not yet accepted, but it is currently under review, looking at the extension of life in mice. It was 4 times better than the currently best treatment for life extension, which is rapamycin. And not only did it extend life, but it maintained the strength. So these mice lived much longer and they maintained their full strength, the males especially, their full strength throughout their life. So it's not like, gee, we're all going to get old and demented, because if you live long enough, the risk of dementia goes up to 80%. But in this case, it's if you live longer and healthier, then you just extend the amount of time that we have to be functional and healthy on this planet. And so we're excited about both of those. So I think that covers the highlights here, and I'll leave it up to Rob to explain the business end that Michael had asked about.
Mike, the age-related diseases, it's a massive market. I mean, anyone knows, you look at just the U.S. population alone, over 65 is roughly 52 million people, and globally it's almost 700 million. So, if you could prevent these diseases and, extend them out like Adam's talking about, and have aging, but age in a healthy way, you'd save trillions. There's estimates out there you'd save almost 30 trillion over the lifespan of, if you could extend healthy lifespans out. So there's another compound that we have, and maybe we could use this as a segue, is a super CBD. And maybe we can have Adam touch on, what the difference is between that and regular CBD. And I think we have a video also we're going to play on that.
Some assets on this. We're going to be bringing that up. And I actually love the segue, Robert. I was actually just about to break into that. So, Adam, do you want to play the video about what this is on? Let me make sure our team has it as well. But how do you kind of want to break into that? Because we were going to transition directly into that kind of conversation.
Michael, I'm happy however you want to do it. Happy to talk about the science behind it, or we could take a look at the video first, whatever's most convenient for you guys.
Okay, sounds good. Well, give us just a brief intro before we play the assets and kind of explain what this is. Because like I said, I have a couple of questions about MyMD one. I know our audience did too, but Robert transitioned to do it beautifully. So give us a quick breakdown of what this is and kind of explain the background behind this.
Sure. So Superior CBD is a derivative of CBD, essentially one of the cyclical rings in it. I'm not going to try to get too technical, but instead of being 6-membered, it's 5-membered. That small change, just removing a carbon, ends up resulting in a molecule, a CBD molecule, that has a very unique property. So first, I have to tell you that all of the cannabinoids, THC and CBD being the most common, they all bind to receptors that we have inside of our bodies. So just like we have opiate receptors, that's how come opiates cause such an intoxicating effect, because we're wired to respond to opiates. We're wired to respond to cannabinoids. And you have CB1, that's what mediates the intoxicating effects of THC, and CB2, cannabinoid receptor 1 and cannabinoid receptor 2. Cannabinoid receptor 2 is interesting because it is on, unlike CB1, which is predominantly in the brain and mediates, again, intoxicating effects of THC, CB2 is on the immune cells and it mediates the anti-inflammatory effects, also anti-seizure effects and anti-anxiety effects, and anti-pain effects of CBD. Now, what really actually was remarkable and quite honestly surprised us was that when we tested and compared CBD to Superior CBD and its ability to bind to the CB2 receptor, our drug Superior CBD bound 4 times more tightly. But binding is just a small part of it, because once it binds to that receptor, the question is, does that receptor fire? Does it sort of carry the signal on, pass it on to the next leg of the communication that's going on? And it turned out that 4-fold binding translated into an 8,000-fold increased activation. So it turns out CBD doesn't activate CB2 very well, and our drug activates it 8,000 times more strongly. Now, that doesn't mean that it's like taking 8,000 times as much in terms of the side effects and the like. In fact, what it means is that you could use much smaller dose of Superior CBD so that you wouldn't have any side effects, because the dose would be so small to still get a very robust effect on anti-inflammatory, anti-anxiety, and anti-epileptic kinds of things. So the big pitch is that it's pure, it's synthesized, it's not purified, so it's only the drug, nothing else separated from it. It's potent, 8,000-fold stronger, and it's anti-inflammatory, and it's patented. It's a new chemical entity, and so it's easy to protect that. So that's the whole elevator pitch getting in the door. And again, we can talk more about it, or you can show the video, whatever you prefer, Michael.
Perfect. No, that's a great intro. We've set the stage. Yeah, let's go ahead and play that video, get the content, and then let's discuss a little bit more from the business side as well.
In recent years, research has unlocked surprising benefits of compounds called cannabinoids found in the cannabis plant. Cannabidiol, or CBD, is one of 113 identified cannabinoids and accounts for up to 40% of the plant's extract. There are also 2 forms of CBD that are endogenous, or produced naturally by the body. These forms are used by our endocannabinoid system, a complex cell signaling network that regulates mood, sleep, metabolism, memory, immune and inflammatory responses, and many other important functions within the body. The endocannabinoid system uses 2 critical receptors, CB1 and CB2, which are found throughout the body and have a variety of functions. CB2 is of particular interest as it is prevalent in the immune system and has been shown to be important for regulating immune and inflammatory responses. Although plant-based CBD has a very weak affinity for binding to CB2 or CB1, it may still be able to affect the body's inflammatory response. Plant-based CBD also blocks the ability of the related cannabinoid, tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, to bind CB1, thus blocking the psychotropic side effects associated with THC. Because of plant-based CBD's mild association with these receptors, it has shown some limited promise in treating diseases associated with inflammation, as well as anxiety and other neuropathic symptoms, and has been approved in the US and Europe to treat rare types of epilepsy due to its anti-seizure properties. Supera CBD, a scientifically engineered, synthetic form of CBD, has the potential to take all these benefits to the next level. Supera CBD has the ability to bind to the CB2 receptor with almost 4 times the strength as plant-based CBD. This powerful binding implies Supera CBD could possess even greater efficacy than plant-based CBD in treating diseases associated with the CB2 receptor, including inflammatory diseases, anxiety, psychosis, neuropathic pain, and even cancer. Supera CBD also differs from plant-based CBD in its ability to block monoamine oxidase type B, or MAOB. MAOB may have an important role in contributing to the damaging effects of Alzheimer's disease. MAOB synthesizes a neurotransmitter that inhibits certain signaling in the brain called gamma-aminobutyric acid, or GABA. Increased levels of GABA have been shown to cause memory impairment in animal models of Alzheimer's disease. Supera CBD's ability to block MAOB, thus blocking GABA production, raises the possibility that Supera CBD could demonstrate therapeutic effects in this catastrophic type of dementia. Supera CBD is also unique in its synthesis. Current methods of CBD extraction from the cannabis plant are imprecise and make it impossible to guarantee the purity of the extract. Supera CBD is synthesized in a controlled lab environment, allowing it to be created with absolute purity without risk of being contaminated by trace amounts of THC. Synthesizing CBD in the lab also permits Supera CBD to be made in high concentrations, allowing for much more powerful and potent doses in comparison with plant-based CBD. This potency, in conjunction with its improved CB2 binding strength and MAOB blocking ability, makes Supera CBD's capabilities far superior to those of plant-based CBD. Finally, lab-based synthesis of this unique derivative of CBD allows Supera CBD to be completely patentable. Plant-based CBD's inconsistent purity makes it difficult to patent and subsequently restricts its prescription to a narrow range of patients who could potentially benefit from CBD treatment. Patented Supera CBD would give providers the freedom to prescribe to a much wider pool of patients. Supera CBD provides and enhances all the benefits of plant-based CBD while simultaneously opening doors to new treatments and avoiding the side effects of THC. Supera CBD is potent, pure, patentable, and has the potential to significantly improve the treatment options for a number of diseases. Supera CBD will undergo rigorous FDA trials, providing physicians and patients with the data and confidence of a prescription pharmaceutical.
Amazing. Great. Well, I definitely picked up a lot of information there, more than I can handle. A lot of words I definitely need to look up. But no, that was a great start. So where do we want to take it from there? I mean, I know I have questions. We've got a couple of things we can cover. Robert, maybe from your side, to the extent that you can speak on it, can you really quickly take us through the business case of Supera CBD? What kind of angles are we looking at here? What's the business case on this side of where you're at in terms of trials?
I'm on. Oh, okay. Well, listen, the CBD market last year alone was, I think, $4.5 billion, and it's costly. I mean, to extract the oil and purify it and stuff, it's hugely, that's why it's so expensive as well. It's really costly, and it's not that pure, quite frankly. I think if you can come up with something that you can make in the lab, it brings your costs down dramatically. And if you're talking about, a $4.5 billion market, I think this year they're estimated to be $6 billion. it's a much better candidate to be used than trying to extract it from extract the oil. And then, like Adam said, I mean, the different kind of modalities you could use it in, whether it's pain or even Alzheimer's, it's been talked for trials in. So there's a huge opportunity here on that front as well.
Fantastic. Now, Adam, I want to kick it back to you for a moment as well. Take us through some of the challenges that may have been, encountered on both of these drugs, as MyMD1, Superior CBD. What are some challenges or some obstacles that the team has overcome that you guys have kind of come to recognize and gotten over as you've gone through development on both sides of this?
Well, by the way, one thing I just want to add is that that graphic, that video was done by David Riddy and his gang at the Hopkins Department of Medical Illustration. And I just think it's so important to be able to have, a way of looking at it and seeing it. And we're just so pleased to have partnered with David Riddy and his group to do that. So, the obstacles that we need to overcome are synthesis. So synthesizing, these molecules, Superior CBD synthesis is not trivial. So overcoming the ability to synthesize and increase production. There is, for me, and I get this is how the system works, and you got to do it, but this is so close to the original CBD, which we know is so safe, but we still have to go through. We're fortunate to have completed MyMD1 phase 1 dosing studies. No significant side effects, and the safety was great. So we're ready to go on to phase 2 studies. With Superior CBD, we're still doing the preclinical work because the safety studies take, the better part of a year to complete. So we'll be done with those next year. So that's a hurdle, is just to have to go through for a molecule that is almost, this very small change, but still is a derivative very similar to CBD, and yet we have to go through the entire process of safety, which is just, frustrating to me that we can't get a molecule like this going. One of the things that was demonstrated and already presented by Hopkins researchers is that Superior CBD has anti-anxiety effects. And right now, the ability to treat anxiety with benzodiazepines like Xanax and Valium, those are addicting drugs. They're alcohol in a pill. They're intoxicating drugs as well. So having a good source of a safe medicine to treat anxiety that is non-addicting, and people don't develop tolerance like they do to the benzos and opiates to CBD. So we don't expect any tolerance to Superior CBD. That's such a need. To be able to get that out is something that very excited about, and the frustration is just having to go through the same process of all of the basic safety studies to demonstrate its safety, just like every other drug, is a bit of a frustration. So the other thing is getting typically the same kinds of frustrations or things that we have to overcome to get into the COVID-19 treatment opportunity. Things never go as quickly as you want, and the academic institutions that we're working with, it's taking longer to get them ready. We now are through the IRB, where the IRB is telling us when we get IND approval from the FDA, they've green lighted us to continue. But there's even because of the stigma associated with mental illness, even a higher bar that we have to get over to treat COVID depression. But again, that's just an example, is that nobody else is doing it because it's not totally trivial to link the inflammation and the depression. So that's another one of the hurdles. So But we're pleased with things. We're pleased to be able to get into humans this year and hopefully finish our study in COVID depression. We're still going to do the aging that hopefully will start this year, certainly be done next year, our pilot aging study. And then, we're continuing our preclinical work and refining and perfecting the ability to scale up the synthesis of the Superior CBD.
Fantastic.
Long-winded answer, but I just wanted to cover the bases.
No, it was great. And I think you did. You covered the bases in a way, too, that I think tees up what I was going to ask Robert next. But I can certainly imagine the frustration, like you said, and the impatience knowing that you have something that's going to make this kind of difference and just waiting to be able to bring it to the marketplace. So totally understand that. And you said something at the end of that as well. Nobody else is doing this. It's not trivial. It's very much a standout. So, Robert, I want to talk to you. You mentioned how big of an industry and a market opportunity this can be earlier. Can you expand on that a little bit and just talk about the potential in terms of market capitalization and things that you're going to be able to do with this as you get through these phase 2 trials and you move into the marketplace? What is the opportunity from a business standpoint as you look at it in expansive terms?
Well, if the marketplace just on the MyMD one, you're talking the ones that are on the market. It's a $40 billion a year business. Okay, and they're all injectables. None of them are orally available. We would be the first one to be orally available. So that's a massive market. The good news is we're going to start these trials and we'll have data out sometime in the first half of next year. So this isn't long drawn out trials. We'll have, data back sometime in the first half of 2022. Secondly, I think when you look at something like depression and COVID, you'd be surprised how many emails we get from people that want to enroll their parents or a friend or someone. COVID has really changed the world, as we know. And it's shocking to me that no one is doing a depression study after, post-COVID. And we're the only ones. And, that will be probably, a 30-day trial, Dr. Kaplin? We'll burn on that?
Yeah. So, 30 days is when the lion's share of the work is done. But just to get through and make sure we cover the entire, sort of range of effects, 6 weeks instead of 4 is probably where we're going to end up. So 6 weeks, 45 days.
Yeah, and that's a massive opportunity that I look at it as something that we'll have, like I said, we'll have data sometime early part of next year, first half, and with no one else doing it, and we come out successful in that, it'll be interesting to see how the stock reacts. It's a lot of insiders own the stock. It's a 37 million shares outstanding. Our stock's trading around $7 a share, and I think this could have a tremendous impact on the stock itself.
Fantastic. Guys, it's been great learning more about Superior CBD and MyMD1. I really like to cap off kind of all interviews this way as we go through All Access and drawing closer to the end of our time here. But from both of your perspectives, Adam, I'll start with you and I'll kick it over to Robert. Take us through you personally. What do you really find most exciting about this company? Looking into the horizon, looking at Superior CBD, MyMD1, where you sit in terms of trials and everything else that you have potential-wise right now. What to you really excites you and makes you look forward to the future of MyMD?
Well, for me personally, Michael, what I will tell you is having gone from academia, where the goal is to see if we can get our research published in the best possible journal, to now be working in the real world of, can we actually manufacture, test, and bring to market a novel treatment? That's just a new kind of reward. And this is the difference between working in academia and working in industry. I think partnering the two, we've gotten very good relationships. Hopkins has already published a number of studies related to our drugs, is also exciting. But I think, again, I still am just as starry-eyed and hopeful as I was when I joined the company. over the prospect of, of dealing with what the elephant is in the room, the problem with aging, as the main problem that we have if we're going to increase lifespan and health span. So I'm still just as excited about that prospect.
Excellent. Yeah. Then Rob, kicking it over to you.
And for me, I think the most exciting thing that I look at is if you can delay aging, but not only delay it, but have a healthy aging. That to me is the most exciting, because there's really nothing on the market that you can, delay aging and at least have a healthy lifespan while you delay it. And that to me is the most exciting of everything we have.
Absolutely. Guys, it's been a pleasure hearing more about both of these. Certainly an exciting future, I think, from our perspective as well. And I know our audience always appreciates hearing from MyMD, Adam Kaplin, the Chief Scientific Officer, Robert Schatz, the Director of Investor Relations. Gentlemen, it's been such a pleasure having you with us.
Thank you so much, Michael. Thanks for juggling the two of us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Take care. Appreciate Robert and Adam coming on. Again, first dual presenter outlook there. Aaron Bree, what did you think? Was it a success?
Yeah, I mean, first dual presentation, Benzinga All Access history went off without a hitch. Thought it was amazing. Great job, Michael.
Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, really exciting stuff. I liked a lot of what they had to say. Healthy aging. I mean, that's important, right? We're young. We're gonna be looking at aging coming up here one of these days. We gotta have somebody looking out for us in our old age, right?
Definitely, yeah. We Michael. Hopefully, not anytime soon, but maybe someday we'll need, some of that to help us.
Agreed. Well, we've got another really exciting interview coming up. We are rolling right along, coming into the next interview hosted by your own producer, AB. Aaron, who do we have coming up next?
Yeah, Michael, we have a Biotricity. So we got Waqaas Al-Siddiq, who is the CEO and founder of Biotricity. So this is a very exciting, medical device company. So, going from one biotech to another. But I think without further ado, we should go ahead and bring Waqaas on here. Waqaas Al-Siddiq, CEO and founder of Biotricity. How are we doing on this beautiful Thursday morning?
Not too bad. How are you doing? We're very excited. We just rang the opening bell at NASDAQ, announced our partnership with Samsung. So we're excited. Today's the day to talk to us.
Wow. Well, congratulations. How was that, ringing the bell?
It was a special experience. I've never done it before, and it's a moment that I'll remember.
So before we get into Biotricity, and I do want to talk about the Samsung partnership, I want to hear a little bit about your background, Waqaas. So tell us about, I see you have an engineering background. Is that something you were always naturally gravitated toward?
Yeah. So, I think from very early on, I have to go back, and I think from second or third grade, I was always interested in architecture and engineering. And so it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that I was going to become an engineer. In my background, then I supplemented that with economics and business, because I always felt that, it's not just about creating and building great things. It's also about being able to commercialize them.
Yeah. So, I mean, how does having that kind of economics background help you when you're leading this business and getting it started?
So, I always look at, the product roadmap and, as we talked about today at the bell ringing, about our vision and how we're mapping it out in terms of creating a product portfolio that aligns with our core product, but also supplements and is built in a way that it can be immediately commercialized. So from an economics and a business perspective, I'm always looking at what is the commercialization angle, what is a go-to-market strategy, can we commercialize a product, how do we fit it into reimbursement and within the existing U.S. healthcare system. And so whenever we come up with a concept, we immediately think of the business model. And that's how I really apply that business and economics background in what we do from a product and an engineering perspective.
Got it. So Waqaas, I see Biotricity was founded in 2014. Walk us through your career journey before that. What were you doing before Biotricity?
Yeah, absolutely. So, when I first graduated, so I went to school very young. So I have been in the workforce for quite some time. So I was at IBM originally when I was 18 years old. I went to undergrad after 8th grade. So don't have a high school diploma, but I made up for it in university. So, I was at IBM when I was 18. and did the big engineering thing there on CPU and server-side architectures, really the beginning of cloud computing. Left there and went to AMD and was on their server-side, again, cloud computing, 64-bit architecture when AMD had first come out, and they were really beating Intel on the server side. And then shifted over to Intel because Intel had the Titanium series, and they wanted to go 64-bit as well. So did the engineering thing in a few different places, then ended up joining a cloud computing company, then went into investment banking consulting, and then went into healthcare consulting because I was really, in the investment banking side, I came across many healthcare companies, and I felt that the future was in healthcare and got interested in that. I was still pretty young and felt that, I should really look at what other people are doing and align myself to them. And eventually, as I did that, I found that, nobody's really addressing the gap around remote monitoring, chronic illnesses, and how these diseases continue to grow and continue to cost pretty much every country in the world, 70 cents on the dollar. And so decided that this was a time to branch out and start my journey with my vision.
Got it. So Waqaas, I got to back up for a second here because you said you went directly to undergrad after 8th grade. So I imagine your college experience was a little different than most kids. Can you tell us about that and maybe some stories from your time in undergrad as a young teenager?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, puberty was a very interesting time. I'll say that. I went through puberty in university. So, I had, obviously a female voice for the first 2 years. Puberty was in my junior year. So I was not a ladies' man in my, first 2 years in university, of course. But, I think that there are facets of it that still align to, what I'm, how I am today, right? And part of that is, the moment I shot up and I was 6 feet tall, I started dressing differently, got rid of the sneakers, really trying to, make myself look older, started growing facial hair, and it was all in really to kind of adjust and align with my peers. And, towards the end of that, in the university experience, it all lined up. And today I still, dress a certain way because I think that's that legacy coming from trying to fit in during that time. But it was I think college, and especially college in North America, everybody's very open-minded. And so, yes, you may be younger, but it's really about ideas, and ideas are what people gravitate towards. So I always had a very good relationship with everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's undoubtedly impressive, and I'm sure that your peers, classmates, and professors, saw that. But I can see how that would impact you, and having a chip on your shoulder and saying like, hey, I'm younger, I got to make myself appear older and dress a certain way. So, that's very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, it's those are those elements that, are still there and a part of who I am, which I think is an experience that I would for sure, people always say, would you do it any differently? And the answer is absolutely not. I loved every minute of it.
Well, that's beautiful. So let's flash forward a little bit till after, you graduated college. You said you worked at IBM, then AMD. So what led to the creation of Biotricity? Was there like one core idea? Did you identify a problem? I want to hear, in your words, what led to the creation of Biotricity? Yeah.
So excellent question. And I think it really goes back to my grad work. So in my master's, I did a lot of work in sensor networks. So and I was working with Cisco and DoD and building this security and communication algorithms around wireless sensors. And so the idea was that you monitor an environment by using sensors, and you create a network of these sensors, and you communicate and collect data, and basically maps out what that environment looks like. And so I always found it interesting because they were talking about future applications, and they mentioned, healthcare is one of them. And that always, connected to me. And I was always like, that is something where we really need to bring technology, and that's where I think is the future. And so I kind of stepped away from that for a while, but it always was at the back of my head. And so then when I, after cloud computing and people were talking about how cloud computing was going to shift into healthcare, it kind of jogged that memory. And so I went, and then I was seeing these, in the investment banking experience, these healthcare companies, and I just felt that, that was a better concept. And so eventually I said, what we need to do is we need to build a platform because that is where I had really done my research in terms of sensor networks and creating a platform. And then you tweak the sensor for whatever space. And then cardiac and Biotricity's focus on cardiac, that was very much a methodical business decision, because cardiac is the #1 killer. It's the biggest cost in every country in the world. So when you're building a platform and you're saying, hey, we're going to collect data from individuals so we can intervene and deal with emergency response, you would apply that in the most in the biggest market, and cardiac was that. So that was the methodical part, but the connection really went back all the way to my grad school, because it resonated with me, this idea that in the future we're going to be monitoring buildings, we're going to be monitoring environments, we're going to be monitoring people, so that we can come in and preemptively deal with scenarios. And the biggest issue there is our healthcare.
Got it. So Waqaas, I think that's really interesting, as far as you saying that it was a methodical approach to decide to kind of start with cardiology. You know, because as you said, it's the biggest killer. It's dear in my heart. I lost my father early to heart disease. So I think anytime, as an investor too, I see companies that have an opportunity to kind of tackle this problem that we have in America, it perks my ears up. And I get really interested in saying, hey, this company can have a chance of making an impact when it comes to the cardiovascular health of Americans.
No, and that's exactly right. And you know what's very disappointing and also I think the opportunity and exciting for us at Biotricity, but from my perspective, is that, you know, diabetic patients have a glucometer. They have something to manage their condition in between visits. Cardiac patients have nothing. They get diagnosed and they're literally left to their own devices. There's no technology available to really manage for long-term disease management. I mean, you've got the Apple Watches coming out, you've got the Samsung Watches coming out that are collecting ECG data, but these are really awareness drivers, right? To collect a 30-second ECG, which is the maximum you can collect on a watch, you have to hold that watch, right? And most patients are asymptomatic. So, okay, great, you got this awareness driver, which is fantastic. And that's why we integrated with it, because it is truly an awareness driver and it is an entry point. But then what happens after that? Because you need diagnostics, and diagnostics is 30 days of continuous monitoring. Okay, great. You get diagnosed, you get a procedure, you get a medication, but then what happens? And, you know, you mentioned about your father, you know, these are the types of patients, they need tools available so that they can collect their information. They can see what's going on. And if they see that they're going out of range, they can preemptively go back to the doctor, or the doctor can call them. And this is where, if you look at what we've talked about at Biotricity, we are really starting at diagnostics, but our goal and our vision is to follow these patients through the cardiac journey. So go from diagnostics, okay, great, you've been diagnosed on our BioFlex device. What happens? You get a prescription, you get a procedure done. Now you go into disease management. What tool do you need? So we have this product that we've built, which is called the BioHeart, which is available for pre-order, and we'll launch it later this year. This is continuous ECG recording, and this does not exist in the world. It will be the first long-term tool for cardiac patients. Just like diabetics have a glucometer, this will fill that need. And then on top of that, you collect additional data points, and then you really move into disease management, so that these individuals, instead of seeing their doctor every 6 months, they can see them every 3 months, but they're going in because they have a complete picture of what is going on, and the doctor can actually intervene. And that's the biggest thing, right? How can you intervene or preemptively deal with an issue, as opposed to waiting until the individual has a heart attack and they're in the hospital?
Yeah, I mean, Waqaas, you touched on it there, that a lot of, you know, medical care we have in the country today is retroactive, right? Something happens and you go in and get a prescription, or you get a procedure. But why do you think it's so important to focus more on kind of the preemptive care?
Yeah, it's an excellent observation. And so, you know, when you look at care, right, and the cost on the system, because this is what I'm always looking at, 70 cents of every dollar spent on chronic disease. So when we talk about healthcare in America and it costs too much, or our outcomes are poor, or we don't have enough dollars to cover everybody, it's actually because we're spending 70 cents of our dollars on a small percentage of population that is very, very sick. And the reason that happens is because we are waiting until it's, you know, an event occurs. It's episodic, it's reactive. So I'll give you an example. I mean, we save lives every day because our device detects is a smart device. And when it detects an issue, the bioflux, while you're getting diagnosed, it communicates it to a call center. The call center can review that data and you can get the patient in. So if a patient is going to have a stroke, we see it happening before it happens, right? We see the AFib burden go up, we get them into the hospital and we're able to deal with it. Well, what happens if that patient has a stroke? Well, it's $250,000 just to deal with that event, on average. Then you have rehabilitation, depending on how bad of a stroke it was. And then they're on medication and they're a chronic patient for the rest of their life. But whereas if you had gone in earlier, or if they had a tool like a diabetic has a glucometer, you could have intervened maybe 6 months and 9 months in advance, right? Before there was even the point. Even our device, in my opinion, is a bit late, right? It should be that what's going on with the patient, the trend is going back, and then you use a diagnostic device to figure out how to intervene earlier. And so that is, where I see the need, and that is why I think it's critical for us to really, engage with patients and really interconnect all of these solutions to provide a cohesive approach to cardiac disease, but not only cardiac disease, just chronic diseases in general, because that's where the expense is, that's where the cost is. And if we solve that, we make our outcomes better, we make our health better, and we reduce the burden on the system.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I mean, I think it's, talking about preemptive care in general, but bringing it down specifically to cardiology. I mean, we see it so often where someone who appears, young and healthy has a cardiac episode. And so to handle this preemptively, I think would help drive down costs for healthcare across the board. Is that accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. And many of those people that are young and they have these events, and even sports people, sometimes we see these issues where they have sudden death. And the reality is that these individuals, they have family history or some sort of, that was not diet-based, it's, hereditary or it's genetic. So these patients should be watched and looked at. So at least they know, what are their parameters, and they themselves can become intelligent. And so that they know that, hey, I'm feeling something. I know my grandfather or something runs in my family. So I'm going to go in and preemptively see the doctor. And the doctor has that view and says, oh yeah, you are going out of range. Maybe we're going to do some preemptive and proactive work. And that is exactly right.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it, a couple months ago in the Euro soccer tournament with Christian Eriksen of Denmark. A healthy young soccer player just collapsed on the field, and luckily he was able to be resuscitated. But if he didn't have, medical staff there, like a lot of people don't have that luxury to have medical staff there present when an episode like that happens. So how could your devices help in a situation like that?
No, that's absolutely right. So the bioflux in our diagnostic device, it'll actually alert. So it doesn't matter where you are, provided there's cellular connectivity. Our diagnostic device is analyzing the data. So it'll actually see an event happening before it happens. It'll see the build up to that event. And then when the event gets triggered, it'll actually notify. And it's got two different types of notifications. One is saying, hey, this is something that you should look at, but it's not life-threatening. And hey, this is life-threatening. So in general, most of the time, you don't just end up at a life-threatening event. You actually see pre-events that foreshadow and show that something bigger is about to come. And so our device will detect all those events, and it'll notify the physician, and it'll say, hey, this patient is having this event. Maybe you should, look at them. And so the physician will make the decision ultimately and say, okay, yeah, the patient is going into AFib. They're having a tachycardia. It's happening multiple times. I'm going to call them in because I think something is going to happen, and they're going to make a medical or treatment decision. Now, if there's no warning and it just happens like in that soccer player, it'll alert immediately when it happens, and they can deal with emergency response. The product portfolio that we're building, which is up and coming, those products are for personal use. So what they will do is they're not necessarily going to scare a patient or an individual wearing it saying that, hey, you're having this event, but way early, like really, really early on, it's going to say, hey, you're going outside of normal range, right? So you should probably go in and see your doctor and let the doctor run, a diagnostics. And at that time, the doctor will use our diagnostic device as opposed to a regular consumer oriented device.
Got it. So, talking about the bioflux, I want to know more about kind of how this works in practice. Is the bioflux device something that's worn, over the heart, or how does that work for, customers?
Yeah, excellent question. So the BioFlex device it's the size of like a little Apple mouse. It's got 3 contact points. So you wear it, around your neck as a lanyard underneath your shirt. It'll have 3 contact points to your chest, right over your heart. Collect that data anytime it detects. So it's constantly recording, but also analyzing. Anytime it detects an emergency, it'll transmit that event via the built-in cellular technology it has. So we have built-in cellular tech inside that device to the call center. You have nurses and ECG technicians that can review that data. They review it, verify it's an actual, emergency or a critical event, and then they get in contact with the appropriate physician to determine next steps. Now, our consumer-oriented products, which is the BioHeart, which is coming up, that is on a dry strap. So that's for personal use. You can wear it all the time. The BioFlex is really diagnosed. So you're going into a doctor. He or she determines that you need a diagnosis or they don't know what's going on with you. They'll put you on the BioFlex. They send you home. They'll prescribe the device for a week or 2 weeks, bring it back, and then put it on to the next patient. It's not a personal device. It's a prescribed diagnostic device, which is insurance reimbursable, Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance reimbursable. The BioHeart is a personal device saying either if you have a family history or you're interested in your heart or if you've been diagnosed, this device connects to a strap. It's completely dry. There's no really sticky electrode. It's a chest strap that you wear across your chest. You can sleep with it, wear it as much as you like during physical activity, whatever you desire in terms of your lifestyle and how you want to manage. And it continuously collects your ECG data for analysis of what is considered normal for you versus generally what's considered normal. And then anytime you see yourself going out of range, that is, you're sitting on a couch watching TV and you've got an elevated heart rate, that makes no sense. So, versus if you're actually jogging. If you're jogging, that does make sense because, you're having physical exertion. And so in that case, that device is for personal use. An individual has it, and that one is not going to alert anybody, but it's something that you can use as a tool pre or post an event.
Got it. So is the BioHeart, is that separate from the BioCare Chronic Cardiac, or is that in a similar product line?
Great question. So chronic cardiac is really about disease management. So BioHeart plugs into that, as does our BioKit, which is coming out Q1. So that's really about collecting data points. And BioCare Chronic Cardiac, what that does is that collects all of these data points around the patient, including even if they've been on a BioFlex study, and puts it in one report, one analysis, so the doctor can see a full cohesive view of what is going on with the patient. So today we have the BioFlex. The doctor goes in and they see the diagnostic report, but they're not seeing all of these other elements because these patients don't have these devices or these technologies available to them at home. So as we launch and we deliver these products to patients, the BioKit and the BioHeart, all of that data comes straight into the same ecosystem. And so that way the physician can actually see, okay, they see the diagnostic report, but next to it, they see long-term data in terms of blood pressure and pulse O2 sats and all of this other statistical information about the patient, so they can actually see what's going on with the patient over a period of time so that they can better intervene and deal with any conditions with the patient.
Okay, and Waqaas, we're getting some good questions in the chat. We'll get to those in a second. So I'm curious about, I have an Apple Watch, and I know, wearable technology is becoming more and more prevalent. So sometimes, they do have like heart notifications on the Apple Watch and whatnot. What do your devices offer more than what is found in typical watches?
Okay, so great question. I'm going to kind of distill this down in a number of ways. So the Apple Watch and the Samsung Watch, they're awareness drivers. People who are unaware, people who don't really have a risk, they're still young, they may have family history, they're collecting it, and they're just interested. So you can take a 30-second ECG. Now, to do true diagnosis, you need a minimum of 24 hours of continuous ECG recording. So to do that on an Apple Watch, you have to hold your watch with your opposite hand for 24 hours. You're just not going to do it. And in that situation, you have one channel of data. So really, to do proper diagnosis, you should be having 2 or 3 channels of data. So and channels of data mean different views of your heart. So, and to put this in context, when Apple did their study, there are 400,000 patients that were enrolled, and they found, I believe the statistic was about 0.52% that actually had an issue, which was about 2,000 patients. Those 2,000 patients were then sent to a cardiologist for diagnosis, which is where a product like our BioFlux gets used to diagnose. So, Apple Watch, Samsung Watch, these are really about awareness drivers and having a useful tool at your fingertips in case you feel something, and get you into the cardiac world where you can actually use cardiac focused products that are really designed to deal with cardiac conditions. So now, what does a BioHeart do, which we're coming out with later this year? The BioHeart is a continuous recorder. So you wear it and you forget it. It's continuously recording. It's trying to behave more like a diagnostic, even though it's not. It's meant for a consumer market. So it's not really showing ECG data, it's collecting heart rate data. But the idea is collecting it long term. So because we know that if you detect an issue, and even on your Apple Watch or on your Samsung Watch, what's the next step? The next step is diagnostics, and diagnostics is long-term recording. So the standard of care to determine what is going on with the cardiac patient is you need long-term recording. And that is where we created a consumer product that does long-term recording. Now, that doesn't mean that you wouldn't use an Apple Watch or Samsung Watch. You'd use it in conjunction. So maybe you feel something, your symptom, you take your 30-second recording. You're like, oh, that's a bit funny. And then you go home, you put on your BioHeart, and you're like, okay, the next week I'm going to wear this every day, or I'm going to wear it if it was while you were exercising or what have you. I'm going to wear it for an hour every time I go to the gym. So you have a long-term recorder, a consumer product that you can use. And then if you still see that, then you can be like, okay, you know what? Maybe I'm going to go to the doctor. I'm going to collect all this data, and it's available in our ecosystem, that if a doctor is using our diagnostic technology, they have everything accessible to them.
Understood. So I'm curious, I guess, who is the target demographic for the BioHeart, for the consumer product? Is it someone like me who has heart disease in their family, who's otherwise, young and seemingly healthy? Or is it more for, older patients that might be worried about, a chance of a cardiac episode?
Yeah, it's really meant more for like the 45 to 65-year-old range, and probably on the upper end of that. Certainly people who know that they have a family history, or they're interested, or they're younger, they can definitely use it. They can also use it for sports, and really look at, optimizing their sport performance and performance analysis. But who is a product designed for? What is the unmet need that we're trying to fulfill? And who are we targeting? We're targeting, patients post-diagnosis. So individuals who have a cardiac issue, or people who are very high risk for it, and they use this product and they can use it to really manage their cardiac risk or their cardiac condition.
Got it. All right, Waqaas, we're going to get to some rapid fire questions from the chat. Just real quick here, we'll run through some of these questions.
Sure.
What does the charging look like for these devices? How often do you need to charge it or replace the batteries?
Great question. So they're all lithium-ion batteries, and they last for 3 years. In terms of charging, we recommend charging it for an hour a day. It's actually got a two-day battery life. So our model is, hey, when you're brushing your teeth or showering or what have you, charge it during that time, and you should never really run out of charge.
Got it. And so for the consumer product, can the data be viewed by the consumer, like with an Apple Watch or Samsung Watch, or does that data just go out to medical professionals?
So that's exactly why we built the consumer product. It's designed to show the consumer all of their heart rate statistics over a long period of time, because in the diagnostic world, the patient has no access to that data. It goes straight to the doctor. And that's why we built BioHeart.
And then how do these products, how are they different than a pacemaker?
Excellent question. So the BioFlux, the diagnosis off of a BioFlux, one of the solutions or treatment decisions is a pacemaker or a medication or doing something called ablation. So if you get onto the BioFlux, which is our diagnostic device, and it, based on the statistics that it shows the doctor is going to make, one of a few decisions. One of those decisions is a pacemaker install. And then they would use our device again after the pacemaker install if the patient is complaining of anything or on their yearly checkup, before changing the pacemaker settings. If they think that there's something different, they would again put the patient on our diagnostic, to determine, okay, what do I need to change on the pacemaker to get the patient back into normal?
So if I'm understanding correctly, the Biotricity products are to diagnose the problem, where the pacemaker is more in place to try to solve that problem.
Exactly. Right.
And so, Waqaas, you've spoken previously about the challenges of the reimbursement model in regards to the medical device industry. Explain that. What are the challenges of the reimbursement model?
Yeah, so one of the biggest problems in the reimbursement space is that many medical device companies fail not because of FDA clearance, because they don't understand reimbursement, or they're trying to create a new reimbursement code, right? So that means you have to lobby the government and say, hey, we want this new code. This is why studies have shown you have to do numerous studies to show why something is more valuable. We take a different approach at Biotricity. We analyze what the government, what Medicare, Medicaid have already identified as an unmet need, where they have established reimbursements and reimbursement codes. And then what we do is we build our technology to address those conditions and line up with the existing billing codes. So, to make a point, we received our FDA clearance in the beginning of 2018. The day after, we had insurance clearance because we were able to deal with insurance while we were waiting for the FDA clearance. And that is a big difference in terms of our commercialization strategy. We figure out the reimbursement and the business model before we even build a product. And we line that up. And so we have an immediate revenue stream and an immediate commercialization strategy the moment after approval.
Got it. So, Waqaas, has there been any discussion or thoughts about, like charging on a subscription model? So you have the device, then you have to, pay monthly or whatever to have the subscription for the service?
So what our model is it's a SaaS model. So we call it technology as a service model. So the doctor buys the technology, and then for our platform, the data storage, the cellular connectivity, all of that is paid as a technology fee per use. So, the doctor takes our device, puts it on patient A, diagnoses them. Patient A brings the device back. The doctor staff cleans it up and puts it onto patient B. So every time the doctor uses the device, they pay us a technology fee. And if they don't use it, then there's no technology fee to be paid. So it's a pay per use model on the technology and the software side, and then the device is bought.
So earlier we discussed kind of why Biotricity decided to focus on cardiovascular issues first. I guess because it's a big market and the leading killer in the United States. What other medical fields has Biotricity considered getting into, or down the road are you looking at?
So what we look at is, so cardiac is obviously, number one killer, we said, but cardiac also has a bunch of comorbidities. So there are these complex cardiac patients. So cardiac patients with sleep apnea issues, cardiac patients with diabetes, cardiac patients with kidney disease. And so the way we're branching out from cardiac is we're looking at all of the referring sources to a cardiologist and all of the other disease states that patients have. So patients with multiple diseases, what are their prevalence within a cardiac population, and what are those diseases? And then we say, okay, well, those patients need cardiac technology, but they also need sleep apnea technology. And so let's go and build and integrate with sleep apnea companies and build a more cohesive solution. So that's our approach. Again, methodical, business oriented, saying, hey, these patients have not just cardiac disease, they have multiple diseases. How do we address those other diseases?
Yeah, and I mean, I imagine for cardiovascular issues, I'm not going to say it's straightforward, but you see, it's kind of easy to identify irregular heartbeats and things along that nature. Does it become more challenging when you're talking about diagnosing something like sleep apnea or diabetes?
So I think every disease category have their nuances and their complexity. So yes, certain irregular arrhythmias are easy to pick up, but then there are these layers of complexities within those arrhythmias, right? So you can have your key areas, and then you've got these multiple variations, and those subcategories are very, very complex to diagnose. And many cardiologists even confuse it, and then they send it to an electrophysiologist. So the same thing exists in sleep apnea and these other areas. The baseline, I think, in most cases, these technologies have been studied, diagnostics are around. It's really about making them mobile and interconnecting them. But as you go deep, that's when the complexities come in, because there's nuances to all of these diseases. And in each category, I think you can grab 70 to 80% of the patient population and say, hey, I can address them. But that last 30%, the complex ones, there's all these interplays and nuances, multiple conditions, how those conditions interplay. All of that becomes really an art and a science combined, as opposed to just a simpler mathematical problem.
Got it. Well, Waqaas, thank you for joining us on Benzinga's All Access today. It's been fascinating to learn more about Biotricity, and we look forward to having you on anytime the company has any news or developments. Anything you'd like to add to investors?
I just want to thank everybody for tuning in. We're super excited about our vision going forward. And I think one of the things that people always miss about our company, and you rightly pointed out and saw, is that we are not just a device company. It's really a technology as a service company. So it's a recurring revenue digital health model, which is aligned and insurance reimbursable. And so this combination of insurance reimbursement and making sure there's a commercialization and a revenue stream aligned with technology as a service or recurring revenue model is what is driving our growth. And we've done triple digit growth last year. We'll do triple digit growth this year and next year. So we're super excited.
Well, Waqaas Al-Siddiq, the CEO and founder of Biotricity, thank you again for joining us. Looking forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you.
All right, let me bring my main man, Michael Murray, back on the stream. Michael, how are we doing?
Really good. That was awesome, man. Really loved it. You had some great questions. We got some really good information out of that. I really enjoyed that interview. That was awesome, man. Nice work.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most fascinating thing to me still is the college straight after middle school. I don't know what you were doing at 14, 15 years old, but I certainly was not taking college classes. I can assure you that.
It was not college for me either. I will promise you that. We're in the same boat. Yeah, very, very impressive. Love having Waqaas on.
Yeah. So Michael, real quick before we get going to our next companies, I want to do a quick crypto update. I see we have the heat map up here after a very strong day yesterday for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Both those major cryptos are slightly in the red, down about 1%. I see Cardano up about 2%. Solana down 2.5%. Dogecoin, Dogecoin is down 6.5%. So lagging behind some of the other major cryptocurrencies. Anything in the crypto world that you have your eye on, Michael?
Well, it really is Dogecoin. I mean, who is still holding Dogecoin? I mean, I know our very own Jordan Robertson told me just last night she's still holding Doge. I mean, why? Is there any practical value left in this thing at all?
I don't know. She might be the only one. I think a lot of Doge holders sold Doge to buy Shiba. I don't see Shiba on the heat map, but I think Shiba's having another strong day today. Let me get a quick fact check on that. Michael, while I'm doing that, what do we have coming up?
We have actually an interview with one of my favorite guests, spoken to him multiple times before, the CEO of Wrap Technologies. We've had him on multiple times. Wrap is an awesome company. Like I said, I always love speaking with him personally. Tom Smith, the CEO, really, really interesting to talk with. They've got some really cool technology, but talking about how they're applying it, but also what's coming up next for him is always really super interesting to listen to. So I'm really excited for the next interview.
Yeah, I mean, we there's a lot of media coverage in that field of police. So I think there's any company that is out there that is tackling that issue has just tremendous potential. Real quick, Shiba Inu is up 28% over the last 24 hours, so strongly outperforming the rest of the crypto market. This crypto update has been brought to you by Voyager Digital. Use the code ZING and get $100 in free Bitcoin when you deposit $100 or more. Or I think it's $50 in free Bitcoin when you deposit $100 or more. Again, brought to you by Voyager Digital.
Awesome. Cool. Are we moving into the next interview? We ready to bring on Tom Smith?
Let's do it. Let's get to Wrap.
Let's do it. Tom, how you doing? It's good to have you with us again.
It's good to be back again. I apologize if my internet's a little blippy. I'm in New Orleans for one of our big trade shows with the Major City Chiefs Conference, so I'm having to do this from a hotel.
No worries. Well, congratulations on that. Sounds very exciting. Give us some highlights of the conference then before we start off. What are you looking forward to? What's going on there? What are some highlights we should look for?
Yeah, so this is a conference where the top 80 chiefs in the country get together a couple of times a year and talk about issues that are going on. So it's a chance. We just announced recently that we're launching a new product, our next generation of the Bowl Wrap. So we're actually previewing it here and letting these chiefs see it ahead of time to talk to them about getting started with pilot programs, what's different on the new project. It's going to officially be launched next Tuesday on October 12th. So the conference timing worked out really well for us to be able to show the top cities in the country and Canada this new product ahead of market, and let them feel a little bit special and get some time with them to be able to talk about all the progress that's been made with Wrap over the last year and all of the body cam videos that we're getting from the field uses.
Awesome. Really exciting. Well, congratulations again on the conference. Sure, there's great things coming out of that. We've got some really good stuff lined up for you today. Like I said, it's always a pleasure to have you on. I've actually had the pleasure of talking to you several times myself on All Access. So always good to have you back. We've got a slightly different lineup of things we'd like to learn about more today. But obviously just a little bit about your background. You co-founded Taser, now Axon in 1993, served as president of Taser until October in 06. And here you are with Wrap Technologies. And again, digging into your background, we've asked you this before, but it's always really interesting to get this back. We always get really good feedback on your backstory when we dig into it just a little bit. So to kick things off, we've asked you before, how do you go from a degree in ecology and evolutionary biology from the University of Arizona to co-founding Taser? Total directional switch.
Well, I decided I didn't want to go to medical school for another 10 years, and I was chomping at the bit to get into the market. So I ended up going and getting my master's degree in entrepreneurism. And, with my dad having come out of the military and doing a lot of startups and turnarounds, it was something that I just was really excited about. And then we had a very tragic incident. My brother's friends were killed in a drive-by shooting randomly in Scottsdale, Arizona, of all places. So it really got our attention about, you look at technology and we can put man on the moon and we can talk on cell phones and do all these things. But the state of the art to stop somebody was still the way we fought the Revolutionary War, right? So the technology hadn't really changed. And this industry of law enforcement doesn't change quickly. So when we originally brought Taser to the market, it was the latest thing, and that was 20 years ago. And there's been nothing since then. And Taser obviously transitioned and became a household name. Everybody knows it around the world, took it to over 100 countries. And I'm super lucky enough to have a chance to do that again with the BolaWrap, which is the only tool that doesn't rely on pain compliance, which right now, with the timing of what's going on over the last 18 months and the George Floyd incident and all of the tragic viral videos that we've all seen, policing is looking for a way to be able to use tools that don't hurt people to stop them. And so my entire career has been spent in this space. So got to do it once with Taser, and it looks like we're going to be lucky enough to do it a second time and get a great team together to do this with Wrap.
Excellent. Yeah. Again, like I said, always enjoy hearing that story because it is such a directional shift from, evolutionary biology over to something like Taser. And when you look at that background with Taser, now Axon and everything else, that when you went through that company, what are some of the business lessons that you learned that positioned you as you were getting into the market to now hold the role that you have at Wrap? And doing the things that you're doing with that company? What are some of the lessons you learned, some hurdles you encountered and overcame as you went through your experience with Taser?
Well, one of the biggest things I just talked about is patience, right? So in the commercial world, everybody knows, new iPhones are coming out every year, cell phone, the tech is constantly changing. But when you're dealing with this law enforcement industry, you're dealing with government, you're dealing with an industry that does not change quickly. And really, there's never been more pressure on policing to change than there has been over the last 18 months. But really, what has changed? Not a whole lot yet. So really having the fortitude to stay with the program, to know that they're going to be slow, they're going to take their time to do their evaluations, and then to support them and really listen to the feedback on how you can help them. And that's really where the BolaWrap came from, was listening to that question of how can we stop somebody without hurting them, right? Because every other tool, the Taser, pepper spray, baton, ultimately a firearm, all rely on inflicting some type of pain compliance to get that individual to comply with what you want. And so the challenge is, how do you do something and get somebody to do something you want that's in a crisis, that may be on drugs or alcohol or mental illness, that you don't want to have to hurt them, but you need to get them help. And that's really where Wrap steps in and is helping solve that problem with this BolaWrap. And now that we're seeing all of these body cam videos, you're getting to see firsthand from the officer's perspective how this is being used in the field. And that's why we do so many press releases on it, because it typically doesn't get a lot of coverage because it wasn't controversial. It wasn't the next viral video. So we're saving careers, we're saving families from the anguish that they would have to go through. And it's really making a difference, as you can see with these agencies now that are using it. And it's a global problem. We're already in 44 countries, which is pretty amazing for just being 2 years into this.
Incredible. Yeah. And the quick growth, I think, is what really outlines how successful this has been, but also the need that's there for it too. And I think what people are recognizing. You broke into BolaWrap, the flagship product. We're going to talk about that. We've actually got some video and also a slide deck that we're going to go through on that. Before we jump into it, though, take us through maybe some of the misconceptions about the BolaWrap, or some of the objections or things that people aren't fully understanding about the product as this is being rolled out. Obviously, like you said, 44 countries, rapid expansion, and it's being picked up. Obviously, you're at a conference right now to help bring this to more people. But what are some of the misconceptions about BolaWrap that may be in the market that you would want to dispel?
Well, a couple of them, they think this is going to replace one of the tools that they have, and that's couldn't be further from the truth, right? I say repeatedly, you don't build a house with just a hammer. You have many tools to use that. So we're not trying to replace the taser or the firearm or any of the great tools that they have. We're providing a tool that fills that gap between verbal commands of asking somebody to do something, and then when they become non-compliant, not having to escalate to use those higher levels of force that require pain compliance. And using this early in that intervention is really the success that we're having. So in some of the misconceptions in the field, they'll say, okay, well, we can only use this in place of, let's say, one of those pain compliance tools where you're not going to be successful because you allowed it to escalate where it gets out of hand very, very quickly. But if you use this early and before the person has made the decision to fight or made that decision that they're really going to, continue to resist or flee, that stops it, gets them into custody, gets them the help that they need. And that's how we avoid that next viral video. And then one of the other things is people were concerned about the sound. Well, the sound is also an advantage for us because it's a distraction. So we're trying to get that person off of that line of focus of wanting to fight with the police or disobey the commands. So between being remotely restrained by the Kevlar cord, the sound from the device, all of a sudden their attention goes from the fight to looking down to figure out what's going on, giving the officers that window of opportunity to go in and go hands-on and put them into handcuffs if they have to and get them the help that they need. And so I think where it's being used has really been that misperception, and the body cam answering that question where a year ago we're saying, does this thing really work? So now they're saying, wow, I saw the body cam and had a really similar incident to that, and we want to get a program started. So it's really transitioned the company forward in talking with our customers to not have to prove the technology works, but now talk about how they can implement it and get started with it.
Outstanding. Awesome. Okay, so we've got a couple of pieces of collateral we'll run through here as we keep talking about the BolaWrap and dig a little bit deeper. We have a video piece I think we can tee up and play here, and then we'll have you explain that and kind of run through it after we let that play.
Sure.
Stop it. Leave. Wrap. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Reba. Who's Reba? Mercy on me now. Who's Reba? Wrap. No! No. Come on, dude. Siobhan.
So what are they looking for? My husband for a minute.
I know.
Hold on. I didn't steal no phone, sir. Sir, I didn't steal no phone. No, I didn't steal no phone. Whoa. Stop, Siobhan. No. What is y'all arresting me for? I didn't steal no phone. I didn't steal no phone.
Looks like we'll see if we can get Tom back on here. Tom, let us know if you can hear us. Looks like Tom's having a little bit of technical problems on his end. I know he did mention he's at that conference, so we'll see if he can reconnect in a minute here. But Bree, thanks for joining me back here. That was kind of a really high pressure video. I think there were a lot of tense situations going on in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see the product being used in the field. I think something that's really interesting about that, Michael, is with the taser and other like non-lethal, quote unquote, tactics that police officers can use for tasers. It's not necessarily non-lethal. They're just less lethal. I mean, we do see some cases in which people go into cardiac arrest from tasers and whatnot. So to have something that's truly non-lethal, I think can be very important for police officers to be able to have in their arsenal.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, I think what's really important to note too, and I'll ask Tom this when we're able to reconnect him as well, but it's the damage that these people can cause, not only to themselves in these situations where they're dealing with law enforcement, but the damage to others as well, and I think we've got Tom back on. Looks like he's connected. Tom, can you hear us okay?
I can. I apologize about the coverage.
No problem at all. No problem. We actually got through the video just fine. Aaron and I were actually just chatting for a second about those really high pressure situations, very tense, clearly, dealing with law enforcement and things like that. And I would imagine something that's very prescient and top of mind for you as well is the damage that some of these people can cause, not only to themselves in these situations where they're dealing with law enforcement, but also to others. I mean, that last clip too, where a woman is literally running into traffic. It's very dangerous, I think, for all sides of this situation, and something that can create, as Aaron Bridges said, a less lethal situation and resolve this peacefully. I'd imagine is a huge point of interest for you.
100%. And those 3 video clips were from Hillsborough, Florida, and they show the diversity of what law enforcement is facing. And again, the early intervention of the bowler wrap prevented it from escalating. The gentleman throwing a lawn chair as the guy's getting out of the car, the person that's may run back into the swamp, and the officers have to try and go in and deal with them in water. And then, as you mentioned, the last one, the woman sprinting into traffic with no care for herself. But now you've got drivers coming down a freeway that are going to have to swerve and miss her and cause, potentially other cars to get into a crash. By early intervention, use of this prevents those situations from escalating. And that's really where it's making a difference, which is why those body cams are so key for us to be able to share with other law enforcement agencies to understand how the tool can be used and where it can be used.
Absolutely. All right. So we've got your investor deck pulled up here. We're going to dive into this in a little bit more detail, but just let us know where you'd like to scroll as you kind of take us through maybe some of the technical facets of how this works and how it's put together on this first slide here.
Sure. So this is the first generation bowler wrap. As you can see, one of the things that also jumps out is that it does not look like a weapon. It's designed to be like a TV remote control so that it's not threatening, it's not escalating. We did have a lot of intellectual property awarded around this. We already have 14 patents issued. So again, an experienced management team knows that the intellectual property is going to be very important. And then the cartridge that snaps in and out of the front of the device is disposable. It's a one-time use. So that's the razor blade in the business model. And then, as I mentioned, next Tuesday on October 12th, we're going to be launching our next generation product, which I'm really, really excited about. Can't wait to start talking about that next week. It's something we've had over a year in the works. And it's really going to take us to the next level in terms of the product and the capabilities. And I'd love to get back. Real things here with the product is the simplicity, the ease of use, so that it can be used early in that confrontation and not escalate to those higher levels of force.
Absolutely. Yeah. What other slides can we turn to in this deck so our producers can kind of take us through any other?
I think some of the info, if you look at really the management team, towards the end of the deck, that's really what I'm excited too about building. And the fact that we're really changing the way business is being done for law enforcement. I'm really proud of the team that we're building. We recently added Glenn Hickman as our chief operating officer. He started on July 1st. We had Mario Knapp join us after a 28-year career with the Miami-Dade Police Department on August 1st. We had Clark Deaver join us to run our Wrap Reality, which is the virtual reality training platform that we're bringing in conjunction with the tools. And then most recently on September 20th, a retired chief inspector from the United Kingdom Home Office, Becky Newman, who joined us to really help with the international response, because I mentioned international has been a majority of our business. I believe that's going to continue. So as we build our team with Jags and Becky now based in London, really, really excited, humbled, honored with the team that we're pulling together here, because they all are seeing where this company has the potential to go to. And I'm getting the right talent together to really take advantage of the growth and the opportunity that we're going to see to make a difference and really literally change the world. And it's not many companies that literally get to say that they change the world. And in the world of policing, that is something that Wrap is able to do.
Outstanding. Great. Now, before we talk about Wrap Reality a little bit, because we have some collateral lined up for that as well, we've got a comment from one of our audience members who said he's been a long-time investor. It seems clear that the real revenue and profits will be on the cartridges. Once you get a department to sign on, what do your metrics say as far as reorder of the cartridges?
Yeah, so we're too early to see that yet because it is just something that's launched. And so as we, right now we basically have a ratio of about 6-to-1 when they're purchasing, right? So they train with a couple of cartridges, they carry 3 in the field, they have 1 extra, but the product's only been around for 2 years at this point. We're only in 600 agencies out of 18,000 in the United States. So we're predominantly going to be carried by growth of and adoption of the technology over the next couple of years. And then just historically, if I look at my previous life, I believe that those cartridges will continue to grow in terms of the revenue percentage over time. time, just due to the volume of them being used. But right now, we're really focused on the growth. It's going to be dominated revenue-wise from the actual sale of the bowler wrap because just the price is so much higher. And we have a long way to go, being in only 600 agencies with 18,000 left in the U.S. and then 12 times that number internationally.
Absolutely. Yeah, a lot of open space there in front. And absolutely great question from Greg. Then one more rapid fire before we go into Wrap Reality. The public can buy tasers. I know we had this question last time, I think, but the public can actually purchase tasers. Will they be able to buy wraps as well in the retail world?
A great question, and we are absolutely working on that. We actually have some technology that's being evaluated right now with the ATF. So they could do that today, but it would be about a 12 to 18 month process. So obviously that's makes it very, very challenging in a consumer space. And we believe some of the future technology that we're working on will allow us to sell into that market because we're getting a lot of inquiries from private security or school teachers or hospital security and other areas that then will open up even bigger markets for us. So that is something that's been on our research and development roadmap to address. And we hope to be getting some news out on that in the next 12 to 24 months.
Excellent. And I know we've got a couple of people in the chat saying they will definitely be getting one. So certainly looking forward to that. Tom, let's talk about Wrap Reality a little bit. I know our team has some collateral teed up on one of the slides there. Let's talk about this a little bit. What can you give us as far as details for Wrap Reality?
So again, when you look at policing, and they don't change very often, one of the areas that people talk about, I've talked to several groups around the country that there are states where hairdressers get more training than a police officer. And you think about the job the police officer has to do, training is one of the most important investments they can make, yet in tough budget times, it's the first area that gets cut. So when we looked at that, and we're already talking with all the trainers, and we work with over 3,000 trainers across the country already, this was a natural element for us to bring in a virtual reality training platform and take technology and bring it to police training that we can make it much more effective for them. It's so immersive, and it's all the tools that's available. So it's not just training on bowler wrap. It's every single use of force that they have. It's the firearm, it's a taser, pepper spray, baton. But more importantly, we're also focused on verbal communication skills. Just being able to talk to somebody, being able to de-escalate in all these different environments. We already have 35 different scenarios, so the instructors can really branch out within those scenarios. And this is something that they can do a couple of times a week through virtual reality rather than just showing up a couple of times a year at an academy. So it's going to be a paradigm shift within law enforcement that Wrap Reality is really a huge opportunity as we develop this technology. We've also partnered with Amazon Web Services to deliver this and to make sure it's delivered securely, tracked securely. We're excited about working with Amazon on this. So it's something that's got a really bright future for us that we're taking a lot of time in. And as I mentioned with Clark Deaver coming on board recently and really focused on our investment for that, it's something that we're going to take slowly. We're going to, not have a huge impact immediately on, but I think the opportunity is enormous as we look to changing the way police training is being done and using technology to make that change. And it's a perfect complement from our bowler wrap devices to this training platform and creating a real platform for law enforcement that solves problems both with tools in the field, along with helping their brain skills and get used to communication and all the different facets that they have to do as a law enforcement officer.
Got it. And then on kind of a similar vein to one of the earlier questions too, but what do you see in terms of acceptance and willingness to bring something like this into police education and law enforcement teaching and things like that? Are there any blockers or any kind of resistance or pushback when you're talking about products like Wrap Reality? It seems like something that would be really self-explanatory in terms of helpfulness and really creating a solution to this problem that we have. But are there any obstacles or blockers that you've had to overcome and things that you've come up against when you're taking these things on?
Yeah, some of the blockers are really just that we don't make it too much like gaming, right? Because it has to be real. So as soon as you put somebody in that environment and it's not done well, they may get motion sick or they may, it won't seem realistic to them. So they aren't going to take it seriously. So we've really focused on making sure that it's a good experience for the end user so that the training and the material we're presenting, that they're focused on that. And the fact that we're getting responses from major agencies that are already starting to use this, and just had a call yesterday or meeting here with one of the chiefs yesterday that said we need to get more of these in-house because the officers are really engaging with this training. A lot of these young officers that are coming into policing now grew up with video gaming and PlayStation and all of those types of scenarios. So now they're used to this platform that we can adopt and help them do their job better. And it's something that, again, they don't have to just take 1 or 2 days a year and go to an academy. This is something that I envision down the road that they could do just about anywhere from their home or from their car, especially as 5G comes online and you can deliver this material through the Amazon Web Services group that we're working with. So it's really got enormous potential, enormous opportunity for us as we look forward. And it's something that the police are begging for, right? The job that they're in is absolutely one of the most difficult out there because it changes. You never know what's going to happen when you approach somebody. You don't know what's been happening with them. You don't know their mental state. Are they influenced from drugs or alcohol? Yet the officers have to be able to deal with this entire breadth of scenarios every day. And so anything we can do to help them on the training side, especially with Rap Reality through its immersion to be more prepared to handle those situations calmly, is going to provide better outcomes for everyone involved.
Absolutely. No, that's great. And that's good insight into kind of the acceptance and what we're seeing with that. And a couple of really good questions from our audience as well. And one I kind of want to expand on a little bit, but serialized, one of our audience members said, hopefully it means that they're traceable. Are these tools trackable once they're in the hands of law enforcement so they don't wind up in the wrong hands or with people that may make ill use of the technology? Are we able to keep a hold of these after they're out there into the hands of law enforcement?
I was talking about traceability of the products. We do serialize everything. Our new equipment that we'll talk about more next week has some more advancements in that area. But tracking and being able to list and see all the uses that officers are doing is something very important we do work on and focus on very seriously.
Outstanding. Awesome. And then one more question before we move on to a couple of things about just the process of how this is being accepted and everything else. Something that one of our audience members asked, time needed to train a department with VR or with, Rap Reality versus what's been done so far, traditionally in-person training and things like that. Does this cut down on the time necessary, on the time invested into training officers up to the point where they can handle situations? Or is it about the same length of time process in terms of training?
No, well, it's really going to depend on each agency. But to give you an example, something that may take 2 hours in a classroom, we can accomplish in less than 30 minutes in Rap Reality. Not only does it get done, 4 times quicker, the percentages when you look at commercial studies, I believe it's over 300% more comfort with the material they've been presented in, and they're going to retain it because they didn't just read about it, they experienced it. They were fully immersed in it, so it affected all the senses to really have an impact on them. And the nice thing with Rap Reality is these are broken into these little small segments, 5, 10, 15 minutes at a time, so they can go back and redo them multiple times and really say, I'd like to take another approach at that, or I'd like to try it again. And they can continually do that, where when they train today, they really only get that exposure when they go to the academy, and again, might only be once or twice a year, and then there's really no follow-on training besides that. So this is something that we want to make much more readily available, give them much more immersion into, and it gets done much, much quicker, which is going to be a big bang for a return on the investment when they look at the overall cost compared to the way they do it today.
Absolutely. And then one more question on this. Again, our audience is just keeping them coming in quickly here. But one more, what's the most often heard reason from departments specifically about not wanting to use the BOLA wrap, and how do you address that? Is there any one thing that seems to be standing out that needs to be overcome, or is it something that may just take some time for more departments, obviously already with the growth that you've had?
Yeah, the biggest thing is time. It does take time, but I can tell you flat out, it's budget, right? Police are always scrambling to try and find budget. So we're working with a lot of grant programs to try and help them find additional funding, both at the state, local, and federal level. There's a lot of money coming out of DC right now that we're helping the police departments navigate to with grant writers through policegrantshelp.com on the website. Or they can come to our website, rap.com, and direct them to grant writers. So grant money and helping them find budget has really been the biggest thing that has been a challenge for a lot of these agencies as they balance, budget cuts, they balance losing officers, having to hiring officers. So we do try and help them. But that's pretty much been the number one thing is where does this fit in the budget cycle, the timing to get them out on the streets, to get them through the training, get policy approval, and just literally the logistics of these agencies sometimes can take months, if not years, especially on the larger agencies.
Wonderful. Okay, really, really good information on that one. Appreciate that. Let's talk about selling outside of the country, outside of the U.S. I know you mentioned 44 countries that you're involved in earlier. Really, really impressive growth. But when it comes to selling this kind of technology outside the U.S., what are the differences in acceptance from other countries? How is the strategy different? And then on a larger note, what's your continued plan for international expansion?
So obviously COVID is affecting everybody. And for us on the international side, it's really given us a lot of challenges in not being able to travel because the country restrictions change, or it's literally the goalposts are constantly moving for everybody. So we've had to really pivot and go to a lot of virtual meetings and then work with the distributors. So here in the US, it's 18,000 decision makers, it's 18,000 chiefs, city councils, right? So it's a completely different process. Where you go internationally, it's typically made at the ministerial level, right? It'd be at the Minister of Interior or Minister of Defense. So we usually work with exclusive distributors in those countries. And luckily, we had got 44 different distributors before COVID hit, that they've been able to continue the momentum in those countries because it is going to be made at a very high level before 18,000 different decision makers here. You're going to have one or two internationally. So it's a process where they'll usually start with a trial program, which is what we've been seeing as we've introduced it to these countries. But I also knew it was going to be really important for the international markets because they don't use as much force as we do here in the United States. So as an example, the United Kingdom, I believe it's still about 80% of their police officers don't even carry a firearm. So I knew this tool was going to be something that was going to have a huge international opportunity and presence. And we've already seen that. And I believe we're going to continue to see that, which is also why we're having and growing our international sales group and support teams out of London and Europe, because I think that's going to be a huge starter for us. And we just saw Italy. Italy is a country, just to pick one country, where it took decades to get them started with some of the other technologies. And within, a year and a half, they've already looked at the bowler wrap and have it now in Genoa on the streets of Italy in a field trial. So very quickly they adopted this, are trialing it, and the response has been really positive so far.
Wonderful. And I see a couple more questions from the chat, but I know we're drawing close on time. I also know we will have you back again, I'm sure. One more quick question as we wrap close. I don't want to go over time here, but as we look into the future, top of mind for you over the next Q4 here leading into next year, what is really big in terms of development and things coming up for Wrap that our audience should really be looking for? Updates, progress, anything else?
Yeah, tune in next Tuesday, October 12th, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. That is our next generation of the bowler wrap technology that we've been working on for over a year. It's really next level stuff that we're super excited about. And that's what we're focused on, is the launch and the transition from our first generation and the platform it's created. Very solid foundation, giving us all these body cams, to something now that addresses a lot of things that have been asked for by voice of customer on things that they wanted. They didn't need them, but they wanted them, that we've been able to look at. So, getting this product launched next week, getting it out into the hands of our customers through Q4 and into next year, it's going to change our margins. It's going to change the uses. There's just a lot of benefits that we're going to have from this next generation technology. So it's something we're really, really excited about. And then also the Wrap Reality launch with Amazon Web Services that'll be coming later this month. We're already in beta with some of our agencies, just starting right now. So as we get through those beta launches with AWS, and then getting it out to the rest of our clients and continue to develop that program with Clark as he builds his team. Those are kind of the things I'm looking at short term, as well as all through 2022, that I'm really excited about.
Outstanding. A lot on the future for sure. Tom Smith, the CEO, President, and Director of Wrap Technologies. Always a pleasure having you on. Thanks again for being with us.
Absolutely. Anytime. And we'll have to get on and talk about the new tech soon.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that. Good luck in the rest of the conference. Looking forward to chatting more about that. Tom Smith joining us from Wrap Technologies at his conference in New Orleans. Excellent interview there. Aaron Bree, do you want to join me back on and let's talk about what Tom Smith just broke us through? Really, really interesting. I see him settling in the studio. He's putting on headphones. There he is. How was it, Bree?
What is up, Michael Murray? I mean, I think that, like I said earlier, I mean, look, people think tasers are, a non-lethal choice for police officers, but there's actually, some problems that arise sometimes with the use of tasers. So I think anytime we have truly, non-lethal devices that police officers can use, it will help this problem that we've obviously seen our country, grapple with over the past few years.
100%. Yeah, I think the non-lethal solutions are so important, especially like you said, just the events that we've had in the past 2 years. There have been so many instances on the news of things going wrong and encounters with law enforcement. It's amazing to see what they're working on. And a shout out to our audience as well. Really good questions there for Tom. I love the engagement. I think Tom really enjoyed getting to address some of that stuff. And obviously, I think we'll probably have him back on again soon too. Sounds like they have some big things in the offing. So a
Yeah,
lot of
I mean,
stuff to look forward to.
I'm not surprised we got some great questions for the chat. It's a very intelligent bunch we have here in the chat. So as we bring these companies on, drop your questions in the chat. We will pull questions from the chat. This is really the only place on YouTube or otherwise that you have access to ask these questions that you may have to the companies directly. So really take that opportunity and ask the questions that you have, because you're not going to get that. If you turn on CNBC or go somewhere else, you will not have the opportunity to have your thoughts and questions really presented straight to the company executives themselves.
Absolutely. It's a great opportunity. We love being the mouthpiece for that too. Bree, what's next on our agenda? I know we don't have a speaker here for a bit. We've got a bit of a midday break. Are we reviewing headlines? Are we bringing in Mr. Mitch Hotch? What is our plan?
Yeah, Mitch should be joining us any second. We're going to do a little bit of everything, Michael. We're going to go through some of the top headlines of the day and also take this time to take some tickers out of the chat, see what everyone's watching today. I know on my radar, we talked about this yesterday on the Power Hour, but the China trade. So there's a lot of these Chinese stocks that have just gotten beaten down, whether it's JD, Baba, DD, and today they're coming roaring back. I mean, Baba's up almost 10% right now. I'm going to get my Benzinga Pro pulled up here, and we'll take a look at that. And we'll go through some of the top headlines of the day, and maybe another quick crypto update. How does that sound, Michael?
Absolutely. A quick crypto update. And Money Mitch has joined us as well. Let's do a crypto update. Let's hear from Mitch. How's it going, man?
What's going on? I saw a lot of people talking about the SHIB. The market's up. A lot of stocks trading. I even took a stock. So I'm definitely enjoying the day. I took the bros. I got to get the bros coffee.
Yeah, so
bros coffee.
Let me get that chart pulled up real quick, Mitch. So we've seen Dutch Bros obviously go on a crazy run after the company went public, and then it started trading off, and it looked like we saw, that it found some support here, right? Mm-hmm. Is that what you saw when you decided to get in this?
Yeah, exactly. I'm going off of that support, trying to get it. And I mean, the story of Bros is an interesting one. It's a relatively new company, kind of like we're learning right here, learning about this company. I would love to get this company on an All Access. We needed to go ahead and do a reach out to Dutch Bros. But yeah, I took this trade off of the retracement here. We're getting back towards the 38.2 retracement on the Fibonacci's. I really just wanted to just see this 5-minute pattern hold. You can see here clearly 5-minute pattern. I took it off the VWAP, so I got in right here. And I'm just looking for this to close above 43.75 on the day. That would give us a good lift. But let's take a look at the overall market, right? And so what moved today? Let's do an overall market look. SPY really coming up from pre-market. I mean, if we take a look from yesterday's low all the way up to where we are right now, we're talking about a 3.2% move in this overall market here, the SPY. I mean, definitely holding, and I mean, it's holding well in the day. I didn't think we would see such a great push back up, but we're definitely finding the dip. Look at the 2-day move there. That is some strong candles right there, getting us out of this low area where it was danger. 426.95 was that area. Now we're really above this 435. And I mean, there's definitely some stocks moving out there. Consumer cyclicals are moving. You got apparel manufacturing there. You could take a look at Levi's. They had earnings and guidance put out today, having a good day. Look at the Naked even showing up. So definitely, whether it be higher or lower name, moving on up today. Specialty retail is an area that I've been looking at. This is where you can find JD, PDD. A lot of these Chinese stocks were bouncing back today. Baba up 9%. Aaron, you thinking about Baba?
I actually okay, so Mitch, it's kind of a sore subject for me right now because a couple days ago on Tuesday, I was just showing Luke this. I saw Baba was kind of like showing some relative strength about them, against the market. And it looked like we were at a point where we were going to have to reverse and come back up. Like we had gotten too far beaten down. And I put out an order to buy a weekly call at like $147 strike price. I think it was about $130 was the premium I would have to put down to buy that call. And this was when the stock was trading a couple dollars below it. So I think it was at 145. Baba was when I put an order out to buy this call. I got unlucky and the call wasn't getting filled. So I had to cancel it. And then lo and behold, that same contract that I tried to buy for $130 is worth more than $1,000 today. So if I would have gotten that call filled, I'd be sitting pretty. But this is one we've been watching for a while, and I think we're finally getting that reversal and that breakout that a lot of people have been looking for in BABA.
All right, looks like we got someone peeking on in here. How we doing, Spencer?
Yeah, my camera won't work for me, but I can hear you and I can talk to you. I was listening to the conversation and I wanted to hop in because I wanted to give Dennis Dick a shout out. We talked about this. I want to say it was Monday, maybe even Friday. I don't know. The days all blend together. Who even knows anymore? Yeah, Jay Rice, exactly right. This was, and actually we probably said this months ago too. This was always going to happen, right? You had to know. Wait, Mitch, how far zoomed in is this chart we're looking at?
This is the daily. Right here is Monday.
Okay. So we all had to know that this was going to happen. That Alibaba and not just them, JD, whomever, they were all going to have a rip. They were all going to rip higher, like 10% or more in like a couple of days span, right? That's like Jay Rice is saying that, that's exactly right, right? Dennis said that days ago. We probably said that months ago, right? It's a question of not getting suckered in the moment, not buying the rip, right? And just remembering that we're in a downtrend, a massive downtrend. Like, you probably don't want to buy it up here. Could it go another 5-10%? Yeah, probably. But like, ask yourself if this really, like, if you were going to buy BABA, if you really wanted to buy BABA, why would you buy it now? I guess it just went up. What is that, 10%?
10 points overnight, Spencer.
Yeah.
It opened up 10 points overnight.
You had to know that this always happens. Nothing goes straight down. This always happens. Stocks that are in massive downtrends.
See, Spencer, I kind of disagree with you there. You're saying, why would you buy BABA now? And I think the idea of someone who would buy BABA now is it's at $157. This stock was at $300 6 months ago, and now it's actually showing some strength.
I think that if you really want to buy it, I think if you wait a couple of days, you could probably get it for less.
Well, okay, so that's why it's important to talk time frames. Because if you're looking at it on a day trade, like if you're looking to buy it and sell it today, would I buy it today after it's already been up 10%? No, probably not. Yeah. But if I was looking at down the road, I think here is where you could say, hey, look, now we've seen not only retail investors peak interest back up in BABA, but a lot of quote unquote smart money as well. Charlie Munger, who's Warren Buffett's right-hand man, essentially doubled his position in BABA when it got down to that $140 level. And look, that's why it's now that you're seeing it outperform the markets 3 days in a row, saying, hey, this is some real strength coming in the stock. If I'm looking to buy and hold it for a year or 2 years, that this movement is a good sign.
You're right, because in the grand scheme of things, today's move means nothing because we're still basically at the low. And then speaking of time,
don't forget though, guys, this still has China pressured on it, right? I mean, at the end of the day, this is bouncing back, but I think a lot of this has to do with the overall market bounce back, not necessarily a catalyst in BABA.
Oh yeah,
that's my personal opinion.
That's true. That's so I totally agree. You can look at JD. I saw you at Pinduoduo. You can look at that. You can look at Baidu. I have not looked at these charts today, but I assume that they're similar. They are.
Yep, all up.
Yeah. So to Aaron Bree's point about time frame, like I guess if you were looking at this for a trade, I mean, where and you were to buy it here, where would you stop yourself out at? Like at today's open? That's a long ways away, isn't it? I'm trying to look.
That's why I kind of draw these boxes here. Yeah. So one of the things that you can clearly see, I mean, of course, we're not talking at the open here. We're talking where it is right now. But so the right box would be that risk down towards, let's say, Monday's lows, and the left box would be towards the next resistance. So it looks kind of more to me like a 1-to-1 trade, maybe 1.8 to 1. You're not looking for a 2-to-1 trade here. And so it's really all about your personality here. If you just think Baba's never going to ever come back in that area, then of course, why not take the shot? I do think it could come back into this gap area. So if you want to look into an area that I would look for a buy area, I would look for that shadow to get filled a little bit, come back below 150s. Then I don't mind taking that shot off of 140s. Maybe 157 is a little extended, but it's always your decision as a trader. I don't mind it if you took this trade, because at the end of the day, you're talking about a stock that's declined how much on the weekly. So you do have an upside look. We're talking about from the highs, 55.65% down. We'll see if this one can get back up towards at least 175. But let's get out of the China trade here. Let's talk. Right. There's so many different stocks moving, so I don't want to stick on one area today. Auto parts up. I saw a bunch of these stocks up today. MGA, Magna up about 6% there. You got some other stocks that were moving in this area today. I was interested to see what would happen. But as you can see, there's so much green. When you see on the right-hand side, this is my industry sides for consumer cyclical, and they're all in the green, all pushing towards the highs. We could look at basic materials, copper having a good day today, steel having a good day today. Let's look at U.S. Steel. Let's see how it did today, 1.6%. Not looking too bad. I mean, it was dipping, did pop up there. We'll see if steel can continue making moves. Technology, of course, we're seeing the second day that it really starts pushing back up. Some of these names, the leading industry I have is solar. So you know how I like my solar stock, Spencer. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I kind of gave up on it right here. I was giving up on it. I was like, oh, no, we're not going to go for this breakout on solar. But looks like we turned around strong here, leading us. FTCI, Sol, MaxN, Run are some of those names. And let's continue looking. What other stocks are moving out there? If you guys got a stock you guys want to talk about in the chat, definitely throw it up there. I see 216 people out there.
Clayton wants to talk about CEI.
CEI.
I have not looked at. All right, so the last time I looked at CEI was about 4 hours ago. So, and I saw it was up a little bit at like 7 a.m. That's the last time I looked at it. So I don't know what it's done since then.
This is what you call a battle of the pump and dump.
Oh my goodness.
So it's just battling here, you know. It got dumped on, and then now people buying the dip. I mean, also one of the things to remember is also market effects, right? And so the positive in the market gave it that little boost that I think traders really jumped on it. As you can see, it was really holding VWAP sideways. Now really getting the volume to put on there. 20 million shares traded just in that in this last 5-minute candle. So definitely getting up there in volume. Let's take a look at the daily volume. Volume on the day we got 353 million shares traded. This one traded of a high volume here at 972 million shares traded, Spencer. Does that sound a little bit of high volume there?
Yeah, you got to ask yourself this.
What's the float on this stock? That's an interesting question.
I don't know. Let's look it up in Pro real fast. Ask yourself this: if you're bullish or bearish, or what do you think is easier for the stock right now? You think it's easier for it to go up and regain all those losses? I think it's easier that it keeps going down. I think it's probably easier that it keeps going down.
Yeah, I think it's going to stop.
This is a really that is an uphill battle to fight right there.
Mm-hmm. I fought to get through this level a couple times, 179. That's kind of where I'd look to see if you get that halted stop where it just gets right up there and just quickly reverses right back down towards $1. Just putting it out there because it is a heavy resistance that it fought through last time in between the period of September 14 and the 24th when it broke out. We'll see if it gets through that level. 179 is the area I'd be looking for.
The great thing about this stock, and we'll end this conversation soon because I do see our next guest here. The great thing about this stock is because of the volume, it is super liquid. So if you want to trade it, you can trade it. There is ample opportunity for you to get in and out because the volume is crazy. It's super liquid right now. So that's the silver lining. Mitch, to answer your question about the float, I'm trying to on my laptop here, and I got 100 million shares. So that's not nothing.
I mean, you know what that shows you? That this stock likes to rotate the float. And that's when you can get a stock to really move. When you can really start trading the 2-3 times the float in that day. You're talking about 300 million shares traded. The float's only 100 million. So you're literally flipping that float 3 times. You'll see a stock move from that. Last thing I want to do is definitely just do a sector analysis here. You can see everything's in the green today. Even energy is in the green. So definitely, if we just take a look at the change, you can see consumer cyclicals leading us, technology, then basic materials. On the bottom side at 0.57, utilities is still even up, which I didn't expect after seeing them run when the market was kind of in that chop zone. I didn't expect to even see those in the green, but that's just to show you that, hey, everything's in the green today, at least what it's looking like. I know a lot of people are going to be at the close talking about a lot of stocks because, I mean, when you go through the scanners, you're going to see a lot of stocks up over 3%, and we'll continue to look at the market. Like always, join us and at the close. We'll be on at 3:30. 3:30. I'll be on there. I'm going to hold it down myself.
No. I'll be on with you.
You'll be on?
I'll be on with you.
I'm looking forward to it,
I
Spencer.
can't promise I'll be on with video, but I'll be on with you. And here, you know what? Just real fast, because I see our next guest backstage. We'll bring him on in a couple of secs here. I just want to, because there's a few more stocks in the chat, and I just want to.
Let's do it.
We're not going to get to all of these. We will write these down and cover them out on at the close at 3:30. Mitch and myself. But someone asked about Mara, and I want to go to Mara, only because the guest, not our next guest, but the guest after him, Doug Croxall, used to be the CEO of Marathon Holdings. So so let's take a look at Mara here.
Yeah, at least on the day, it looks like it's trading down 3.96%. This could be also that, I mean, it did get a nice little 3-day move, right? And you can see it here, a nice 2-day move, just pulling back. I would like to see it hold this high. The high here is 37.29 for it to come back through 40. 40 is going to be an important price point. As you can see, we've been trying to fight through this level. We don't want to come back all the way down towards the support down here. So we've been trying to hold on, get through 40 again. There's a big high here that it needs to get through. It's just 45, but we'll see if it can hold on today, go sideways. And the sideways days are not bad. You know, one of the things that I like to use is the hourly chart, and it's still looking like it's holding an hourly pattern there. It just needs to go sideways here, come back up through 39.
All right, let's just do that. We'll do one more.
All right, let's do one more.
Let's do desktop. Yeah.
No,
okay.
I saw FBX in the chat.
Yeah. Okay.
I was wondering if it's going to fill the gap. There's a gap right here that's important to me. Look how that's a big one.
Yeah.
I've been seeing so many shadow fills that I'm trying to pay attention to these trades, because if you can get multiple bottom looks, like kind of like I'm seeing off of this 220 area, I'm like, okay, so if I can get close towards that 220, risk really tight. If it can go all the way back up towards that shadow, we're talking about a nice 10% move on a $220 stock. It's not a bad looking play there for FedEx. We'll see if it can get back up there. Definitely did gap down there. And I think with the overall market coming back and roaring, if that's what happens, then you probably get that shadow fill. We'll see what happens in FedEx.
All right. Money Mitch, man. Thanks for coming on.
Boom.
Will
need to go get my bros coffee, man.
Yeah, I saw you tweeting about that. AB, where you at? Why don't you? I think AB just stepped away, but I see him back here. Mitch, I'll see you on the stream in about 3 hours. We'll be walking everyone into the close, hanging out, talking some stocks and whatever is on y'all's radar. So
do what you guys do on All Access. Unlock those stocks for me. Get me some more information so I can be informed. And I think that's what it's always about.
Thanks a lot, Mitch. AB, you're back?
Yes, sir. Spence, how we doing?
Doing well. Wish I could I wish y'all could see me, but you can't. But I guess you have to settle for my dulcet tones. AB, who we got next?
We got Jim Mish, who is the CEO of 22nd Century Group. That's ticker XXII. Very interesting company, Spencer. We've spoken to Jim before, so I'm excited to get him back on the stream.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Jim Mish, CEO of 22nd Century Group. Welcome to Benzinga's All Access. How are we doing this Thursday?
I'm doing great. How are you doing? And appreciate coming back on.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to have you back on. So before we get into it, do you mind just giving a quick, brief overview of 22nd Century Group and kind of what the mission is there?
Yeah, so at our core, we're a plant-based biotechnology company. We tend to focus on 3 specific plant lines, and our primary mission and the foundation of the company was initially a focus on low nicotine tobacco and reducing the harm caused by smoking. And that continues to be our primary mission, our obsession. That's what we get up for every day. It's what we go to bed for every night, is to drive our tobacco franchise, as we call it, forward with FDA authorization. And we can talk more about that in a moment. But we've diversified the company into hemp cannabis. And then finally, within the last month or so, we announced our hops franchise. And really our mission across those 2 franchises is to bring disruptive ag into those markets to serve high growth, high margin end use markets, pharmaceutical, consumer products, recreational, et cetera. So we've got 3 franchises, all plant-based biotechnology that all can bring disruptive technology faster, we feel, than other global methods. From a very scientific approach. And we're advancing the business across all 3 franchises, thankfully, including the primary mission around tobacco and reduced harm from smoking. We still look at 1,300 people a day dying in the U.S. from harm caused by smoking. And that continues to be our primary mission, is to bring out our low nicotine tobacco and cigarette brand into the market.
Yeah, so Jim, this market seems very unique. The low nicotine cigarette to try to alleviate some of the harms caused by traditional cigarettes. Do you know what the total market opportunity is in that space?
Yeah, in the U.S. alone, the retail space is over $700 billion. Now, again, that's a well-established nicotine combustible space in the U.S. It's larger globally, and we're just not focused in the U.S. We're initiating launches offshore as we're waiting for the second of 2 FDA authorizations, the modified risk tobacco product authorization, which is a marketing claim. But in the U.S., it's over $700 billion. Globally, it's well north of that. And even the small percentage of market penetration means obviously large dollars, multi-billion-dollar type of brand opportunity, while causing the reduced harm capabilities with those who are currently addicted to the combination of combustible nicotine-based cigarettes.
So, James, before we get into, and I want to get into the specifics of the different products, offered or that 22nd Century Group is developing, but I want to get into your kind of like background and how you came to the company. Do you mind just speaking about your background, kind of what you were doing right out of college and whatnot?
Sure. My background started in the pharmaceutical industry in research and development. I've got degrees in organic chemistry. So I started my career in pharmaceutical, but eventually wanted to move onto the business side of things and worked my way through a variety of private equity, private family held, large corporate conglomerates that served the pharmaceutical industry from an ingredient space and a solution space, but then also got heavily involved in consumer products, food, beverage ingredients, personal care ingredients, and a wide variety of companies along the way. Most recently, before 22nd Century, I got back into the pharmaceutical space as a API producer in private equity that had both a controlled substance division and then also a synthetic cannabinoid division that was very dominant and continues to be very dominant in the clinical pharmaceutical space. So what drew my attention to 22nd Century was the combination of being able to bring a an ingredients, a solutions perspective to 22nd century. Obviously drive the plant biotechnology. And then I was very enthralled and really supportive of the primary mission around the harm reduction, because it's just a horrible thing that's happening for decades upon decades, and felt very quickly that 22nd century did in fact have a solution for the issue.
Yeah. So one thing I found very interesting there is you said you got a degree in organic chemistry. I know organic chemistry can be kind of the weed out class for people that are going through, pre-med classes and whatnot. And you went out and got a degree in that. So, that sounds tough for me, but I don't know how I guess difficult it was for you.
Yeah, and I was not pre-med because I pass out at the sight of blood, so it was not a flunky pre-med approach. But always loved the sciences, and my philosophy has been pretty clear with my career, which is if you apply a technology that is sound from a scientific and methodology basis, and can add an accelerant to that, speed to market. And you focus on the right end use markets, that will have success. And I've been fortunate to have success along the way. And I came into 22nd century confident that it was going to be no different. Different challenges, regulatory challenges, legislative challenges. And we've chosen, the original tobacco franchise obviously has very strict and high regulatory and legislative barriers, but those work in your benefit as you pass through them. And same thing on cannabis and hemp is the second area. So I was, very enthusiastic about joining, and I've learned a lot in the process and continue to be very optimistic with the future of the company.
Yeah. So Jim, I want to talk to you about how you, did come to 22nd Century Group, because it certainly wasn't in, run of the mill mundane times. It was just a few months into the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. So, did any of that impact your decision to come to 22nd Century? What was going on with the global pandemic?
Not necessarily. I was wrapping up an opportunity within private equity in the early part of 2020, and had the opportunity for 22nd Century presented to me through some outside entities. And if anything, the oddball thing about the joining was it was primarily done virtually because of COVID. Certainly the first time I'd gone through almost an entire process of interviewing and engaging with the team on a virtual basis. At the very end, we did finally meet under very strict guidelines and social distancing, etc. But I think it speaks to the narrative that I heard and the people that I met was that I had no hesitation whatsoever, even under those circumstances, to join up. I wanted to be a part of it. I knew that ultimately the FDA authorization would come through. Continue to be highly confident in that. I saw the ability to impact society with the narrative on the tobacco side. Continue to be highly confident in that. And then I felt I could apply my learnings in hemp cannabis over the prior 5 years to what 22nd Century had. I was becoming frustrated to some extent because I was coming at it from a very pharmaceutical-oriented, synthetic-based product line, which I'm a big proponent of. Helped found the company, and that technology is in 130 clinical trials, pharmaceutical trials around the world. So very bullish on that. But could not penetrate into certain areas, consumer products, recreational, et cetera, because of the nature of the synthetic ingredients. So here we obviously have a different natural narrative, and it's working out much larger on a larger scale.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine for anyone that may have, started a new position or a new job during COVID and meeting the team virtually and whatnot. But I can't imagine, I guess, how those struggles would be exacerbated by someone who is then tasked with kind of leading the team.
Yeah, again, it was a challenge, but the team made it easy. I met with the board of directors, obviously virtually until the very end, but was very impressed with the board. And it was very clear, whether I was sitting face to face with them in the same room or virtually, the most critical thing was they were anxious to drive the business forward. They were anxious to support it. They've been a continuous source of support. And look, they're in this for the right reasons, which is to drive this primary mission and to drive the shareholder value. I got the same thing with the team virtually. So under other circumstances where there might not have been as a solid of a business model, a solid of a narrative, I'm not sure it would have turned out the way it did. But it was a very compelling narrative. It was a very compelling technology, unlike anything I had seen before. Our ability to not only modulate these plants, which are very challenging. I mean, tobacco, cannabis, hemp, and hops. If you chose the top 5 most difficult plants in the world to modulate, different levels of cannabinoids or nicotine or what have you, and to grow them and cultivate them and optimize them. These are the 3 of the 5 toughest plants in the world. We can do it very quickly within a 2-year cycle versus decades in some cases, and apply that science. And that compelling science came through on the virtual calls during COVID. So it was seamless. I just lost the nature of the virtual aspect of the interviewing process and honed in on the people and the narrative and the technology, and was just blown away by it.
So Jim, you mentioned before you came to 22nd Century Group, you were, with a company that was working with some, more synthetic products. So what were you able to take from there, from the synthetic products? Then when you come to 22nd Century and it's more focused on the natural side of things, was that a big transition, or were you able to take some things from the synthetic product to help you in the transition to 22nd Century Group?
It was a bit of both. Again, I helped co-found Puricis, which is the company that is very dominant in the synthetic cannabinoid space. Now, with that said, the starting materials are natural, but you do operate under pharmaceutical-like conditions, and they typically get tagged with synthetics. And we grew into a dominant position in clinical trials, primarily because of the ultra purity of the ingredients. And all those trials continue to go on and are passing through stage 1, stage 2, et cetera. But my learning was that the efficacy of the components of hemp cannabis are for real. And if you bring an ultra pure ingredient or API to the party, you can drive that efficacy through the regulatory hurdles. And Puricis continues on in that direction. Now, the downsides of the technology are primarily driven around cost, which is not as impactful in the pharmaceutical space. They're driven by control and by ultra purity. So I learned the efficacy capabilities of the plant there, and the ability to demonstrate that on a scientific clinical basis. We hedged really with Puricis and continue to hedge to an extent on what I call the pure biosynthetic approach, taking cheap sugar water and through enzymatic and yeast converting that directly to CBD, CBG, what have you. Continue to be optimistic with that technology, but there's a ways to go before it's really impact on the commodity level that it's intended to. And that's where our partnership with Aurora and our IP licensing, or IP around the Anandia technology, come into bear. So we want to support it, but it does have some challenges of its own, and the ability to really scale that up are still in question. But we continue to support it every way we can. The learning, though, was always that given their choice, the consumer, the patient, the pharmaceutical company, the consumer products company, will always opt for a truly natural-based product if they can, if it becomes pure enough, if it becomes cost-effective enough, and if it can be grown at a large scale with highest quality. And that's where 22nd Century's methodology comes into play. It's a very unique methodology, and it's a very speedy methodology. And what it really allows for is truly bringing the highest level of quality, artisanal type of quality, Humboldt Valley type of quality in the cannabis space at a large scale that's very harmonized. That's what we're all about, and we're able to do that in 2 years and bring that to bear. So combine the efficacy, the known efficacy of the plant I learned from Puricis, the biosynthetic IP that we apply in the plant versus a pure play, but while still supporting it around the world with Aurora, but really drive our methodology, which is unique and can be brought commercially within a 2-year cycle. And we're in fact growing our first 2 advanced strains and about to harvest them in about another 30 days at our Needle Rock farm property out in Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fascinating. I think, I was kind of expecting that coming from the synthetic product, that you have some things that you can take with you, and then the other stuff is going to be, more of a learning process as you join 22nd Century Group. So, Jim, I want to take the time now to get into some of the specific product lines, both being developed by 22nd Century and also, the products that are already offered today. So let's start with the low nicotine cigarette. The brand name is VLN. So what has been, your role with this product since you've come to 22nd Century Group?
Yeah, when I joined, the company did a phenomenal job getting the first of 2 authorizations from FDA, the PMTA, which is a very challenging authorization to get. That enables you to sell the product into the marketplace. And the company did a phenomenal job, had secured that by that time, and had then moved on into focusing on the second of 2 important authorizations, the modified risk tobacco product authorization, which is relatively new to the industry. And certainly we would be the first and likely only combustible cigarette that would have the MRTP authorization. And it had been about halfway, I'd say, through the process. Was continuing on to work collaboratively with the FDA to move through that authorization process. And, they were frustrated. Everyone was frustrated with the timeliness and the speed that it was moving through. It's a very bureaucratic operation. It's a very early process for FDA. They want to get this right. So my involvement was primarily to make sure that our communication increased at multiple levels with the FDA and through multiple channels to make sure we were getting as much crisp information as we could, and to continue to follow the process, work with them in that regards, but continue to apply an amount of pressure to make sure that this got done. And having worked with FDA in pharmaceutical and even things like skincare, sunscreen filters, you have to balance out the amount of pressure you put on with the amount of collaboration you put in place. And 22nd Century has always had a great relationship with them. So we continue to drive it forward in that regard. Increase the communication, increase the different levels of contact with them, and continue to drive it forward as fast as possible. Our shareholders and our board and our operating team, including myself, all would love to see this move faster. But it's more critical to get this right, and work with the FDA to get this right in order to have the largest impact and be able to launch the VLN brand, not only with the PMTA allowance, but with a marketing claim that clearly says what it is, which is 95% less nicotine, to give the consumer an idea of what they're getting. It's going to be less exposure to nicotine, more control over their smoking habit. And that's really what has driven our balance between patience with working with the FDA and keeping enough pressure on to make sure our points are getting across and we're moving speedily through this. And as I've said many times before, I'm highly confident that we're in the last stage of this. We're past through the scientific stage. We're into what they call the dossier, the report stage. And so we were in that final phase of the process. And in the meantime, we've announced launching this into a handful of countries offshore, the brand offshore, that does not require the MRTP to launch it with these marketing claims. So we're doing a parallel approach, and both are progressing nicely.
So what are you allowed to say kind of what countries that is that VLN will be distributed in, I guess, before distribution comes to the States?
We're not naming the countries primarily because of the competitive nature of big tobacco around the world. So I can say we're working with a handful of countries, all of which are well-established cigarette markets. They all have a culture of individuals wanting to quit, looking for solutions to reduce harm, and well-established in that regard. And as we secure and finalize the channel to market and are entering shelf space, which we anticipate still being in the first quarter of next year, then we'll be announcing specifically where we're doing. And by that time, we're through the competitive barriers of entry. But they're well-established countries, and again, the cultural is already established that they're looking for these types of harm reductions. For example, the type of culture, for example, that New Zealand has.
Understood. So, is it frustrating at all, Jim, that I guess in December of 2019, the FDA authorized the commercial sale of, 22nd Century's reduced nicotine cigarettes, and that's taking this long to go through those bureaucratic hoops of really getting the product to the market?
Well, look, it's frustrating for any industry to go through this, but at the same time, I think what you have to remember is, this is not a pharmaceutical approach. I mean, the pharmaceutical approach, takes twice as long, maybe 3 times as long, and it's been around for decades upon decades upon decades. The MRTP process, the PMTA process, is relatively new. It's been several years, and the FDA wants to get it right. This is it's important, and I highly confident they are going to get it right, and we'll move forward. So, is it frustrating? Absolutely. Would I have loved to see it earlier? Absolutely. But having come from a world in pharmaceutical and even sunscreen actives, ingredients for skin care or skin toxic cancer, skin cancer protection, where I saw it move even slower. I think the FDA is doing a great job of advancing this, and we want to work with them on this. So I'd love to see it earlier. Our shareholders would love to see it earlier. If I thought we were, in the early stages of this and we're held up, I'd be that much more frustrated. But I'm highly confident we're not. We're in that final stage, and awaiting their decision.
Yeah, so I mean, you mentioned from a biotech pharma standpoint, it's well established what needs to happen to get a drug to the market. You have your different phases, you have your different clinical trials. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what the MRTP process entails?
Yeah, I mean, it's laid out publicly, but there's a scientific review that you have to go through. Bear in mind, it's for us, it's really about a marketing claim: 95% less nicotine. That's what they're trying to resolve, to allow us to say what the product is on the shelf. But that still requires a scientific review, and it's through a scientific committee, which we're highly confident we've passed through. It requires a dossier and a report that comes from a variety of different functions within the CTP division of the FDA, which has to be harnessed, and it takes time to get this done right, and very thorough about it. And so we've kept an eye on the various process stages. The biggest hurdle being the scientific committee sign off. Which we've moved past. So the rest of it, unfortunately, takes time, but there's no PDUFA requirement in tobacco like there is in pharmaceutical. So at some point in the future, that may change. But quite frankly, coming out of the back end of this, I'm not sure I'd want it to change, because that certainly gives me a larger barrier to entry of anything coming behind us sometime in the distant future. So that's kind of the nature of the process.
Yeah. So Jim, do you foresee any, big regulations coming in the next, say in this administration, in Biden's administration, any regulations that you think will come about in regards to nicotine? I mean, I know we've had some already. They've talked about banning menthols. What do you think the biggest things that could be and maybe will happen?
Well, if you take a look at the comprehensive plan, which is out in the public domain, there are 2 primary focus areas around menthol / flavors, and then certainly around nicotine. The nicotine mandate, in order to have that successful down the road, you have to have alternative products that are MRTP authorized. That could come in many different forms. A combustible would be a critical component of that, and that's been publicly announced in the past. Vaping products, other clinical pharma products, all of those are going to be necessary to have a successful comprehensive plan and allow a nicotine mandate to move forward. So we continue to be highly confident that mandates around menthol and even more impactfully around nicotine are inevitable. The precise timing to be determined, but could very well come under this administration, who's been very vocal about that, both at the executive level and the congressional and even regulatory level. So we continue to not only focus on getting our MRTP finalized and in market, but continuing to support the nicotine mandate, which VLN will be a critical component of for it to be successful.
Got it. So Jim, I want to move on from VLN into other product lines. So I understand, 22nd Century has gotten into, hemp and cannabis. Was this a decision that was made before you got to 22nd Century, or were you there when kind of, the company made this decision to bring new products under the umbrella?
Yeah, it's a great question. The decision had been made before I got there to enter into cannabis hemp. The initial investment was more focused on the finished goods, consumer goods side than it was on the ingredient plant biotechnology side with the investment in Panacea. And having come from that world after about 5 years, I recognized our strength and our ability to monetize the technology we had was much more valuable on the ingredients and plant biology side than it was on the finished goods side. So that's why we converted the Panacea deal to what it is. We reset it in order to move away from the finished goods side of the fence and focus our energy on the front end, the plant biotechnology, breeding, cultivating at Needle Rock Farms, and then serving as more of an ingredient solution provider, which is working out very well for us. And quite frankly, it's working out very well ultimately for Panacea. So I wanted to reshift the tactics and the strategy, but certainly stay in the hemp cannabis space, because what I saw was the ability to bring truly disruptive plant strains to bear across all these end use markets and resolve the key critical issue that everyone is running into. And that is, as you scale up, as you need more volume, the plants have never been optimized by a professional scientific methodology. The plant, in essence, implodes on a quality basis, and your costs go up, and you have a poorer consumer benefit and experience. Your cost goes up, and the consumer goes back to the black market and the recreational side, and the efficacy isn't demonstrated on the pharmaceutical and consumer product side. Our approach resolves that. We can bring through our network and through the strains that are now coming out of the first 2 years of development, truly disruptive plant strains that have much higher levels of cannabinoids, much more controllable. You can grow them in the inside in greenhouses or outside in farms. The cost goes down dramatically and dramatically improves the consumer experience. So that's our business model.
So Jim, what are the biggest similarities and differences in developing a new strain of tobacco and cannabis? I imagine there are some similarities, but maybe some more differences than similarities.
Actually, there's more similarities than differences. If you take a look at it on a broader basis, and what we have chosen is to focus in on what they call alkaloid-based plants. It's a specific type of plant that on the downside is typically very challenging to grow, to cultivate, to modulate. But on the upside, typically has extremely efficacious components of the plant, very interesting for a wide variety of end-use markets, high value, high margin end-use market. That's why originally tobacco was really chosen. It's harm reduction, but it's also around that alkaloid plant and our ability to modulate it. Hemp cannabis is an alkaloid plant, as is hops. So the similarities on the chemistry side, on the plant biotechnology side, are extremely similar. So that if you have a methodology, which is the methodology we've built with our partnership at KeyGene to cellularly modify the plants versus standard crossbreeding approach, and you have a scientific methodology to follow across all these three, you learn every time you touch the tobacco, cannabis, or hops, you learn about the other two at the same time, and that's what has brought our ability to reduce the development time, the commercialization time from hops, for example, from somewhere between 10 and 12 years to just get some incremental improvement on a hop. It takes 10 to 12 years. We can bring disruption in 2 years. That we've got proof of concept with already through the plant strains that we're we're already working on. And we've done the same thing on hemp cannabis as well.
Yeah, and so I guess that's why you have a degree in organic chemistry and I don't, because I assumed that there'd be more differences between developing a tobacco strain and a cannabis strain, but really it was the opposite. But you mentioned hops there, Jim. So can we talk about this? The product line that involves hops. What is the mission there from 22nd Century Group to get into a product that involves hops?
Yeah, and I'll start it with what we're not going to do. There are, thousands of hop strains out there that focus in on flavors, different flavor profiles you can blend, and it's done at the, the microbrewery level, the artisanal level, and also the large commodity level. But there are major challenges in the industry around mildew resistance, for example, yield impacts, and the ability to modulate the plant faster in ways that can only really be dreamed about at this point. So our mission there is to work with current hops specialists like the Hopsteiners of the world and others, and the beverage manufacturers to bring new, truly disruptive strains that impact yield, dramatically impact yields, dramatically impact the mildew type of resistance, and can bring, yes, new flavors and fragrances to the table, but in a much different way, in a much more sophisticated way, in a two-year cycle. So I can say that and we're going to be making this more and more public as the next couple of quarters unfold, but I spent a good part of this week with our partnership at KeyGene and specifically around hops and cannabis. But the handful of programs that we have initiated with KeyGene are all game-changing programs. If we hit one of those, each one of them in of itself is game-changing. And for example, on a yield basis, and the methodology that we're applying is groundbreaking to the industry. And from what they have seen of it already, they're absolutely reinforcing that to us. So it's less about creating specific strains of hops that are kind of a product push approach. And to some extent, we're doing that on the cannabis hemp side. And it's really to work with the existing strains, optimize them with beverage manufacturers, with hop specialists, but applying a different methodology that they don't have and take them into areas that they can only dream about at the current time.
Got it. So backing up a quick second, I saw this question in the chat. Has there been any discussion or thought about trying to develop a strand that kind of is a hybrid between tobacco and cannabis?
We've looked at it, and I can't say that there's not a program that's in place looking at that very carefully with KeyGene. But don't ignore I think the other opportunity, which is to combine the hops and cannabis franchises as well. So when you take a look at tobacco and cannabis combined, again with all the regulatory challenges that you would face, is it technically feasible? Absolutely. We've got proof of concept around that. Is it, can you navigate through easily the regulatory and legislative channels? It's possible, but would take some time. So we've got programs in that area across all three franchises, kind of combine them. But I think the more interesting area is in the combinatory biotechnology between hops and cannabis.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I can imagine that, there's a number of different products on the market now, beers with CBD in there or whatever. But if you can actually integrate the two from the beginning with the actual hops, then that could be a game changer.
Well, that's accurate. And think of it this way, that the hops plant has, a handful of terpenes and flavonoids that really impact the flavor and fragrance profiles, right? The cannabis plant or the hemp plant have hundreds of terpenes that can do that. So again, if you take a disruptive approach to it, truly disruptive, and let's presume that what we're talking about is one of the 5 programs we've got established. Now you can, magnify exponentially the number of flavor profiles you can get with a hop, not by specifically modifying the hop in a standalone basis, but by combinatory work with cannabis.
Interesting. All right, Jim. Well, thank you again for joining us on the Benzinga All Access today. Is there anything else you want to, leave investors with? Anything maybe they have to look forward to by the end of 2021 or into 2022?
Yeah, look, I continue to be really excited across all three franchises. We've got short-term catalysts that will be impacting even in Q4 here across the franchises. The offshore launches of VLN, our high confidence around FDA authorization, new strains coming out of Needle Rock Farm in another 30 days. So we've got some great short-term catalysts. We've got some great midterm catalysts, and for us, midterm is first and second quarter of next year. And we've got fantastic, long-term catalyst in the second half of next year, being long-term from a shareholder perspective. So we're really excited about it, and keep us in mind from that perspective. Three franchises, catalysts across all three, and short, mid, and long-term catalysts across the entire portfolio. So if you can't get excited about that, then you're looking in the wrong industry.
Beautiful. Well, thank you again, Jim, for joining us. I look forward to having you on again anytime, the company has any news or developments. And enjoy the rest of your Thursday.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be real soon. So look forward to it.
Awesome. Looking forward to it as well.
Bye now.
All right, y'all. That was Jim Mish, CEO of 22nd Century Group. Very exciting company with what they're doing in terms of with the low nicotine cigarette, as well as, getting into the cannabis game and hops. Michael, what were your thoughts?
Really nice. Yeah, you guys did a great job. I think what was particularly interesting, and that he mentioned several times, was the catalyst across the industry, right? All three franchises, a lot of stuff in the short and the midterm. So, I mean, that's about as busy and about as productive a future, I think, as you could possibly have. So they've got a lot of catalysts in their future. I'm just looking forward to seeing what comes next.
Yeah, and one of my favorite things with talking about Jim, which it was my, lucky, that was my second time being able to speak with him. But it's not like sometimes you have leaders of companies who are more business minded, and they don't really understand, say like the science behind some of the products or whatever. Jim is both, right? He understands the science, the chemistry behind the products, and the business perspective. So I think it's a very good fit for the company. And I love talking to those types of executives that are able to understand both sides of it.
Absolutely. Yeah, great guy, very knowledgeable, and yeah, it was a great interview. I can't wait to have him back on. I'm sure they're going to have even more updates next time back in here. So looking forward to that.
I think he teased us a little bit at the end, saying, very soon we might get some news and a catalyst. So I'll be watching out for that for sure.
Absolutely. He's got something in mind already. What are we working on next? What's coming up?
So I'm glad you asked, Michael. So coming up in a couple minutes, we have Doug Croxall, the CEO of Crown Electronics Corporation. So I think you're going to be taking that one. Should be an exciting interview. And yeah, we've only got this has been flying by. I mean, time flies when you're having fun. We have two companies left, Crown Electronics and then Verb. So Michael, two great companies to round out the day.
Two great companies. Yeah. Doug Croxall, the CEO of Crown Electrokinetics. If we have him, I think we should be ready to go. Just need to get the all clear and see if we can bring him on. We'll see what the producing team has to say. We've got... Hey, Doug, how you doing? Great to have you with us.
How you doing, Michael?
Very well. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I believe this is your first time on a Benzinga All Access show, so great to have you with us for the first time. Looking forward to hearing some more about Crown Electrokinetics. Really interesting company. You guys have some great concepts. But the All Access show is kind of the show where we're able to dig below just the share price and the valuations and the things that we might usually discuss, and talk about you as well. What are the people that make up this company thinking? What's their vision for the company? Why did they start it? Why did they get involved? And that's what we're going to be talking about, in addition to some of the business catalysts you guys have as well. So start off with us and talk about your background a little bit. How did you become a technology investor? What's your background with Crown? Can you take us through your background a little bit?
Yeah, I'll do that very quickly because it's not as exciting as the company, frankly. I actually started off in the early 90s with Motorola, which was a great company at the time. And I learned intellectual property while I worked at Motorola, and I've worked in the field of intellectual property ever since then. That path took me to HP, and I developed great relationships with the executives in the intellectual property group, which led to the assets that were within HP that are now the foundation of Crown. And the core group of engineers that started this technology while they were at HP, they worked very hard in developing this technology, and we realized very quickly that this technology actually could help change how buildings work, make buildings more efficient, lower the amount of energy that buildings are using, and lower the amount of carbon that's being put in the environment. So we're a very purpose-led business, and we have something that we think can literally change the path of our war on climate. And we're very excited to bring it to market, and we're very excited to talk about it. And our company is very culture driven. Everyone is a big believer in the purpose, and we work around the clock to deliver something to the market so that we can, effectively start changing the way buildings work.
Awesome. That's really exciting. Yeah. And you mentioned it at the end there, but talk a little bit about the management team, about the team of people that you have in place for this. Who are some of the standouts? What are the teams that are driving things ahead here? And who are some people that you're really proud of in terms of how the company is growing?
No, it's almost impossible to single any individual out, because we really do come at this as a team approach. I mean, almost more of a family approach, honestly. The core group of engineers, obviously it started with them and their vision. They're the inventors on the patents that are the foundation of our technology. We spent years developing that technology to get it to work. And then about 9 months ago, I started bringing in some senior level executives, Kai Sato, who runs marketing, Ed Kovalik, who runs operations, Joel Kreutz, who's my CFO. We've added a great talent acquisition VP, Sasha. We've added a great VP of IR, Brent Cross. And then within the organization, our hiring process is a very long process. We have about 4 or 5 people that will interview every single individual that comes into the company. And we want to ensure that each person that joins us shares the same culture and shares the same drive and motivation. And through that process, we've built a phenomenal company, and we're still growing, and we're excited about our future. Certainly from the standouts, it starts with the original guys, Jim Abbott, Tim Cook, Lee Turnbull, Cassidy Root, Palitha. Our original core group have been just great, and we've added a lot of new executives on the manufacturing side as we move from R&D to commercialization. And we've got a great team. We're very excited. Mindy Hamlin's leading our engineering efforts. Eddie Gordon's leading the manufacturing efforts, and they've built great teams underneath them as well.
Outstanding. Yeah, a great team is the foundation to any great company. As we know, we've talked with companies all day that have said the same thing about their management teams. It really is the people that drive the company. So it's a good background for us to start off with. Absolutely. Yeah. And so let's talk about dynamic tint. How does dynamic tint work? How is it powered? Can you give us just some background on the technology of all this?
Yeah, I'll do that very quickly. Our film is comprised of only 4 components: polyethylene, which is which is a transparent plastic, indium tin oxide, which is a highly conductive transparent material. We take 2 of those and we sandwich them together. In between, we put our proprietary resin, which we emboss a micro design, and we put our nanoparticle pigment. And that pigment is so small, when it stacks up in a well, the human eye can't see it. We reverse the polarity of the field, and the pigment is out into a holding cell, a small little cell, and now the human eye can see it. So with very low voltage, we can hide or make visible the pigment. And the implications of that, Michael, is that when that's put on a window, it prevents the visible light and the infrared from coming into the office. When you do that, you don't have to run your HVAC as much. Your room stays cooler longer. And when you do that, you produce less carbon. And that the whole effect of being able to hide pigment or make it visible has a tremendous effect on the cost structure of the building, and obviously a tremendous effect on the amount of carbon that buildings put out into the environment.
Excellent. Okay, so that's a really good background for us. I know we have a video asset ready to play as well. Now that we've broken down a little bit about the technology that goes into this, let's cue up that video and learn a little bit more about it. Then we'll have you break it down some more.
Sure.
What if every window could monitor the sun's effect on energy usage within a room? The vision is to create the product that will save this planet a lot of carbon emission.
Our technology has led to the creation of an entirely new product category.
I realized that I could change the way windows work, fundamentally the way they work.
At Crown, we are changing the way we think about glass.
We're a company that creates technology, which is a thin film that can be applied to the surface of any glass. So for example, the windows behind us.
The technology is a lot like paper. You have a substrate and you have electronic ink, and we just bring those together. If you're familiar with your touch screens, when you touch the screen, it reacts. Well, that same touchscreen material is what we use to control our ink.
And what that does is that allows the building owners to control the shading of the windows. Our technology allows the HVAC to work more efficiently, lowering the use of electricity by keeping rooms cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter, which saves them money and saves our environment by lowering carbon emissions.
We have a world-class team of engineers here at Crown who have developed this technology.
I was motivated to start Crown primarily by the individuals who started with this at Hewlett-Packard.
We wanted to apply those technologies to this one, and that's why we went to a flexible substrate. That's why we're using thin amounts that's similar to a sheet of paper, and we're using this electronic ink, same as you would for printing. And it doesn't take a lot of material, and you can do it relatively fast. And so retrofitting really makes a lot of sense.
We can walk into an existing building with our inserts, put them into the frame of a window, and allow that insert to act like a window unit, shading the inside of the office, lowering the HVAC, lowering the electricity that's required to run the HVAC.
You'll save on operating costs by being able to manage the amount of light and heat entering your space.
Building owners would want this product, number one, because it will help them save money and save money quickly. It'll make them a more responsible corporate citizen, and this is a product that they can deploy in their buildings today.
Our device is user-friendly from the get-go. Customers have an app on their cell phone and control whatever light level you want, whatever shade level you want, and this gives us a capability to really make a difference for how much energy you can save.
Wherever you live, a house, an apartment, a condo, it's got windows. You get in your car, you drive to school, you drive to work, it has windows. You get to your office or you get to the store that you work in, it has windows. All of those windows let in sunlight and cause us to take an action, like turn on the air conditioning. Our technology can be applied in the home that you live in, the car that you drive, or the office building that you work in, helping the entire value chain save energy along the way. The ubiquity with this technology has an opportunity to literally change the course of our environment.
Awesome. Great. Wow. Love that. I think, what really stands out to me about that as we watched and what kind of kept coming up in my mind was the potential addressable market for this, right? And you laid it out. You laid it out too. As you come out of your house, as you get into your car, as you go into your place of work or school or wherever, every single step along there has an opportunity for that technology to come into play.
Yep. As prevalent as glass is, so could our film. But we're very careful how we roll out the first product. We've communicated with a lot of different potential customers, and it was about 1.5 years ago where we really knew we're going to focus on commercial office buildings. It was the one opportunity that not only was large, but couldn't be addressed by any of the existing technologies. And it was almost a must-have product for building owners. The pressure that they're getting from tenants to do more to make their buildings, less or more energy efficient is so great. I mean, yes, there's a lot of regulatory issues in certain states and certain cities, but the real impetus comes from the tenants and the shareholders and the ESG funds. That's what's really motivating a lot of these building owners to take action. And our retrofit insert, which literally you can see behind me, it fits right onto the window frame and it looks exactly like the existing window frame. The office tenant doesn't even know that it's not a part of the building. That window insert is a self-contained unit. It's got a little solar strip. We don't use any electricity in the building. We don't hardwire into any of the electrical circuits in the building. We use the sun's energy to power the transition of our film between clear and dark. And we've got great communication capabilities within our inserts So we know how the insert's being used. The building owner knows how the insert's being used. We can tell the building owner how much energy they've saved, how much carbon they've saved. And we want, we want to provide that feedback for the building owner so that they can better use and better manage those inserts so that they can actually save money and we can actually help save the environment. So the addressable market for us is the United States commercial office buildings. We constantly get asked to take our technology, for example, into the residential market or in the automotive market or in other transportation market or geographically, into Europe, Middle East, and Asia. And we'll get there. I mean, the opportunities are huge, but we need to focus on the one thing that we know we can do, which is deliver product to the U.S. commercial office building market and then expand geographically and within other markets as well. But, we really do feel like we have a mission, and obviously we want to deliver value for our shareholders, but we feel that our mission is a little bigger than that it's really a mission for the rest of the world.
That's amazing. Yeah, and love to see that vision laid out like that too. Talk to me a little bit about lifespan of these two. When the insert is put in, when they're applied to a building, a car, a home, wherever it is, what's the lifespan on when it needs to be replaced, reapplied? What is the kind of lifespan of this product start to finish?
Yeah, from a durability standpoint, we think it's 20 plus years. I mean, it might, we frankly probably closer to 30. But as we improve, the nice thing about the insert is that it's easily installed and therefore easily removed. So as we start to develop, generation 2, generation 3, generation 4 products, it's easy for us to replace and improve and upgrade. But our current version, it's 30 plus years, we believe. And look, the film is a rather basic piece of film, but what it does and the implications of it are pretty amazing. And we're not working with, a tremendous amount of material. It's as Tim Cook said in the previous video, it's really 4 components. And so we feel pretty comfortable about the durability and matching, what the market is expecting as well.
Got it. Okay, interesting. So a lot of questions from our chat, a lot of questions we have just on the information we've taken from the video. There's one from our audience where he said, do you think customers for Dynamic Tint are going to be leaning towards long-term lease or direct purchase? What kind of route do we think we'll go there? Is lease even an option? Is that something that's on the table?
So we really love talking to building owners, and I spend, a vast majority of my time just asking questions, and we're designing our first generation product based on the feedback, the iterative feedback we have with the C-level executives in the REITs that we're talking to. And they're literally designing this product. And in the process of talking to them, we learn a lot of things. For example, a couple of the REITs asked early on, do you think we could lease this instead of buy it? And then kind of like an iPhone, we just upgrade every 5 or 6 years or whatever it might be. So we will definitely, and that's a very attractive, kind of purchase option for them. Initially, we will not be offering the lease, but we will sometime in calendar 2022, probably later in the year. But yes, the price of the insert, which we haven't publicly announced, is effectively a little bit more expensive than your average shade. So it's not, something that is a huge cost. And frankly, most of our customers already have budgets in place for clean tech, prop tech, upgrades. And so we feel pretty comfortable that we'll start with outright purchase and then let customers migrate in the future to a lease option.
Got it. Okay, so talk to me about expansion plans. Where are you at currently in market penetration in terms of how far spread you are, how many clients this has been able to get in front of, but also the plan for expansion outwards. Is it going to be international, US focused? What are you kind of thinking in terms of growth for the next couple of steps here?
Yeah, so we will focus, and we are focused on US REITs, primarily office buildings. It's just such a great application. We have had conversations with, for example, hospitality industry. So if you think about, a hotel, the guests in the hotel generally aren't in their rooms during the day when the sun is shining, but most of them crank the air conditioning down, leave, and then come back to a cool room. So it's a great application for hotels and, kind of the hospitality sector, but we'll focus on commercial building, We'll migrate to other commercial buildings like hospitality, and then eventually we'll start to migrate to other products, like, for example, skylights. And we originally started off in the automotive sector, and then pivoted to the skylight, and then really found the best opportunity with commercial office buildings. But one of the number one complaints for skylight owners are, I really wish I could shade it at certain points of the day because the sun's too bright coming in. And so we have a very nifty solution for that. And it's a great market, but it's a very nice to have product. It's not a must have product. The buildings must have this. So we will focus primarily in the United States. We'll start to migrate both to other products like skylights, like automotive, and then also move to other buildings in other geographic areas. So we've got expansion plans, but first we have to boil the cup of tea before we boil the ocean.
Got it. Okay, interesting. And I know, kind of playing off that a little bit on the same vein, kind of answered that partially, but another member of our audience, how long until this is available to the general public? And I think you kind of answered that, sometime next year, moving into the future, we'll start rolling this out to retailers, individuals, things of that nature.
Yeah, I would say almost 90 to 100% of the people that we talk to that are executives in the REITs, they all say, gosh, I would really like to have this for my house. My bedroom faces this direction, and it's really, so we know that there's a market on the residential side, but again, the focus will be commercial building, then migrating to some of the other channels.
Got it. Okay, so let's talk cost relative to value here. Is there a break-even point? Once these are installed, when the product is put into a building, for example, how long on average, or is the data available to see when a company kind of breaks even in terms of cost savings for energy, air conditioning, heating, things of that nature, versus the cost for the initial install of the implant?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So frankly, no technology, no product that claims to save carbon will really be ubiquitous if it doesn't also significantly save money for the person or the building that's installing those. So in the process of talking to all the REITs, we kind of generally know what their expected ROI and payback window is. We fit nicely right in that. So generally speaking, I don't want to give away that exact number because for each one of these buildings, it's somewhat proprietary. But our ROI is right in line with where they'd like it to be. And in some cases, it's much better than what's acceptable to them. But, we know that we have to save energy for the building in order to have our product installed across the entire portfolio. And we've proven that we can do that. With our first generation insert, we save 26% of the HVAC energy cost. We're testing a new design right now, and we'll have the results of that in about 3-4 weeks. And we think it'll be an improvement on that 26% number. And so we're very comfortable with the ROI and the payback period. And, we're rolling out our first product in Q1 of 22. Our first delivery will start at that point, and we're ramping up to manufacturing as we speak.
Outstanding. Okay, excellent. Now, looking at, particularly presence in this time period with COVID in the last year or two, as more office buildings potentially sit dormant, more people working from home and things like that, do you think that cuts into or creates any kind of barrier in terms of a growing client base and opportunities to, pursue new inserts and things like that? Or do you see it still being a big enough market that's unintruded upon by other competitors because you're really the first in this space? You think the opportunity is still there for you guys to approach that entire market really unaffected by potentially more buildings being unoccupied, having people working from home, et cetera?
Yeah. So when COVID started, it was really, we were like, oh my God, did we make the wrong decision to go after, office buildings? Are people even going to ever go back to office buildings? And I don't think really at the time, nobody really knew. But as we kind of work through COVID and as we communicate with all of our prospective customers, it's actually, and I was very nervous. So that was one of my first questions, if people don't come to the office, will you even need this? And the response was, we actually need it even more. The fact that people aren't in the office, the air conditioning is still running Monday through Friday. They can't shut the air conditioning off. So the fact that people aren't in the office, they absolutely need it so that it's in the dark state. If no one's in my office, it might as well stay dark and keep my office cooler. So we actually found that the opposite was true. That even though people may not be coming into the office as much as they used to pre-COVID, it's still a technology that's needed because HVACs aren't going away and air conditioning is still going to be used, even if there's not, 100% capacity. So we've found the opposite actually to be true.
Got it. Really, really interesting. Okay, that was a great answer. Talk to us a little bit about supply chains. Any difficulties in getting these, over to other locations? Where are you guys based out of, and what do the supply chains look like in terms of getting these to other parts of the country, other areas, et cetera?
Yeah. So HP's printer division is headquartered in Corvallis, Oregon, and this technology came out of the printer division. One of the things that HP does very, very well is manipulate pigment. Every one of their printers effectively does that. And so the team came from that R&D group. And so our production facility is in Corvallis, Oregon. We're going to have an assembly facility in Salem, Oregon. And that's where we'll make all of our film in Corvallis. We'll assemble our inserts in Salem. And we'll start to open up other assembly warehouses, kind of around the country so we can be closer to our customer. So for us, we're starting in Oregon and we'll expand south and then east. From a supply chain for us, we haven't seen the effect that some of the other industries have seen. Our material set is a pretty basic material, but that doesn't mean that we won't in the future. But so far, we knew when COVID was kind of wreaking havoc with all of the supply chains, we started contacting our suppliers to make sure that ample supply would be available when we started to ramp for production. And we've secured with contracts and some other things. So we feel pretty confident that we should be okay going forward.
Fantastic. Okay, now addressable market. We've talked about this a little bit, and I know we talked about it right after the video as well, and you laid it out in there. But is this truly the market that is almost endless as you look at it? Like you mentioned, from your house to your car to your office to your school. Is there anything in that supply chain or in that chain of our day-to-day functions as we go about our lives where windows are involved in almost every structure we're in that aren't accessible or aren't applicable to inserts like this? Is there anything that's not a part of that market, or is this really the entire ecosystem of windows in all of our buildings that are going to be attributable to inserts like this and where the technology can be used?
Well, so we'll start off with inserts in buildings for certain, but like if we went to the automotive market, that our film would be applied directly to the sunroof, whether that's at the OEM stage when the sunroof's being made, or as an aftermarket add-on, just like you would, add-on tint for your windows. So as we move from inserts to applied film on glass, you really do open up a much broader market. Inserts work very well with buildings. The frame of the window in most office buildings is the same. It hasn't really changed in a long time. So it's easy for us to kind of adopt our technology onto another pane of glass that fits as a second window, if you will, within the office building. As we start to migrate to other markets, you'll see our film go directly on the glass. And again, that'll likely happen at the OEM. So we see a huge opportunity over and above what we're doing with office buildings, but that's an opportunity we'll get to, over the course of time. But to answer your question succinctly, wherever there's a window, we think our film has applicability.
And that's huge. I mean, certainly, I think anybody could look at that and just see the potential addressable market there. That's massive. Every window in our day-to-day lives, I'm looking at least 60 windows around me in the office that we're here in downtown Detroit in. So certainly a huge market to get after there. Talk to me as we get to just our last couple of questions here. Some potential hurdles or obstacles that Crown Electrokinetics may have faced this year, the year before, creating something new and a new technology, especially like this, market-breaking, really groundbreaking. There's always going to be hurdles, right? What are some of the obstacles that you've had to face and overcome as you developed this technology, started applying it, working with REITs? What are some of the things that you have had to overcome as a business owner and moving this technology along?
Yeah, I mean, just building it was a huge hurdle, and it took a number of years for us to get the design, the material set, the process of actually making our film and embossing our film. It is trial and error, and invention and discovery is not for everybody. It takes a lot of patience, and it takes a lot more effort than what most people think. People see the end product and they're like, "Oh wow!" Like, yeah, it's 10 years in the making to become an overnight success. So the challenges that we've faced technically have been in the processing and the development of our film. Once you get the film and once you have that locked down, our challenges become, okay, can we manufacture it, and at what speed and at what cost? And so, it's always what you don't know. And so as we move forward, our challenges that we've resolved with the R&D now become, the challenges with making the product and delivering it. And frankly, we're going to expand our production capabilities pretty quickly to keep up with the demand. But right now, a lot of the prospective customers are, if you had it for me today, we'd buy it. And so for us, the challenge is going to be to be able to keep up with the demand that we see, coming down our pipeline. But I got a hats off to my team of engineers in Corvallis, Oregon. They've done God's work, and these guys work around the clock. I'll tell you a really quick story. Oregon, as you know, have had some really bad fires, and it was sometime last summer. The fires got so bad. My team of engineers they're in a clean room working with respiratory masks so that they could keep working to process our film. I mean, that's how hard these guys work. And it's just, it's an honor to work for them, to be truthful.
That's wild. Yeah. And again, like you said, hats off to them. We certainly have all the respect in the world for that kind of work ethic and sticking with something like that. So again, the people really do drive the company. Talk to me just a little bit here before we kind of wrap up and look forward into the future. Any kind of damage to things like this, the inserts, what is the replacement policy, the fixing policy? How do you guys kind of deal with these things if they're warped, damaged, any kind of issues that might happen with them? What's the service policy like, and how do you guys kind of maintain these things?
Yeah, so I mean, we have a lot of quality control checks, both on the processing of the film and then the assembly of the insert. The insert is a frame, a piece of glass, some electronics, a solar strip. So a lot of things that have been in existence, for many, many decades. So we don't think we'll have a lot of quality control with the actual insert. And if there is an issue with the insert, once it's installed, we're offering a 5-year warranty, which is pretty standard. And frankly, as we first start, we know that we're going to have things that go wrong. I mean, it just always happens with every product. We just don't know exactly what it is yet. But obviously, our customer is the most important thing to us. If without our customer really has a responsibility for helping save the environment. We're giving them a tool to use. So our customer is not only important to us for the very obvious reasons that we're a for-profit company. Our customer is important to us because that customer is really the one who's on the front lines battling climate change with our insert. So we're going to do whatever we can to make our customers happy. And if something's not working in the field, we'll absolutely replace it. That's the nice thing about an insert, is that if it's not working, we can replace it with another one. So we're very excited about that opportunity.
Fantastic. No, it's a great system. And another really good question from our audience as well. Can you speak to the environmental impact of making the products? Is there any waste that's created when it's manufactured? What kind of environmental impact would we be looking at as you go through production here?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So there is carbon that gets emitted because we use something on a daily basis. And then there's carbon that's embodied in the product that you make. And so all of the processes that go into making a product, that's part of the embodied carbon footprint. We make film. We're not making glass. So our film process is pretty quick, and yes, we use, energy to power the tool to make the film, but our footprint is very narrow, very small, and we intend to keep it that way. And Michael, one of the reasons we like the leasing program with our inserts, if a building owner one day says, you know what, I'm done with these, we're taking those back and we're recycling and reusing intelligently and responsibly all the material set that we put out. We realize that we're going to be putting a lot of inserts into the market. We don't want those inserts to end up anywhere other than back in our hands and then reprocessed back into another building. So you can't go out and talk about climate change and clean tech and green tech if you don't follow those same principles internally. And we take those very seriously. So everything we do is to lower not only our carbon footprint, but those of the building owners that we're working with. And if someone doesn't want to continue with our product, we're taking that back and reusing that and recycling that back out into the market.
Excellent. Yeah, well, one of the best things I've heard yet. I think that's really, really good to hear. Last question for you, Doug Croxall, CEO. It's been a wonderful, wonderful talk with you, learning about Crown Electrokinetics. What should investors be looking for, our audience specifically at Benzinga, as we head into Q4, looking into next year, big developments, updates, progress? What should we keep our eye on and keep on our radar as we move into the future?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we about a week ago, we announced our first customer. We have many others that are in the sales pipeline. So honestly, the things to look at: customer announcements, ramping up production, first product delivery in Q1 of 22. Obviously, customer announcements will precede that. Those are the near-term catalysts. And then as we expand, across the country and eventually into other product markets on a long-term basis.
Wonderful. Doug Croxall, CEO of Crown Electrokinetics. I'm sure you have a lot of work to get back to. You guys are well on the way to making a huge impact. Lots of exciting things. Thanks for joining us for the first time on All Access. I'm sure we'll have you back soon.
Thank you for the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Doug. Great to have Doug on. Aaron Bree joining us back in the studio. What did you think?
Michael, as the rest of them, it was a great interview. Great job there, Michael. And yeah, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Time flies when you're having fun. I can't believe, we're coming up to the tail end of the All Access show today. We've got one company left, Michael.
One company left. And I do see we had one more comment. We try to get to all of the comments from our chat. Any overseas target markets for Crown Electrokinetics? You did address that earlier. They are planning on moving overseas in terms of market penetration as they move into the future. So will be a lot of targets there. Like I said, I found Crown really, really fascinating. Like I said, the potential addressable market there is huge. Moving overseas, the rest of the US, automobiles, homes. I mean, there's so much open grass there to go after in terms of their product. So I'm excited about watching them progress. But we do, Aaron Bree, have one more really exciting interview, and you will be heading that one up for us.
Yeah, Michael, we've got Verb Technology coming on. Rory, Cutaia, the CEO and founder of Verb Technologies. I love doing interviews with the founder of a company because it gives us so much more insight into the company's creation and mission. And yeah, I'm excited for it, Michael.
Awesome. Well, Bree, good luck. Looking forward to the interview. See you on the other side.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all. Without further ado, let's go ahead and bring Rory Cutaia, the CEO and founder of Verb Technologies. Rory, how are we doing on this beautiful Thursday?
Amazing, Aaron. How about yourself?
I'm good. Thank you for taking time out of your day to join us on Benzinga's All Access. Before we get to it, do you mind just giving a quick, brief overview of Verb Technology and the company's mission?
Sure. So we are a sales tools company, and we've had some really nice quarter-over-quarter growth since we began commercial deployment of our software, a SaaS-based business model. What makes our software different in the sales tools environment is that it leverages our interactive video technology. And this is technology that allows prospects and customers to click right on the screen as and when their interest level peaks and purchase a product, eliminating friction from the sales process. So historically, that has been our main product, our bread and butter, if you will. It's how we've grown the business quarter over the past almost 3 years now. But really the most exciting thing is finally the release recently of our live streaming shoppable video product that I think is going to absolutely take the world by storm. And then the other thing, if we have time to talk about it, would be our recent integration and partnership with Microsoft, where we're taking this kind of technology, this clickable, shoppable video technology, and we've integrated it right into Outlook. So a lot of really exciting opportunities there for our company and our shareholders.
Yeah, Rory. Well, before we get to the products and services that Verb offers, as well as the partnership with Microsoft, I want to dive a little bit deeper into your background. So, Rory, you were originally a lawyer. How did you end up founding Verb? And were you practicing as a lawyer for a time, or?
So, I guess the best way to describe me is I'm a recovering lawyer, if you will. But I've had the entrepreneurial bug, ever since I was a kid. I was that kid. If you guys, your audience, to the extent any of them are as old as I am, I'm 97, by the way. I was that kid that hired all the other kids in the neighborhood for my paper route to go deliver them, and I would just go sell. But eventually, I decided to practice law. Went to law school. Was with one of the largest law firms in the world at the time, out of New York City, where I was based, where I lived. And then through the course of that, represented some of the biggest entrepreneurs literally in the world. I did a lot of international things, and then had an idea for my own business, and left to launch that. And that was a company called Telex. Telex was a telecom technology company, and we were the first to create what is now really well known as telecom meet-me rooms, interconnection facilities, carrier hotels. So we invented that entire business model. That didn't even exist. So grew that company literally from an idea on the back of a napkin and sold it over the course of about 6 years for north of $200 million. Retired for a good, solid weekend. Then joined one of my board members. It was a private company, but we ran it like a public company. One of my board members asked me to become the entrepreneur in residence at their private equity fund. So I did that for another 6 years as a partner, as an investor. Retired again, bought a horse farm in Virginia. That kind of, quiet lifestyle didn't suit me. I thought I'd give it a shot, and had an idea for what is now Verb Technology Company.
So Rory, I see, there's something else on your resume that that might be a little bit different than what most, CEOs of public companies have, and that is that you produced a romantic comedy movie called Under New Management. I had to ask you about this. How did you end up doing that?
Well, when after I had sold Telex, people come to you with every opportunity on the planet, right? But a dear friend of mine who had been trying to get a feature film project off the ground, and they ran into some trouble, and they needed someone who, just knew how to manage out of a problem. So I joined him and basically cleaned shop, started it over, hired the right people, and by the way, I never had any experience in the movie business, but I had some great people, and we produced a feature film that I'm really super proud of. It's called Under New Management, and this is going back to 2009, I think, thereabouts. But I think it's probably still out there someplace on maybe on iTunes or Netflix or something. But watch it. I think you'll actually enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to check that out. Haven't personally seen it, but I can imagine, maybe you had some lessons there that you took away from producing a feature film.
But no one has ever asked me that. So that was really good research on your part.
Thank you. I mean, we have a strong team of producers too that help out with the research. But yeah, so can you go into like maybe specifically any lessons that you did take away from your experience producing a feature film into the business world?
Yeah, absolutely. So going into something where I had very little experience, it's critical that you're relying on people, and you identify people that can do the things that you need to do in connection with a project like that better than you can. And when I started Telex, I did everything. I sold. I did the finances. I raised the capital. I did everything. I was even involved in the technology. But when that company took off, it was when I realized I can get people to do some of these things way better than I can do it. And that's when that business took off. And it was the same thing with the feature film, getting the right people in place, and then learning that there are really very few obstacles in life that you can't overcome. Just stay focused, think it through, and we ended up producing a film that I'm very, very proud of, from the ashes, so to speak.
That's amazing. That's a great story. Well, let's get into some of the specifics on the products and services that Verb is currently offering. So, Rory, you had a quite robust list of product announcements over the last few months, including Verb Mail for Microsoft Outlook. Can you tell us a little bit more about Verb Mail and why it's a game changer for video emails?
Sure. So first off, we're looking at total addressable market, right? According to Microsoft, they've told us they've got somewhere in the range of 1 billion Outlook users worldwide. And so we would obviously like to tap into that market rather than try and build it ourselves, one after the other. Today, nobody really wants to read anything anymore. Let's face it. We all get tons of emails every day, and I know what my habits are. When I get an email and I open it and it's it's paragraph after paragraph, I'm not even reading it. I might skim it, but probably not even reading it. People today want to consume information by watching videos, and they want to share information through videos. So when I see a video come up in my feed, in my Outlook, or frankly, any place else, even on social media, that's what's going to get my attention. And the data today, having now been developed over many years, it's crystal clear. Video is the most compelling, most engaging medium that exists today in modern world. So why not leverage the power of that in your business communications? So what we did is we integrated our technology into Microsoft Outlook so that when you open Outlook and you want to send an email, you can click on the Verb Mail icon right there in your Outlook toolbar. And it will allow you to shoot a quick video. It could be as simple as, hey there, great talking to you today. That contract that we talked about, here it is. Go ahead and click right here and you can download that contract. And by the way, we are having a sale on those oranges. If you want to add the oranges to your order, go ahead and click right here. Now, that takes me 90 seconds to do. Then I drag on my Buy It Now button onto that video. I drag on the contract that I want this person to download, and now it'll take it and automatically place it right in, an email for me. I just populate it with whomever I want to send it to and send. And then as soon as someone is watching it that I sent it to, I could send it to a bunch of people. I'm notified immediately who watched it, how long they watched it, what did they click on. And the increases in conversion rates are staggering. Some of our clients through our traditional products are reporting 600 to 1,200% increases by giving people the ability to click right in the video, eliminating that friction. So by integrating that capability into Microsoft Outlook, now we're giving it to everybody. We're going after that 1 billion total addressable market of Outlook users. And it's a super, super compelling tool. Right now, it's available right in the Microsoft Store for free. Want to get people on it, using it, enjoying it, talking about it. And over the next couple of weeks, we have Verb Mail Pro version coming out, which is the paid version for large enterprises with amazing, crazy, ridiculous features. And it's affordable. Anybody can use it. It's actually fun.
That's fascinating. Going on to, I know we have the Verb Live, which is a live stream app, and I think we have a video here ready to, play to show the Verb Live. So how does the attribution work, and what makes it a unique feature for Verb?
Okay, well, first, let's provide some context. So what I've described so far, including Verb Mail and our other products, that's where you're going to either record a quick video, or you're going to take an existing video and you're going to add interactive buttons to it. What we found over the past couple of years, and certainly during the pandemic, is people are adopting live streaming technologies to communicate, right? Remote selling became really the only way to survive. And what are they using? Well, they're using Zoom, they're using WebEx, they're using Facebook Live, they're using all these mediums in order to communicate with people. And then when they're how many invitations you get for a webinar where they're trying to sell you something, and what do they have to do? They've got to put the URL, they put it in the chat someplace so that you can go there and then go to the website, or they'll put a phone number on the screen. And what are they actually doing? They're introducing friction into that process, which is our whole mantra is eliminate friction, like following Jeff Bezos' model with the one click to buy in Amazon that caused that company to blow up. So what we did is we took that technology and we figured out how to utilize it in a really simple, really elegant, easy way for a host, even on their mobile device. They could live stream themselves to their audience, as many as they want. And then while they're live streaming, they could drag an interactive button right onto the screen. If I'm talking about, in webinars, people are always promoting their books. Guys, if you like my book, if you like what I'm talking about, I just read you the first chapter. If you really like this book and you'd like to purchase it, click right here. And they could click in real time and actually download my ebook right out of the video, or whatever else I might be promoting or selling, or whatever service it might be. And doing that in a live broadcast environment really takes it to a completely new level. Now, before I get to attribution, let me talk a little bit about what this whole live stream shoppable video thing is that's going on in the world right now. Today, interestingly enough, early this morning, Fast Company came out with an article. Vinny Lauria, I have to give the author credit for because he did some terrific research. The title of the article is "This $360 billion e-commerce trend is huge in Asia and coming to the US next." I really encourage people to take a look at that article, because what they're talking about is what's happened in Asia with live stream e-commerce, and it's extraordinary. He goes on to talk about that it's about to come to the US and how big it might be. This is what we've been working on for several years, and this is what we've just introduced, this Verb Live. But our technology takes it to a completely new level. First, one of the things that I want to comment on, what the author referred to in his article, is that he thought that it was going to be massive in China, and it'll be big here. Maybe not quite as big because of cultural things in China. But what I'm suggesting is that it's going to be far bigger in the US than it is in China and throughout Asia. And the reason for that is because Americans and other Westerners, we've already been indoctrinated for the past couple of decades by watching QVC and Home Shopping Network, right? That is live shopping, albeit you have the friction point where you've got to call a phone number or you've got to go to a website and actually leave the broadcast. So because we're already indoctrinated to that, when you give those viewers, those people, and I don't know how many zillions of them there are, you give those people the ability to watch the same kind of broadcast, but then click right in the screen and not have to call an operator and go through that process. Not a fun process if you've ever done it, but be able to just purchase quickly like that, removing the friction, it blows up. So we're already indoctrinated to that kind of shopping. And then the pandemic, of course, that accelerated everything. Think about retailers in a shopping mall. Their traffic is off dramatically, and who knows if it's ever going to return. People have become more accustomed now to shopping online. Place all of those retailers in an online environment, broadcasting live, attracting their audience, send invitations out to all their clients and customers, their customer lists. Let them go watch that live stream event, get engaged. During the live stream, there's an online chat. So they're actually communicating. Your viewers, your customers, your prospects are actually communicating with other shoppers, as well as the host, saying, yeah, I'm back again. I bought this last week. I want another one. It's phenomenal. I recommend it. And ask the host, hey, would you mind? Let's see the back of that. Let's see the side. What are the colors as it come in? And then you can click on screen and buy. This is the future. This is what this article is talking about. And this is one of many articles that are coming out now. So this is what we're seeing happen now, is what we predicted going back several years. And not that we're geniuses, not suggesting that at all, but we just saw it coming. And I think we've positioned Verb incredibly well to lead this. So now let me get to your question about attribution. Again, total addressable market for a product like this is how many people, zillions of people, feel confident and comfortable being in front of the camera, articulating the value proposition, promoting a product, selling a product, live on camera, talking to an audience, right? This huge, everybody on social media. But what about everybody else? How does everyone else participate in this? And this is where our attribution feature comes in, and we think this is killer. So if you're a Verb Live subscriber, you'd be able to go into the application. Let's suppose your company is using Verb Live and makes it available to all their sales reps. And we've got global companies with hundreds of thousands of sales reps on it now. So suppose I go into the application. I don't really feel good about being on camera. I don't like the way that I look. I don't like the way I sound. I'm not confident about what I'm talking about. But I see you. I see you, Aaron. You're in there, and you're gonna on Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. You're going to be talking about a particular product that I actually think is pretty cool, and I know that you kill it. You do a great job. So I can click on that and generate an invitation from me, personalized. Now I could take that invitation and I could send that to everybody I know, my entire contact list. I could send that out saying, watch this Verb Live presentation by Aaron. When any of my people show up at your Verb Live event and purchase product, I get paid. The system will identify where those people came from and attribute, that's where attribution comes from, to me, and I will get a percentage of that. So now think about the total addressable market. We just expanded it exponentially. So that's Verb Live with attribution. So we've taken what's been going on in Asia and really have taken it to a new level and made it not only simple and easy to use for the average person. They could be hosting a Verb Live event on their mobile device, selling stuff out of their garage. Hey, you like that lawnmower over there? Go ahead and click right on the lawnmower. You could put a transparent button right on that lawnmower. People be able to buy it. I mean, it's really, really amazing technology. And we do think that this is going to take the world by storm. And as I said, we're incredibly well positioned for this because we've been thinking about it and working on it and solving the issues anybody else coming into the space now doesn't even know exist yet. So we're feeling pretty confident about it.
Yeah, and Rory, I love how you described, the goal of trying to remove some of that friction, remove some of those barriers, because in today's day and age, and especially where society is going, I mean, especially for younger people, if you start giving them instructions to, go to this link and go to this checkout process or download this app to see this product, the less likely they're going to be to do it. People want quick and easy. And so the ability to kind of streamline some of these transactions, I think will be huge, especially for, as I said, the younger generation.
This is the future of e-commerce. It's everything's going to change. People are tired of looking at static images and reading reviews. They want to be engaged, especially through this pandemic world and who knows what's next environment that we're living through.
And so Rory, just let me know whenever you're ready. I think we do have that video ready to go, so we can play it whenever. I think we all right.
Imagine being able to refer your prospects to watch a leader's live stream broadcast and actually get paid for the purchases your prospects make. Well, now you can. Verb Live makes it easy to host a live stream broadcast to promote and sell your products. This powerful tool allows you to place clickable Buy It Now buttons right on the screens of all your viewers, so they can click to purchase without ever leaving the live stream, eliminating friction from the sales process. It's no wonder Verb Live users everywhere are raving about how amazing Live is. And it just got better. Our new team attribution feature allows you to invite your prospects to upcoming live streams hosted by top leaders and company executives and get paid when your prospects make a purchase. Simply select the scheduled live stream in the app and share it via social, text, or email to your prospects and contacts. When someone you referred clicks on a button during the presentation, you will automatically receive credit for their new enrollment and/or product purchases. For example, let's say Jane schedules a Verb Live sales meeting for her prospects to purchase products. Jane invites Tammy and Dave to attend, and using the app, they each invite others to attend. When Tammy's prospects click on a purchase button during Jane's Verb Live meeting, they're taken to her site for that purchase instead of Jane's. The same is true for Dave. After the meeting, Jane receives a report telling her which of her team members invited which guests, how long each was on the video, and exactly what they clicked on. Live is not only the ultimate live selling tool. With team attribution, it's the ultimate tool to help grow your team. Even new members can invite guests to leader-hosted meetings and get credit for any of their purchases. Gone are the days of manually following up with every contact. This is an absolute game changer. With Verb Live with team attribution, you can take live meetings to the next level.
That's a great video. So Rory, as we see in the video, we can see where, this technology would really come into play for a small business. You're trying to sell a product, make it easier. Do you see the same technology being integrated into any larger businesses?
Absolutely. I mean, I think any business any consumer brand, an influencer, big box stores. I mean, I think the list just goes on and on. You want to leverage the power of the universe, right? You want everyone out there that leveraging their contacts and relationships in your favor. And of course, you're willing to share a small portion of the revenue with them. I think that the attribution feature is absolutely killer. But even if that's not your business model, even if you're not really interested in having people refer others to watch your live stream, it's still the most effective way to sell anything. The world is changing. I mean, we're seeing the data coming out of Asia, and the numbers are staggering. What people are selling through a single live stream, over $100 million of products sold through a single live stream, as an example. It's wild, and this is how I look at it. Imagine if, and this is going to sound crazy, but I'm going to say it anyway. Imagine if you had a glimpse into the future, and then you were able to come back and place a bet based on that. I believe that we're seeing sufficient data, overwhelming data, coming out of countries that have adopted this kind of technology, that makes it a virtual certainty that this is going to become massive. Take a look at who else is doing anything like this in the US and other parts of the world. Compare their technology with ours. Look at what we've done. Look at what we've built. Look at our customer base. Look how many people are already using it. Tens of thousands of Verb Live events going on around the world. This is really a, people use the word game changer all the time. And maybe I even overuse it. But I can't think of a better word to describe what is really happening here. And so anyway, I don't know if that answers your question, but that's how we're looking at it.
Yeah, and Rory, if I could see into the future, I think I'd be able to give Warren Buffett a run for his money as far as the best investor goes. But I think that's very important that you're saying essentially this industry, you're saying it's a virtual certainty that is going to grow. And then as investors, we can go out and look at different companies doing similar things. But you feel very strongly that Verb's technology sets the company apart from competition. What is it about the technology, Verb's technology, that does set it apart from the competition?
So first of all, the attribution feature, that's, as we've already talked about, that's pretty extraordinary, I think, in driving people to see this kind of technology and then wanting to use it themselves. So that's certainly the first thing. And I think as you look at other kinds of interactive video technology, what you'll find is that people have figured out how to sort of take the frame of the video and maybe shrink it a bit, and then along the bottom or along the side, put buttons that you can click on and create, a somewhat interesting, shoppable experience. You're seeing now more and more and more sort of clickable, shoppable ads. Those are popping up now all over social media. But what we're talking about is giving the host the ability, even on their mobile device, super simple, drag that button right onto the screen and say, click right here, and send that out. That makes it so simple, so engaging. And look, the results that we're seeing from customers that are using it really kind of speak for themselves. I mentioned, 1,200%, 600 to 1,200% increases in conversion rates. But what we're also seeing, and this is a really interesting stat, companies are reporting 3,300% increases in retention rates among their sales teams. So if you're a big enterprise and you're looking for new ways to not only drive sales, drive revenue, but also reduce the churn among your sales teams, right? Because look, most salespeople, they're either unskilled, untrained, they just don't have the chops, they don't have the experience, whatever it might be. And most sales-based organizations see massive churn through their sales teams. And that's expensive, right? Recruiting costs are huge, training costs. But if you can give those people a sales tool that with very little intervention on their part allows them to be productive, to actually sell, Now you're keeping those people. They're generating income and revenue for the company, and you're not spending more money trying to retrain or hire people. So the implications of what we're doing are massive, and those are some of the big differentiators from companies that are trying to enter the space now. And I'm not disparaging anybody. I want as many people coming into this space as possible, because essentially we're leveraging their marketing spend to create greater awareness that this even exists. And then once people see it exists and they want it, then they'll do their homework, they'll do their research, and they'll compare us to others, and you'll see that I believe we are the clear winner.
So Rory, earlier this week, you issued a press release about Verb TV. Can you talk to us a little bit more about it? When do you plan to launch? What kind of programs we should expect, and the experience viewers will get from it?
Yeah, so thank you for asking about that. That is something that we haven't really discussed in any detail at all up until the press release the other day. So we've been using this kinds of technology now for Verb Live is only several months old, but it's really been utilized as a sales tool, SaaS kind of business model. But as you think forward, I'm using a corny Gretzky expression, you want to skate to where the puck is going to be as opposed to where it is now. And that's sort of a philosophy that we've adopted early on in our business. We realized that what's going to happen here? Where's this going to go? And we believe, and we've been talking about this for a while, that there's going to be a convergence of pure entertainment and shoppability. I'm starting to hear more and more people, experts in the industry, corporate leaders that are really looking at this and have been around for a while. They're saying everything's going to be shoppable. Everything is going to be shoppable. People want it. And if you think about sponsors and advertisers for any kind of programming, for any kind of content, well, what do they want? They want an ROI, but they want to be able to quantify what that ROI is instead of just, relying on, Nielsen ratings or whatever else is out there, and you don't really know if somebody watched it. People that are sponsoring Verb Live content are going to see real-time analytics. You're going to know how many people were on, who they were, where they came from, what kind of device they were on, how long were they on, what did they click on, what did they hover on, what was interesting to them. You get all this information, including, of course, what did they buy. So you'll know immediately what your ROI was. So besides companies like ours coming out and trying to educate the public about how amazing this new shopping experience is, you're going to have the other side, right? The advertisers and sponsors saying, hey, we want this. So yeah, we want to advertise on your show. We want to sponsor your show, but adopt this technology and put it on there, because this is how we're going to be able to quantify our ROI and be able to get more money, right? Be able to justify a bigger spend, because now you can see exactly what you're earning. So looking at it like that, we realized, let's create a destination. Call it a marketplace. And at Marketplace, you can go to this destination. You may have gotten an invite from someone who's going to be hosting a Verb Live event on it. And you could watch hundreds, thousands, over time, millions, in different categories of live events, from big box stores to consumer brands to influencers to do-it-yourselfers. I mean, the list goes on in a variety of different categories. You can go in and out. You could chat with other viewers in real time, ask the host questions. Maybe you buy something, maybe you don't. You go into the next one. We're gonna release that. We tentatively are calling that Marketplace by the end of the year. We've been in beta for a long time. We've had, 40 plus retailers on it. We're going to release the global commercial version of this at the end of the year. An important component of that, as I see it, is people are also going to be looking to be just entertained. When we looked at the data coming out of China, what we learned is that almost a third of the people that are attending those live events, those live shopping events, they only went there purely for entertainment, just pure entertainment. So let's give it to them. So we've created, as an adjunct, as a component of Marketplace, what we call Verb TV. And on Verb TV, you will see traditional kinds of entertainment. And that will, of course, be shoppable. You'll be able to click right in that program and buy something. or get more information or download something, whatever it might be. And look, we think that's the future. We think that's where everything is going, and we intend to be there first. And so you'll see that as we get towards the end of the year. And the press release that you mentioned is we're partnering with content creators. And the press release that you saw was with David Meltzer. David is an extraordinary person. He's got a massive following. I can go through his entire resume and people will be pretty impressed if you don't already know who he is. But he's got a couple of TV shows that are running. One of them in particular is called 2 Minute Drill, and it's a pitch show. It's like a Shark Tank, but I think it's better because it's more real. And people are coming on pitching their business ideas. They have 2 minutes to pitch, and the judges choose the best pitch and give really, real world constructive feedback on how that pitch went. And every episode, the winner gets $50,000 in cash and prizes. I happen to be one of the judges on the show. Right now, it's running on Amazon Prime and Bloomberg TV. So you have season 1 and season 2 are out now. We're going to be shooting season 3 coming up towards, I think, at the end of November.
Wow.
So
that's impressive. Sounds like it's been a very productive year or so in terms of different products and services. And it seems like you have a little finger in different buckets when it comes to, different products and services. So I think it's really interesting seeing, all those developments come about just in the last year or so. And I think, I'm excited to watch down the road, what comes about with these different services. I think there's tremendous growth opportunity. Are there any other things that investors should be looking forward to over the next year and a half?
Well, you'll see a lot of new verticals that we'll be announcing, new partnerships. For example, we'll be announcing things that we're doing in sports, in esports, NFTs. In the not-for-profit sector, even in the armed services. There's a lot of different verticals that are embracing this kind of technology for different reasons. But this is all for us, our same product, bread and butter, slightly tweaked for that particular market, and new revenue streams for us. Look, it's our intention, being perfectly honest, and it might sound somewhat bold, and maybe too bold for some people. We intend to dominate the market. That's our mission. We're going to get out there first. We're going to do it better, and get in as many different verticals as we can, while keeping our eye on the ball. And so that's our
I love it. I love it, Rory. Dominate the markets, as you said. We are wrapping up here. I've got one final question that I have to ask about. So later today, you're having your first technology symposium called Verb Lit. Just real quickly, because we are running out of time. What is Verb Lit? I think we have maybe a quick little video to play for that as well.
Oh, great. Yeah. So look, we love the Apple events that they do twice a year. I think that strategy that Steve Jobs, employed way back when, and they still do it now, is brilliant, because it not only does it give you a look at the coolest new products that Apple is releasing, but it gives you a really terrific understanding of the company itself, the people behind the products, the culture, and makes you love the company. As much as you love the products, you love the company because you understand them. You understand the personalities and what went into these products. I think that's brilliant. So we're doing the same thing. It's called Verb Lit. It's actually today, 4 p.m. Pacific. Go to verblit.tech and you should register and take a look at it. What's different about ours is not only we showcasing our latest products and some of the things that are coming out, you'll meet the people behind them, their thoughts about why we developed it the way we did. But it's being broadcast over Verb Live, so it's shoppable. And so it's really a terrific way to not only introduce people to the company and give them a really good sense of who we are, what our values are as a company, but at the same time showcase our technology.
I love it. Using your own technology for Verb Lit. I went ahead and threw the link in the chat. So if you're interested, please hit that link and join for later this afternoon, 4 p.m., as Rory mentioned. Rory, thank you so much for joining us on Benzinga's All Access today. It's always a pleasure to speak with you.
Thanks. Look forward to it again.
All right. That was Rory Cutaia, CEO and founder of Verb Technologies. Very exciting things going on. Like I mentioned, a ton of different verticals in a very much new and growing industry, Michael.
Very much so. Yeah, it's exciting, right? I mean, I think we had that theme a lot today. A lot of companies that are taking advantage of trends, but also just getting involved in the new way that technology and also the marketplace and the economy is functioning, right? I mean, really interesting stuff too. Crown Electrokinetics, a new way to slow down, temperature cooling changes and more efficiently control your temperature inside your building, your car, your home. Wrap Technology dealing with issues in law enforcement. Verb Technology doing things the way they're doing them. I mean, just a lot of really innovative companies. So I really enjoyed it. Bree, what did you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, from Arcimoto with the fun utility vehicles, Biotricity with the Bioflux, 22nd Century Group with the VLN cigarettes, Verb, of course, with Verb TV and Verb Live. Just a lot of interesting companies with maybe even more so interesting products and services. So it's just been a jam-packed day, Michael. I had a pleasure, hosting it with you, and I want to thank everyone that has tuned in. Again, we started off by saying this, but I'll throw it out there again. If you guys have any feedback, questions, anything of that nature, please shoot us an email at shows@benzinga.com. I'm going to go ahead and throw that up on the screen. Again, we love taking feedback from the crowd, from the audience, and we can't thank you enough for tuning in today.
100%. Yeah. And again, this is the show where we want to dig below just the valuations, the stock prices, and everything else that we talk about so much more on the rest of our shows, but actually talk to these people. We've got some exciting stuff coming up, I think, for some of the next All Access shows, some really, really cool ideas in the pipeline. So, Bree, let's do this again. Let's host again.
Yeah, we definitely will. And I mean, while we're on that note, we will have some more All Accesses coming up. We have another big event coming up just next week. It is a hybrid event. So if you are unable to make it in person, you are able to sign up virtually. And that is our cannabis conference. I'm going to go ahead and play a quick little promo for that, Michael. And we'll come back up on here in a few minutes. Well, Michael, I don't know if you're going to be there in New York. I'm personally not, but I will definitely be joining in virtually. I'm excited for that. The Benzinga Cannabis Capital Conference will be an exciting time. What are you looking forward to?
Looking forward to it. Definitely joining virtually. It's going to be a huge event. Everybody tune in. Great hosting today with you, Aaron Bree. Awesome time. Looking forward to the next All Access.
Yeah, until next time, everyone. Again, please email us with any feedback or questions. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you all at the next Benzinga All Access.
Looking forward to it. See you all.